guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.
Hey there, it's Steve Sommers, and I'm enjoying a little R&R, so here's a previously aired show just for you. All right. Hope you had a good weekend. We wrap up the weekend. Again, here the month of March rolls in. First day of March for 2021. And we welcome in Joel Morrow, joining us from, is it Findlay, Ohio? Or where are you from, Joel?
I'm in Norwalk, Ohio. Good early morning, Steve.
Good early morning. Well, how was your weekend?
Really, really good. Just take a second here and really give a big hats off here to Kyle and the Hot Shot Secret and the Fire Punk Diesel team. That is pretty awesome stuff what they just pulled off down there in Georgia. And you really don't get to that level of performance that they're operating at without having some optimized fuel and lubrication going on in that vehicle. And it's kind of cool to understand that this very same stuff I'm using in my trucks, they're using in a vehicle performing at that level. And it's just kind of cool to see that.
It was a big weekend, yeah. And it cost me a few bucks, but I got to watch live, which that was the key for me. So, all right, so I
pretty awesome.
Had a call from Kyle last week, and he was trying to tell me a little bit about you, and he asked if I was familiar, and I said, well, no, I'm not real familiar, but like I said, when I pulled up your Facebook page there, you were actually on with Dave Nemo, like last Wednesday or something, Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere last week.
Yeah, I do a every other Tuesday spot with him for 30 minutes in the morning, and then I also do a spot every other Friday with Kevin Rutherford for a couple hours.
So you're a busy guy on the radio then, actually.
I enjoy it. I like to give back to the industry that's given me so much. We've learned a lot over the years, and if I can help some drivers out there, kind of sidestep some of the pitfalls that we had to struggle through when it comes to efficiency and speccing equipment and understanding, how to optimize specs to make emission systems perform better and longer. I'm all for it. So I like to give back. I like to help when I can.
Well, start us off. Tell me and tell our audience who may not be familiar with you a little bit about yourself. Obviously, you've been driving truck for a number of years, but What got you into what you're doing today? I guess a little bit of history about who Joel Morrow was all about.
Well, let me give you a little background. We'll start, oh gosh, I guess it was way back, 1984, 1985. At 15 and a half years old, I had bought a triaxle grain trailer from a farmer and kind of converted it to haul landfill waste for a local business. And so I bought it at 15 and a half. We spent some time refurbishing the thing. I bought a 1-ton pickup truck. That's how I got into driving initially. Done that for a couple of years. Then I went to work for my dad's company. He had a recycling business where he had some trucks that were used to deliver his own product to customers. I kind of got bored with that. I really loved to drive, and I really loved tinkering with the trucks, and I wanted to get out on the road. So we had a truck sitting around that really wasn't doing a lot, and I had leased it on to Chem Lehman at the time. I loved the challenge of the hazmat and the pneumatic tanks and the liquid stuff. Ended up putting on 5 trucks there. Really quickly understood that without fuel efficiency and operational efficiency, it was very hard to make money in that business. So I really started to tinker and explore and test and try to figure out how to get the best fuel efficiency out of the trucks that I had, that I could. And we really, really made a big impact on the fuel efficiency of our trucks. You know, we were in that 5.5 mile a gallon range, which was kind of typical back in the day. And we had brought the average fuel efficiency on that equipment up to 8 miles a gallon. Then I also, as things progressed, we bought more and more trucks. We got our own operating authority. The James Morrow and Sons transitioned into today's Ploger Transportation, which now we're a 70 truck fleet. During that time, I've been able to work very, very closely with the OEM engineers. And I provide a lot of feedback to the OEM engineering staffs. We do a lot of testing of pre-production equipment. And we also help to sort of develop concepts that their engineering staff can take off and run. And really became adept at doing that, and kind of outgrew just the hands-on trucking part of it. And this is where I opened up the Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. And I'm doing a whole lot of work these days with the OEMs, Volvo in particular. Do a lot of work with Dana Corporation, testing some of their stuff. And it's just been a lot of fun. And we've done some amazing things in terms of fuel efficiency and operational efficiency. So it's just not a matter of putting around at 55 mile an hour anymore. We can run some higher speeds and get some really good efficiency out of trucks.
One of the keys that I've learned over the years is that that was the old word was every mile you go faster than 55, you're getting more wind resistance, and that really cuts back on your fuel efficiency. So where's a good starting point for drivers out there as far as where do you try to begin addressing improving your fuel efficiency or fuel economy?
The big thing today, and especially if you're looking to buy a new truck, is the actual spec that goes in the truck. And the catchphrase today is called downsped or downspeeding. And this is where we are trying to run the truck at lower engine RPM. What we're really trying to manipulate is piston speed. It's not necessarily RPM, because rod length or stroke will impact piston speed at the same RPM. So your piston speed will vary among different engines. So it's important to understand that relationship between rod length or stroke and piston speed and RPM. So there are a lot of things out there today that we look at in terms of what engine may perform best for a downsped powertrain. And there's just a lot of things that go into making a downsped powertrain actually perform so the driver actually enjoys driving it. There's a lot of quote downsped powertrains out there that drivers just can't stand to drive. You hit a little hill, you lose 10 mile an hour right off the bat going up and over an overpass. And, a lot of people are like, well, that's just the nature of the beast. There are ways to fix those issues and make the truck perform more like a traditionally geared truck and still put up very impressive fuel efficiency numbers and productivity numbers at the same time.
So if like many drivers out there, can't afford a brand new truck, so you got to buy someone else's equipment, hopefully with the least amount of miles as possible on it. But it's spec'd however they spec'd it. So when you have that kind of an issue, what do you have any options after?
Yeah, sure. Well, you really want to shop around because there are a lot of downsped vehicles out in the market, and a lot of time people will avoid them because the performance level isn't quite where they want it to be. And what we have found is when you go into vehicle parameters, you can make adjustments, and these are just parameter adjustments that will significantly impact the drivability of that downsped vehicle while maintaining the fuel efficiency. So some of the things to think about when you're looking at this, what we call traditionally geared vehicles. So you're looking at rear axle ratios, maybe from typically we used to see 390s all the way down to 308 through an overdrive transmission. This is what we call traditional, and this is what a lot of drivers that love to drive, they're looking for that feel of that type of powertrain. They like to power onto hills. Not so much the fuel efficiency, but it's damn fun to drive. Mm-hmm. When we start to get into the high twos, like 285 all the way down to 205 on rear axle ratios, this is what we're calling downsped, lower RPM. In certain cases, maybe not so fun to drive, but the fuel efficiency is generally pretty good on it. And so understanding what parameters that you may want to look at with today's automated manual transmissions, oftentimes there are options for shift logic that will have a huge impact. So you can buy a used truck today that is downsped, make some adjustments in the parameters, and there are some things that we can add on to the engines that really help as well. One of the products that I love to put on my downsped trucks is Air Dog dual stage, where we separate the air and the vapor out of the fuel system on both sides of the fuel pump, not just on the inlet side like some systems do. We have many points of nucleation on the back side of that fuel pump, and taking that vapor out of the system really helps to improve the low end torque. It helps to improve the efficiency curve of the OEM fuel pump by force feeding it. And so now we've got drivability at very low RPM that we were lacking in the past, and why a lot of drivers kind of shun those type of trucks, because they do operate at lower RPM. And traditionally, we just didn't have the power down low. Today, we have power down low when we have parameters right. When we put a few add-ons on, we can make that truck very, very drivable.
Okay, kind of a dual question here. Now, you've been in the business for many years, and you know, I guess, the ins and the outs of what fuel, the cost of running your business, the cost of running your truck in relation to fuel. That is one of the top, I think, right behind like driver compensation, the second highest cost of running the truck. So it's always in your best interest to get the best fuel economy. Secondly, if you can take me back to you said you had a truck getting in the 5-point-something miles per gallon. You were able to get it to 8+ miles per gallon. That's an incredible improvement. I mean, even when you put a device on where you say you can get, 0.3 of a mile or 0.4 of a mile better, they typically say that's a great improvement. It's worth the investment. So again, a two-part question there.
Sure. It's not just about adding this device or that device. A lot of this is your mindset. You've got to believe that this can be done. You've got to understand the technology that you're dealing with. So a lot of times it is the attitude of the driver that can make or break this. And fortunately for the owner operators out there, you're in complete control of this. It can be frustrating at times when you're first learning what to do and how to do it. But once you start to learn and understand, it actually becomes a challenge that's pretty satisfying when you meet your goals. As far as operational efficiency and fuel efficiency, they're kind of two different things. Fuel efficiency is very important, and you're correct when you say that it's either your number one or number two expense, depending on the price per gallon. It flip-flops with drivers' wages as your number one expense. So it is extremely important, and all owner-operators should pay attention to this. And, oftentimes I hear guys say, well, if you made more money, you wouldn't have to worry about it. There's no point giving money away. There's no point pouring it down the drain. So I think what some drivers kind of push back on is the drivability issue that we've always faced in the past. The trucks they weren't any fun to drive. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. And running around at 55 mile an hour in order to maximize efficiency, while that does work and it's very effective and it's always your cheapest place to start when you're first starting, it's not the funnest thing, and it's not real rewarding. And so there are things that we can do that reduce internal drag in that engine. And one of the ways we do that is what we call down speeding, slow that piston speed down. The fewer strokes that makes per mile, the less drag we have internally in the engine. Another great thing is like the Hot Shot Secret products, the FR3, that is a drag reducer, and that is very similar to slowing the piston down, reducing the drag in the engine. It helps the fuel economy. When you gear the truck right, you can run higher speeds with reduced drag, improve fuel efficiency, improve productivity, hopefully improve your delivery times. So there's a lot of upside to understanding fuel efficiency combined with productivity and what we're going to call operational efficiency. So it's important not just to break the one thing out. We have to look at fuel efficiency, but we can't just focus on that and not think about the other aspects of the business.
So again, crucial for the owner-operator in particular, because that's money out of their pocket. A lot of times, I guess, for company drivers, do they still hold the mentality that says, "Well, I'm not paying for the fuel, so yeah, I could give a flip what kind of fuel economy the boss is getting. If he wants improvements, he'll do something to improve it."
Hey, absolutely, and look, we've got 70 trucks, and I don't blame a company driver for having that attitude. We're regulated by the hour, and we're paid by the mile. There's a disconnect there. And for a company driver to really struggle trying to do this and trying to do that, when he's being paid by the mile, his mindset should be, I'm getting from point A to point B as fast as I can and be ready for that next dispatch. So in my mind, a properly run company, you try to make that difference up in the specs so that driver doesn't have to deal with that stress while he's out on the road. Get in the truck and go. Make your deliveries, be on time. We're going to engineer that truck so it is adaptable over multiple speed ranges. And that has always been my challenge as a driver. I want an efficient truck, but I want a truck that's fun to drive so I can keep drivers in that truck. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important to do, even for the owner-operator. I mean, there's some satisfaction in having a truck that isn't the last truck up the hill. I mean, I get it, and there has to be the operational efficiency, not just the fuel efficiency.
Okay. All right. We're about 10 before the hour as we're into a Monday. Joel Morrow joins us live this morning as we get the brand new week underway, talking fuel efficiency, fuel economy, and those sorts of interesting things for the driver of trucks. And if you'd like to chime in, you have a question for Joel, feel free to dial us up at 844-3388. I'm sure some of you that are out there in the business, doing the business, you might have some questions for Joel that I'm pretty sure he could help you to answer. All right, and if you want to send us like a question, my email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. I'd be happy to pass on any questions. A lot of times drivers can't call when they're driving down the road. So I know sometimes you can use the like the voice to text message and send us messages that way. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? All right. So aside from the internals of the engine, there's so many different devices that are available out there. Everything is really, I guess, in the last 10, 20 years, begin to focus on the aerodynamics, some of the old-fashioned big, long-nosed Peterbilts and whatnot, that they're all trying to become more aerodynamic. Is that one of the key players, obviously, into fuel efficiency?
Sure. The faster you run, the bigger role aerodynamics play. And fortunately for the owner operators that have maybe bought a used truck that maybe not quite so aerodynamic, again, simply slowing down is a way to overcome that handicap. Obviously, it's not the favorite way of most guys, but a lot of times you can take a truck that isn't so aerodynamic, run it a little bit slower for a while, make some money, and then maybe make some modifications to make it a little more aerodynamic, or maybe just get an entirely different truck that is a lot better as far as aerodynamics in order to be able to run faster and more efficiently. So aerodynamics is a key part of this, no doubt, especially when you start to get up to that 70 to 75 mile an hour range. Aerodynamics play a huge role in your overall efficiency. And I know it sounds kind of weird to a lot of people when you're talking speeds out to 75 mile an hour and you're still uttering fuel efficiency in the same sentence. And, with these new downsped powertrains and the advanced aerodynamics, we're seeing fuel efficiency numbers in the high 8s, low 9s at 75 mile an hour, which, just a few years ago was kind of an unheard of thing. Also, we can't understate the importance of the downsped concept. The lower piston speed gives us more time for combustion to occur in the cylinder. Its impact on the emission system, and this is kind of the scourge of all the owner-operators out there in small fleets, are emission systems issues. The lower your average RPM, the fewer emission systems problems you'll have. And this runs counter to most people's thinking. A lot of people think, well, you run higher RPM, you have more heat in the system. Actually, you're cooling the system off because you're pumping more air through it. And emission systems don't work very well at lower temperatures. So low RPM means you're operating closer to peak torque. Peak torque is heat and pressure in the cylinder. It lowers particulate, and it helps to extend the life of your emission system. You throw in a product like the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Treatment on top of that, things get really good in terms of emission system durability. Very, very few, if any, regens. Last year, I went 120,000 miles and never done a regen on the truck. Never had check engine light, nothing. Everything's fully optimized in that truck. Downsped powertrain, full aerodynamics. We're running fuel treatment on it every fill up, and I cannot stress enough how important it is to optimize fuel quality in emissions trucks. And when the hot shot people say that they've reduced regens by 50%, in my mind, that is conservative. It really does a hell of a job, and it really helps to keep the truck out of the shop. Not only does it improve the emission system, but it also extends your fuel filter life. And a lot of guys and a lot of the new trucks are on extended drain intervals, out to 60, 65, 70,000 miles. And we're able to get fuel filters to run out that long. We don't have the asphalt buildup that we would traditionally have when we're not running a product like the Hot Shot Everyday Treatment. So, a lot of things all rolled into one there, but optimization, paying attention to fuel quality, paying attention to aerodynamics, paying attention to piston speed, all this stuff really, really impacts the bottom line for the driver.
So how do you feel about some of these nowadays? I guess most trucks that I see on the road are running the skirts, the trailer skirts. A lot of trucks have the tails on them. I don't know what the technical term is, but all these things trying to improve the aerodynamics, right? How do you feel about those sort of things?
Well, it really depends on what your duty cycle is and what your operation is. So in our case, as a fleet, we have, I think, 3 trailers to every truck. And our trailers don't run as many miles. So it's very, very difficult for us to cost justify trailer aero. It's very effective, but when you have to triple the purchase price and only run, a third of the miles in that particular trailer. And then when they're sitting in a customer's drop lot, the yard jockeys run them around, they'll bump them up against the snow pile, rip the fairing off. It becomes difficult. Do trailer aerodynamics work? Absolutely 100%. If I were an owner operator and I was married to a trailer, I would have every aerodynamic device known to man on that trailer, because it absolutely pays when you have a trailer that's running as many miles as the truck. And you have full control over that trailer the majority of the time. And you don't have, God knows who jockeying that trailer around, bumping this and bumping that and ripping this off and ripping that off. So yeah, belly skirts, trailer tails, nose cones in the front, all of that stuff. If you're married to a trailer, it's a great idea. If you're in a small fleet and your trailer ratio is starting to approach that 3-to-1 trailer to truck ratio, then you've really got to do the math on it. And you've got to understand what your average speed is and how many miles those trailers are running in order to cost justify it.
Okay, very good. How about tires? Rolling resistance. That's a key factor, is it not?
Yeah, it sure is. And this one, here's a topic we could spend, the full 5 hours on, and everybody has opinions on low rolling resistance tires. And I kind of think we've hit the pinnacle or the apex of where rolling resistance should be. Once you get past a certain point, we run into a condition that I like to call running slip. Some drivers will notice this on these ultra low rolling resistance tires, especially if they're running a 6x2 configuration. They'll start to get traction events on the dash if it's raining or it's just the right temperature out. That some of these low rolling resistance compounds don't do real well in the cold, or they don't do really well when it gets up over 100 degrees. And you'll notice, your traction light coming on a little more often. You don't really notice it driving down the road until you put hub meters on both axles. And then you start to watch the difference. And I have some 6x2 trucks where I have a dead axle that's just free rolling and the powered axle. And you look at the amount of slip that occurs on that drive axle during times of high or low temperatures in mountainous terrain. You can see up to 8% slippage on that drive tire. So, it's been pounding in our head, low rolling resistance, low rolling resistance, low rolling resistance. It's true to a point. You have to be very careful. The lowest isn't always the best, depending on duty cycle. The guys that are running out in the Intermountain West that are pulling a lot of hills, that are seeing some higher temperatures, that ultra low roll tire may not be the best choice for them. There's some moderate rolling resistance tires that do a hell of a good job, that will last longer, that will provide better traction over a bigger temperature spread. Makes the truck a little safer to drive when the weather gets to extremes. In 6x2 trucks, this is especially true. In fact, I have done testing that has shown that a standard resistance tire versus an ultra low rolling resistance tire on a 6x2, when you get into some challenging environments, does just as well fuel economy wise. So there are a lot of things that we have to look at to make sure that we're getting the right tire for the duty cycle and for the equipment that we're running.
Okay. Well, I want to pause right there, if you don't mind. We got to get a news update here. We'll come back with more, and the lines available here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return with more. Roll it into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, we'll jump back into it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, for many, it was a soggy weekend. Yeah, more on a traveler's weather coming up here. There are some travel issues, especially in the Deep South as we get the new week underway. Yeah, it's stretching really from the Ohio Valley all the way into the Deep South. And it's going to be feeling kind of chilly in the Northeast as well. We'll give you more on that. All right, meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Chat with Joel Morrow this morning. And Give me the correct number. You've been driving for how many years and how many million miles, Joel? Oh, but help if I unmuted you, wouldn't it? First, I apologize. I gotta this whole phone system.
There we go.
I gotta bring him back. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm north of 4 million miles. I kind of lost count, tell you the truth, and 4.5, right around in there. About 35 years. I've been driving in one form or another on a daily basis. I still drive today on a daily basis. I'll go in later this morning and make a few runs. I think it's super important to have hands-on. A lot of consultants and engineers, they like to sit in their cubicle and they like to kind of dream things up with the way things should be, things to owner operators and the small fleets, and they've never spent a minute behind the wheel. And this is something that I really believe in, kind of the blue collar, hands-on approach. And then being able to work with some of these engineers and kind of draw them out of the cubicle into the real world a little bit and get them a comfort level interacting in the real world. And it makes a world of difference when you can put a team together of a really skilled engineer who has this very pretty pedigree from, whatever engineering school. And he's a very smart guy, but he's never spent any time in the real world, and kind of hold his hand and bring him out in the real world. And that's where the magic happens, and you can really get a lot of things done. And I've learned so much over the years by being able to kind of leverage that type of interaction.
Wow. Well, it might be nice if we'd have some of our, the people that are making the rules for trucking, like the FMCSA, if some of their board members, I don't think any of the 5 top guys have ever even driven a doggone truck, but that's a different story in itself. But I'm looking at some charts here. I'm looking at some charts that Kyle sent me, and I'm thinking, this can't be real. It's some of these maps, I guess, where you've got some documented trips. I'm looking at one from almost down in Rolla, Missouri, all the way to like Lima, Ohio, where you got 11.6 miles per gallon. Is that legit?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my best ever. It came out of Grant, New Mexico, and the first little truck stop there in Oklahoma, the Panhandle. I can't remember the name of it. I'd done a 16 mile a gallon, almost 17 mile a gallon run across there. Now I was light. I had a truck. It was a 6x2 that had a liftable axle. I had a trailer that had a liftable axle. I had very advanced aerodynamics on that trailer. And I wasn't in a big hurry. Average speed was right around, I think, 56 or 57 mile an hour. So I was running about 62, set on the cruise. And of course, when you're heading west to east, you're coming off the Continental Divide. So it's a gradual slope all the way down to Oklahoma. There's ups and downs, obviously, across 40 there, but numbers like that are very, very achievable. My latest test truck that I have, I'm running trailers without any aero. I'm running speeds up to 75 mile an hour, and the lifetime average on it to this point, and it's not even really broke in yet, it's 9.5. So I'm kind of disappointed when I drop below the 9s anymore.
Wow.
There was a time when I thought, being in the middle 9s with no aero would be impossible. I routinely see teens when I'm running full aero with lift axle trucks, and you get under a 15 or an 18,000 pound load, you're able to get 2 axles off the ground. You have this downsped powertrain that at 75 mile an hour, I'm running 1,050 RPM, sitting right on top of peak torque, just below peak horsepower, kind of in that sweet spot on the BSFC chart. It's really just, firing on all cylinders. We're optimizing diesel fuel. We talked about that, how important that is, the cetane level for full combustion to occur to help drive those numbers up, reducing the friction even further by using a product like FR3 in the oil that just makes the downsped concept, it kind of puts it on steroids. We're really reducing that drag. Drag in the engine and in the drivetrain, to me, is every bit as important, if not more important, than wind resistance. I don't think that a lot of the engineers put enough focus or stress on the parasitic drag issue in the powertrain. Being able to work with an OEM like Volvo directly, we've been able to learn some things about down speeding and about drag reduction. Being able to work with a company like Dana, where I had them super lap a gear set for me, and we're using some very, very slippery oil in that axle housing. Each one of those things has a small impact, but all those small impacts kind of add up to one big explosion. And you see those numbers, and they're not unusual for me to put those types of numbers up. I know a lot of people, especially guys that have been around the industry for a while, they have a hard time with it. They look at that and they're, I can hear it right now. There's guys driving down the road. Oh, that's horse shit. This
ain't no way.
This just isn't happening.
Right.
It's not true. Yeah, it is. It can be done. That's right. It's all attitude. Remember, attitude. You've got to believe that these things are possible and can be done. And this is the kind of things I like to give back to the industry. I am more than willing to tell anybody exactly how I've done this. I'll give you the spec of the truck. I'll give you the tires, the aerodynamics. I'll give you every bit of information that I can to help anybody achieve these types of numbers. And this is kind of what's cool about, working with Kyle, being able to come on the radio. It's nice to be able to give back and to help these guys that might be struggling. Imagine going from 5.5 to 10.5.
Right.
What's that going to do to your bottom line? I mean, you're going to put your kid through college. You're going to take vacation to Hawaii. You're going to buy that bass boat. Whatever it is you want to do with that extra money. And the beautiful part about it is we've learned so much about down speeding. Now we can make the truck drivable. We can make it so it has power to run up the hills. We can make it so it has the startability that some of today's trucks, when they spec these fast rear end gears, you try to back up and you're going 15 mile an hour in reverse. You're slamming trailers and you look like a rookie, and that sucks. It just does, especially for a guy that's been around for 30 or 35 years. He doesn't want to look like a newbie backing under a trailer. We've solved all these problems. All these things can be done when you're speccing a new truck, and we know how to minimize it on the used trucks as well.
How about transmission, automatic transmission versus standard shift? Is there one better than the other for maximizing fuel economy?
Yeah, this is a subject that, I was brought up on 13 and 18 speed manual transmissions, and I was one of those guys. I'll never drive an automated manual,
Okay.
Just I'll never do it, yada, yada, yada. I got an automated manual. I'll have a hard time going back to a 13 or an 18 speed. Now, that being said, the original automated manual transmissions, the 12 speeds that everybody's familiar with, that they brought over from Europe and they've tried to Americanize, look, in reverse, they're not as good as what they should be. Starting very heavy loads on a soft surface, starting on a slippery surface, sliding tandems, pulling out of a below grade dock with a heavy load, they struggle. They do. Are they acceptable? Yeah. I mean, you can make them work. So there are some options out there right now. Volvo's really leading the charge on this. They have a 13 and 14 speed automated manual transmission. And right now I'm running the 14 speed, I-shift heavy duty. It has crawler gears and overdrive. Overall ratio of 41.08. When you compare that to an 18 speed manual, which is kind of the owner operator's dream transmission for most guys, because they like the versatility that offers, that transmission only has like 19-to-1 ratio coverage. So there are some automated manuals out there that will run circles around a 13 and an 18 speed. It's also important to understand that you have choices when it comes to shift logic in those transmissions. So Volvo in particular, and I'm just familiar with Volvo, and I'm sure the competitive automated manuals have these types of options too. They have a performance mode, where we have power launch, kind of like for a race car. It's going to help get these heavy loads in soft soil, rolling. We have what we call gentle shift, which is the strategy that I like to program into my transmissions, that, we control torque in the low gears, and it's got a very nice progressive shift, and it's not really revving the engine up really high, because with general freight, we just don't need that. And so you want to maximize the fuel efficiency, and you actually get up to speed a little bit faster when you're not really revving hard through the gears. And then they have a balance logic that's sort of the best of the performance and the best of the gentle shift. They kind of put it together for guys who see various different duty cycles. Most people are not even aware that type of stuff exists. And this is the kind of information that I really want to get out to people, so they understand what they have, and they really enjoy driving it, and it's very efficient, and it will last longer and perform better over time. So the automated manual transmissions, is as much as I know we get a lot of pushback from drivers that, I'm a manual guy. I get it. I love banging through gears every now and again too, but I can tell you also that sitting in Atlanta, sitting in Chicago, sitting on the Cross Bronx, or wherever you're at in traffic with a well-spec'd and programmed automated manual, it's hard to go back to a 13 or an 18 speed. It's fun every now and again to jump in the truck. I like float the gears, you bang through everything. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's a skill. Everybody likes to say, I've got a skill set that nobody else has. I get all that stuff, but at the end of the day, the newest generation automated manual transmissions are just awesome.
Okay. Well, that's a good answer. I'd say, because I'm very familiar with some of those guys. If you don't know how to shift gears, you're not a truck driver. You don't know how to drive a truck, right?
I hear it. And it was kind of funny. We had our last batch of trucks with manuals several years ago that came through, and of course I was in one of the newer ones with the automated manuals, and I had one of those guys in the fleet, and he was proud of the fact that he could shift the 13 speed. He was real proud of that. And we met out in the yard one day, and he's like, yeah, get in the truck and drive. So, I was able to jump back in. And once you learn that, you don't miss it. You just float through everything and go through it. And, he was kind of like, oh, you can't drive that truck. So, yeah, guys say that. They probably really shouldn't. I mean, yeah, there are some newbies out there that, they learned on automated manuals. The manual transmission, it's on its way out. It just is. If a guy learned on an automated manual, so be it. It doesn't detract from if he's a real truck driver or not.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So as far as like, when you say to get this information out to drivers, do you have like some sort of a consult business or something to do that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I just started last year, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. Most of my work has been at the OEM level, but I'm really wanting to get into the grassroots level and share this information and get it out there. And, I was talking with Kyle a little bit, and, we've used Hotshot Secret stuff for a long time. Great people to work with. Their products work very well. And, they do some really cool stuff marketing. So maybe I'll see if there's an angle we can put something together where we can, get information out there on a regular basis and really communicate with the drivers. I think it would be something I'd like to pursue. Because I honestly, and I've said this multiple times, but I like to give back to the industry. If I can help some people, I want to do that. Improving fuel efficiency and productivity is probably one of the primary goals in your trucking business. I understand getting good rates is part of it, but we all know rates move up and down. We've all heard the guy, well, I don't start my truck for less than $4 a mile. Well, you don't always get $4 a mile. It's not possible. There are times when you'll get more than that, but there are times when the market's down, and if you're efficient, you can operate effectively and profitably in a down market. And yeah, some guys want to park their trucks when the market's, you can only do that for so long. You know what I mean? So efficiency and productivity, they're just super important aspects of the business. And it can be done in a fun way, in a way that the driver enjoys, that the owner operator will enjoy it. You know, it's not just, slow down anymore. We've really engineered some solutions to that. Very drivable trucks, very fun to drive, that make a lot of horsepower down low. Just as an example, today's D13 TC, the turbo compounded engine that Volvo produces, it makes peak horsepower, and it's 466 peak horsepower at 1,262 RPM. You know, not that many years ago, we were talking peak horsepower occurring at 2,100 RPM. And for every 100 RPM reduction running down the road, it's about a 1% efficiency gain. So think about that for a minute. You know, you're looking at 8%, or thereabouts, and an efficiency gain. You know, start doing those numbers, put that to your bottom line. You add a product like the AirDog Dual Stage that gives you another 50 or 60 pound-feet of torque between 800 and 1,100 RPM that allows you to hang on to a gear, a little bit longer, climbing that hill, keeping that average RPM down. That extends the life of the emission system. You're treating fuel with a product like everyday treatment, and now you're extending the life of the emission system. You're keeping that truck out of the shop. It pulls better. It's quieter. It's cleaner. You can run faster. All these things make a big difference, and trucking becomes enjoyable again. We've got in our fleet, our cost to operate per mile with the latest generation emission engines we're almost right back down to where we were before emissions came into existence. We're getting really close to pushing that limit.
And I think the emissions stuff, that's been one of the kickers. I mean, over those 30 plus years, you've been through every stage of this emissions. Yeah, because like every 2 or 3 years, you got the next level.
Absolutely. And we embraced it early on, and we were one of the few companies that did, when everybody else was, trying to figure out how to delete stuff and, trying to figure out ways around it. We were investing money in training techs and training ourselves, forging those relationships with some of the engineering staff at the OEM levels, to try and bring a better understanding, not only to us, but to them as well. So they kind of understood what was going on, understand some of the challenges that the drivers face is extremely important. And now we're starting to see fruit, it's bearing fruit. We've gone several years of interaction with the engineering staffs, and back and forth about it doesn't do this right and it doesn't do that right, and we're in the shop a little too often for this and for that, and we've really collaborated well, and now this generation of engines, I think we're finally there where we can say, we're on par with the non-emissions engines, provided we're spec'd right, with the correct shift logics, with the correct parameters, and that we're treating diesel fuel and keeping that up to spec. That's one of the key things of all of this. We've got crap diesel fuel here in the United States. I'll just say it. We just do. It's supposed to meet 40 cetane minimum. We would pull samples from local truck stops in the area and have stuff sent out and tested. You'd see 36, 37 cetane quite often. Low sulfur diesel fuel tends to deteriorate over time. So I've been told that from the refinery to the pump, there's up to a 2-week dwell time. And in that 2 weeks where that fuel may set in storage or be running through a pipeline, whatever the case may be, it starts to deteriorate over time. So a lot of times at truck stops, in fact, I would say most of the time at most truck stops, we are getting substandard diesel fuel, and we're putting them in very, very technologically advanced diesel engines, which just doesn't make a lot of sense. And this is why we personally, in our fleet, everybody's issued a little, looks like an ammo can with pre-measured doses of fuel treatment that go in there. So if they have to buy on the road, they're doping their tanks on the road. Our 14,000 gallon tank in the yard, It gets doped every time it's filled. We're huge believers. Several years ago, as a cost-cutting measure, and this has been quite a while ago, we decided diesel fuel and see what happens. And we done it for an 8-month period. And in that 8 months in our fleet, our maintenance costs rose $100,000.
Wow.
We started treating diesel fuel again, and it came right back into historical norms. So I can't say enough what a believer I am in treating diesel fuel. Some simple tests that we do to kind of demonstrate treating diesel fuel. We do what we call an extended idle torture test. So we take a D11, a Volvo D11 powered tractor, one of our local tractors. And this was before the wave piston and the common rail injection. So it's not the most technologically advanced engine on the market. So if you let that set and idle in the yard, almost like clockwork, at 14 hours, it would regen. And, we do that time and time and time again. You put everyday treatment in it, it would go 32, 33, 34 hours before it would have to do a regen. In today's truck, with the wave pistons and the common rail injection, I went 7 days and never hit a regen. So this stuff works. There is no doubt about it. Another thing that we track is the pressure differential in the DPF. And so we look at, the difference between inlet and outlet. And when we track that over time, what we see is if we run a group of trucks without fuel treatment and a group of trucks with, we see about a 30% reduction in the pressure differential rise, which means that DPF is plugging. There's less soot being introduced into that DPF. So we have less back pressure. And it's very obvious that it's happened when you track it over. I think the idle test is the one that really hits home and really speaks volumes to what this stuff is doing in the fuel system. As far as, keeping fuel filters clean, when we stopped using it, one of the biggest complaints was from my manager. He was called Sunday, fuel filters plugged. We would have 6 or 7 trucks every Sunday where we were having to send people in we start treating fuel again with the everyday treatment, that goes away. So there are a hell of a lot of benefits to it, and having optimized diesel fuel in these high-tech engines is absolutely critical if you're going to run them and not have issues.
Very good. Hey, I want to get a quick timeout. I think Robert Duck, is on the line if our voice recognition technology is actually working properly. But he's got a question for you. I got a couple questions via the messenger here for fuel efficiency. Sure. And again, it's 844-844-3388. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey there, it's Steve Sommers. I'm off tonight, but here's some interviews you might have missed, and thanks for listening. All right, back at it here. Appreciate you spending some time with us here this morning, Joel. I know you've got to probably get to bed here at some point in time because you got to work for a living other than being up talking all night on the radio, which that's sometimes the difficult thing about getting guests on my program because we're up all night long. First question, though, let me start here with how important is it to keep the air out of the area between the truck and the trailer, and do you have any suggestions on the best ways to do that?
Sure, trailer gap. That is a very important measurement. And so the way we measure this is from the back of the cab to the front of the trailer. And with your typical 13.6 tall van trailer, what we're looking at is we're trying to get that measurement below 42 inches. I personally run a 39-inch gap on my truck. So if you were driving and there's no wind and, the weather's just perfect, and you're running moderate speeds, the gap doesn't really hurt all that much. catch crosswind, it will kill you. Higher speeds, it will kill you. It's called putting two fronts in the wind. So you're putting the front of the truck and the front of the trailer into the wind if you're extended out 50, 60, 65, 70 inches. Isn't uncommon for some guys. You know, they're running that huge spread, and that is a killer on fuel efficiency. Easy to lose a half mile a gallon just on that trailer.
Wow.
Gap. So if you're looking at a new truck and you're going to spec a truck, one of the most important things you should consider is running a heavier capacity front axle. I personally run 14.6 front axle with weight appropriate tires on mine, so I can close that gap up and transfer weight to the front and still be legal. A lot of times with a 12,000 pound front axle, you're trying to close the gap up, but now you're overloaded on the front. You know, you're at 12.4 or 12.5. A lot of today's aerodynamic trucks with the setback front axles have 13.2 front axles, and that's a little better. 14.6 gives you a lot of flexibility in order to close that gap up and keep things tight and keep the aerodynamics where you want them in regards to fuel efficiency. So if you don't have the ability to spec a new truck and you've got a used truck or your existing truck, put a nose cone on that trailer if it's your trailer. If it's not your trailer, the best you can do is just tighten it up till you're legal on the front, and then you're done. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do there. If it's your truck, there's a product out there, and I think it's called a Gap Gorilla. It's these little wings that at 35 mile an hour, they fold up against the back of the cab. Over 35, they fold out and kind of close that gap off completely. It's kind of a neat looking product. I haven't used it personally because all my trucks are spec'd with a wheelbase and the front axle capacity that allows me to have that optimal 39-inch setting. So there are some products out there if you own the trailer, if you own the truck, if you're a company driver and you're just looking to get better fuel efficiency, you know, just tighten it up the best you can and stay legal on your front axle.
Very good. All right. Good answer. Let's see. Is it Rubber Duck? I got you on with Joel here. Good morning.
Yeah, it was me that was stepping on the dog. I forgot the headset was on the nightstand. You said something about 75 mile an hour truck and being able to get fuel economy, which goes against the normal preaching, which is something that I'm very fond of. Thank you, because going with the flow of traffic. When you have a vehicle that has varying mile per gallon because of the loads, as a car hauler, you can't get wind efficiency. How do you find a happy medium with something like that? With an automatic?
Here's the thing. You're right. You're a brick. You are a brick going down the road. You're catching everything. And so in my mind, if I'm in your situation, I'm not even going to think about aerodynamics because it's just never going to happen. So what we're going to look at is driveline efficiency. We're going to do everything that we can to limit drag through the driveline. And there's lots of things we can do. Number one, just starting with the engine, an engine that was designed to be downsped. So there are two engines on the market that were, in my mind, purposely designed to be downsped. And when we're talking about downsped, what we're talking about is piston speed more than RPM. Everybody likes to refer to it as RPM, but it's really piston speed. So we have the Detroit, the DD15. It has shorter stroke, and it therefore will have lower piston speed at any given RPM. The Volvo D13 has a shorter stroke and will have lower piston speed at any given RPM. Then we go into the engines like the Cummins ISX or the X15, which has longer stroke. So at 1200 RPM, you are going to have faster piston speed. That piston is going to make more, travel faster up and down that cylinder and put more piston miles per road mile. And that increases your friction. So, if you have the chance and you're buying a truck, a used truck or a new truck, you're really going to want to look at an engine if you're concerned with fuel efficiency that was purposely designed to be downsped. Now, the challenge is they're not always fun to drive, right? I mean, we know that. So you've got to go into the parameters, because what these engineers have done, when you look at a downsped engine, they're really focusing on piston speed really hard. And so they're saying, we're in overdrive and you're going to run out to this speed, but we're going to make that truck hold overdrive until you get down to a certain RPM in order to control the piston speed. Well, by that time, you're halfway up a hill and you've lost 10, 15, 20 mile an hour, whatever it is, simply because the parameter says hold, piston speed's there, shift. We can change that into parameters. It's relatively simple. In a Volvo, for example, that parameter is P1AOD, and there's a road speed that we can select. Typically out of the factory, it comes set at 57 mile an hour. So if we're running 75, it down to 57. Yes, to 57 before it makes a shit, and it's frustrating as hell as a driver. It sucks.
Hold on, that explains why I blew that Eaton auto shift up in about 6 days, because it was when I went into off ramp corners, it was still stuck in 13th gear, and I'm punching the buttons to get the SOB to grab a gear, because I don't want to go 50 mile an hour into that corner. I'd like to go about 30. And shortly thereafter, I got towed to the dealer.
Sure.
6 days, I blew one apart. But I've been driving, like you, 3 million miles.
Sure. Right. And here's the thing. Man, when you look at the list of parameters in a modern engine, they have the advertised list, and then they have the list that the engineering people see that's about 4 times bigger than what they're actually advertising as parameters. And so much of this technology has come over from Europe, and the duty cycle is much slower over there. So when, like in the case of Volvo, that defaults that P1AOD at 57 mile an hour, that's the same as their top road speed. So you have essentially overdrive and direct drive at road speed. We don't have it here, and it sucks to drive. So we go in and make that adjustment. We'll crank that up to 70 mile an hour. So you start up a hill, bam, it'll downshift like it should. Is it the most fuel efficient way? Maybe not. Go ahead.
You can still get it automatic. Well, your logbook and it has taken fuel efficiency to where you have to get the best you can get, but there's times when you have to get every mile, every minute. So
hey, I agree.
If it's a 70 mile an hour speed limit, you've got to be going 70. A lot of people
100%
think
agree
I'm
with
strange.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, we bump up against this every day in our operation. We've got points that we run from Ohio out to Utah, and in order to make that, guys got to hoof it, to satisfy the customer and to manage his time to meet the logbook. So I know exactly what you're saying, and you're exactly correct. So our fleet, we have taken the gearing one step further than what you see traditionally with downsped, and right now I'm running a 14-speed automatic or automated manual with a 2.05 rear end ratio through an overdrive at 75 mile an hour. I'm running 1,050 RPM in overdrive, and I can stay right at 75 and drop it down 1 gear in direct, maintain 75, but now I'm running 1,350 RPM or 1,375. So it becomes very drivable. Yes.
When you're at 1,000 RPM, like you're saying, and you're doing 75 on flat, as you start pulling, and so you say that truck runs to Utah, as you start pulling your grade, and you need to downshift, you've changed the parameters then to where it doesn't lug it to 57 mile an hour, or
yes,
you shift it yourself.
No, we have changed the parameter, so the second it starts up grade, it downshifts. Also, and this may be unique to Volvo, I don't know for sure, but we have what we call shift modes on the dash. So one says E for economy, EE is extra economy, and P is performance. So when you have a heavy load, you automatically put that truck in performance. Now, this isn't the type of performance that we're trying to get 3 seconds and a quarter mile. This is the kind of performance that will hold that truck in direct drive 1 gear down when you're climbing a hill, without it upshifting 3/4 of the way up and just falling on its face. So it's very intuitive to the driver. It feels really good. You make the downshift from overdrive at 1,050 to direct drive at 1,375. It's an extra 100 horsepower on demand. It's pretty awesome to drive. And you know, we're still.
Try it. I want to try it. I kind of work for your competitor now.
Oh, that's all right.
Out here in Indiana, and I drive around a test track.
Gotcha.
Getting ready to get on the hydrogen fuel program, but
gotcha.
I like I like what you're saying by you can take these fleet trucks that are out there that we're getting 10 and 12 miles a gallon in the fleets. And the owner operator, if you get in it with somebody that can understand the computer, can change the parameters, they can make it a usable truck.
Yeah, there's
you're
some
saying don't look at these things like they're pigs sitting on a parking lot.
You're exactly right. They have potential. They all have potential. Yes.
I appreciate it, Joel. Hey, Steve, congratulations, buddy.
Hey.
We're glad you're still hanging out here with us.
I'm glad to be here. Yes. Hey, thanks to Hot Shot Secret. Thanks to Chris Gabrelchik for getting us back behind the microphone. All right. That's a good question. Let's see. Up in into the foggy necks of the woods, got dense fog advisories up in your area there, Horse Feathers. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, you're not kidding about the fog. It's good and but good and thick. But I don't know if it's real. I guess dense, but not good and thick. I don't know. Somewhere in that area we got fog, but you can see through it. I mean, you got probably a good half mile visibility yet.
Okay.
So somewhere in that range. But it's foggy. It'll make you work your eyes a little bit for it. But morning, Joel. Glad to have you on tonight. Glad you stayed up with us there.
Good morning. Yeah, I enjoy it.
So a little bit back there, you were saying how you took the additives out of your fuel and your maintenance cost went up $100,000 in that certain amount of time. Now, in that certain amount of time, do you have a dollar amount that those additives cost you so that you compare the difference? I mean, I understand at the end of the day, you have a better running truck, and at the end of its life cycle, it's probably run a lot better than if you didn't use the additives. But what does it cost in that same amount of time for the additives?
We do have that number. I don't have it right in front of me, but this is a number that I will get. What we're spending on additives, I can tell you without a doubt that fuel treatment probably is the best ROI of anything that we have done in our fleet. The cost to treat compared to the benefit is outstanding, especially when you start to add downtime into the equation. Downtime is the expensive part of it. We have our own shop. I've got a couple master techs in there that, we work with I work with them on a regular basis to understand what's going on with the engines and the fuel systems and whatnot. So we do have somewhat of an advantage as far as the cost goes to repair it, but that downtime, we're figuring around $1,500 a day downtime, lost revenue and whatnot. So you have a truck down for 3 or 4 days, it gets expensive in a hurry, and the cost to treat fuel is minuscule by comparison.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest things that's always the downfall for people trying to sell additives is, that explanation isn't out there, to say, we ran this way and it cost us this much, without the additives, and in the same amount of time we spent this much for additives. And here's our same, what it costs to operate the fleet in that same amount of time, or have two comparable fleets that, one does, one doesn't, and actually put those numbers out there, because everybody says, we can save this, we can save that, but there isn't any how much it costs to do it one way or the other.
I completely agree with you. There's not a lot of hard verifiable data out there. And this is why we continuously do things like the idle test that I described. And we do track some numbers. Tracking your data is, and even for the individual owner operator, is just so important. If you're not tracking data and tracking the same, like our fuel efficiency, our miles per gallon. So we're tracking it by the engine computer. We're tracking it by hand fill ups, and I'm also tracking it through a product called Pedal Coach. And so I'm tracking it 3 different ways. And so I have a very, very good understanding of exactly what's happening with my fuel efficiency. We're tracking all kinds of different parameters inside the engine as far as NOx conversion efficiency and the pressure differential. When we run a truck in to do a service, we're kind of hooking it up and we're checking cylinder balance to make sure that, the overheads are right and everything's in adjustment and everything's running right. A emissions engine will require more preventative maintenance to run correctly, but the fuel efficiency and the productivity is so good, it more than offsets the added cost of that aggressive preventative maintenance. And, part of that aggressive preventative maintenance is the fuel treatment. We're starting to explore avenues with the friction reducer, because this makes a whole lot of sense to me, understanding that the downsped concept is leveraging reductions in friction. It just makes sense if we've got a product we can put in there that further reduces the friction on top of it, that this is going to have a positive impact on operation. So, I am a firm believer in these types of things when it's tested, when they're used properly, when we can see the results and actually sit down with guys like you and say, okay, this is what I've done. I've done this idle test. We were tracking this pressure differential. Here's what the results are. Then you can feel pretty comfortable that, hey, this stuff's really doing what they're saying it's doing.
Yeah. And as I say, I mean, that's, for the everyday person out here running, 1 truck or 2 trucks or 6 trucks like the guy I'm working for, and to try to explain to him that, here's what your everyday diesel treatment costs, to put in every time you fill up, and here's what your FR3 costs every time you change your oil, and to try to explain to him that, to spend that extra money, every week for the fuel, and, every time you change your oil, and he's looking at the cost of all this additive going in the truck, and he's still paying the same amount of price for fuel, and that's where it's that I think those numbers really need to come out on both sides to really show the consumer what things cost and where they actually can save. And it's I understand it's a hard line to show one side to the other until you can really get some good numbers in that.
And it is difficult for smaller operations to track all this data. I'm fortunate being in a family-run business that I've been able to kind of pick the area that I really wanted to focus and work on. And, for a guy that owns 1, 2, or 3 trucks, for him to be tracking this data and then even understand really what he's looking at, if he doesn't have the access to the engineering staff like I have that can really break it down to me so I understand it, it's extremely difficult. And you're kind of just going off kind of gut instinct here. Should I pay this extra money? What's it really doing for me? And this is why I think it's important for guys like me that are in a position that have this data to be able to get it out and share it with people and understand that I am a blue collar guy. I'm not a guy that's sitting behind a desk, just trying to sell you something. That's not what's happening here. What I talk about are things that we have used in our operation over several years that have performed at a very high level. When you look at my background, we've been a top 50 green fleet 3 times. I've participated in the NACFE Run on Less Fuel Efficiency demonstration. I'm a 2-time participant in that, where we performed at an extremely high level. So I've been into this fuel efficiency thing for a long time. I'm at a point in my career where I can really focus on some stuff that I really want to focus on, and I want to pass that information along to help some people out like you.
All right, I've got a question via email, and then we're going to kind of recap, and I want you to tell people how to get a hold of you and more to get some of this information, to try this stuff. First of all, Marty says your guest refers to treating these high-tech newer engines on the semis. How would that affect an older 5.9-liter 24-valve Cummins dually pickup?
Hey, listen, anytime you optimize fuel, it's a good thing. I don't care if it's a 1920, you know, it doesn't really make any difference. When you're optimizing the fuel, the engine's going to run better. If you're tracking numbers, and I don't know how many people track numbers on their pickup truck, you're going to see the difference. If you're not tracking numbers, you may or may not be able to tell the difference in just how it runs. In our trucks, you can tell just by the way they sound. On a Monday morning, when I've got 6 or 7 or 8 trucks in the yard, and I walk down a lineup of them, guys getting ready to go, I can tell who's doped their truck and who hasn't, just by the way it sounds. There's that cetane really quiets the engine down, pulls better, less emissions. So in that older truck, you'll probably see less black smoke. It'll probably be a little quieter. It'll probably pull a little bit better.
Very good. Thank you for listening in there, Marty. All right, if folks want to get a hold of you or get more information, is there a way to do that? Do you have like a website or just your Facebook, social media kind of stuff? Or
Facebook at the present time, working on a website. Don't have that up and running yet, but that'll be coming. So just find me out on Facebook. I'm out on LinkedIn as well. I've got a ton of information posted out there. So yeah, look me up. Just Joel Morrow on Facebook, and you'll see it. All the trucking stuff will be on there, and check it out.
Yeah, we've got Kyle shared a little bit of, I guess, some of your background and some of the stuff you were just talking about, and go forward through some of those. It has those maps posted there. The one where you got like 16.73 miles per gallon across I-40 there in the south, and I mean, I'm looking at those numbers. No, that can't be real, and I'm sure there's drivers saying that can't be real. But you'll stand by it, right?
Yeah, I get that all the time. I tell you what, you go back into any of my social media stuff, and you go back through, and you will see where I post running averages of fuel efficiencies for all the trucks that I have that I'm testing. So my stepson, he's in a test unit that we just posted a bunch of fuel efficiency numbers for, over like 169,000 miles worth of fuel efficiency numbers. I have just moved into a newer test truck. I think I ran 33 or 35,000 miles on it. It's gone back to engineering. They're going to do some adjustments. It's some pre-production stuff that we're playing with on it. I will have that back soon, and I'll be doing regular fuel efficiency lifetime totals. You'll see by hand. You'll also see the maps with the fuel efficiency posted, so you can compare the difference. We work very hard at keeping the revs per mile for the tire and doing the fuel correction factor to make sure the dash is very, very accurate. So you will see some dash readouts from time to time, and they're typically within a tenth or two. There's no half or 3/4 of a mile gallon spread, which is pretty common in the industry because people just don't take the time to calibrate the dash to make sure it's accurate. It's relatively expensive. It's time consuming, and most guys just don't have time to do it. I do it because I need to make sure that I'm putting out accurate information.
And I know when I typed in your name on Facebook, Joel Morrow, Morrow. Yeah, so your picture came up. You got a little picture of Buzz Lightyear, I believe it is.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yep, you got it.
That's the one to click on. All right. Well, I thank you so much for taking some time out, burning the midnight oil.
Yes,
go ahead. What else you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say when people go to that, we are a Volvo fleet, so a lot of the information will be Volvo specific, but a lot of this applies to any make or model that you'll see there. So, I know some guys, they kind of, it's a Volvo, I don't care, just look at it. It will apply. A lot of the concepts apply to other brands as well.
Okay, very good. All right, well, we'll look forward to doing this again sometime there, Joel. It's been very, very interesting. Good information. I had several people posting things like, great guest, great show, guys, a wealth of knowledge. And, hey, this guy's giving Chris a run for his money. You're talking about Chris Gabrelchik. Chris he can answer those questions about, the additives and things like that. He's going to be our guest coming up on Friday morning. So, yeah, it's great being introduced to you, Joel. So, again, thank you so much for your time. You have yourself a great day. Hey, go ahead.
Absolutely. Hopefully we can get back on again.
All right. We'll look forward to it. All right. There you go. We'll get
All right. Awesome, Steve. Good talking to you.
Be safe out there and safe travels. There you go. Joel Morrow, Morrow. You can look him up on Facebook there. And yeah, smart guy, smart cooking. It is news update time. We'll get back with some of our other industry headlines. Of course, CPAC wraps up. What did the president have to say this past evening? A little different than what some may have anticipated, but we got so much to cover as we roll into a Monday. So we got cleared lines. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Good morning, Joel. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Steve. How are you?
I can't complain. A weekend sure did fly by, but I did sleep a lot over the weekend. A lot of lazy time for me. So, how about yourself? How was your weekend?
Well, I was wanting to lay down, but things got really busy with the trucks, and I jumped my butt in the truck and spent the weekend on the road, and I got back early Sunday morning, and so I got to sleep a little bit anyway.
So just kind of winding things down a little bit after a busy weekend. So am I correct? Are you going to be kind of like a regular contributor on our Monday morning programs here? Is that what you've kind of agreed to with Kyle, or?
Yeah, that's what it looks like is going to happen. Talk some fuel efficiency and maybe how to track data and help people get the most efficiency out of their truck. It looks like fuel prices are going up here. I don't think they're going to be dropping anytime soon. And I think it's important that we get the most efficiency out of our trucks that we can to stay profitable.
Well, speaking of fuel prices, that's one of the headline stories I had for a Monday here, because this past day, oil jumped over the $70 per barrel mark in Asian trading after Saudi Arabia said that they had an energy facility that was attacked over the weekend. And so that's the prices extended gains after OPEC Plus last week said they're going to just keep their production steady. So while we're kind of going backwards in this country with the regulations coming down the pike with the new administration, some of the big the investment banks like Goldman Sachs and them, they're now forecasting $80 per barrel by the time we get to the third quarter this year. And we all know what that means. Prices are going up. So that's a good starting point tonight, I guess, Joel. So, would you like to delve into that a bit? I know we talked last week how that fuel cost is either, depending on the prices, could be the number one cost of operating the truck, right behind or ahead of, depending on where the prices are, the cost of paying the truck driver. Prices are going up, and the consistency, I think we're 16 or 17 weeks now into consistently higher prices. Is this where, or I'm guessing we're back into fuel charges, surcharges being added on to everything that gets delivered right about now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I foresee fuel prices continuing to climb. Like I said, I think it's going to be a steady climb up. That $4.50 a gallon diesel fuel is probably on the horizon, not too far out. So it's important to really get your house in order and start tracking your fuel and understanding how to improve your fuel economy if you want to stay profitable during this time period.
And I don't think it's going to be a short-lived kind of increase. It seems like this is going to be the trend, as the forecast is we're no longer going to be a net oil exporter. We're kind of going the wrong direction, going back to more of a net importer, which sadly, I mean, that means we're going to begin relying more on the Middle East to keep our country running.
Yeah, I see that same thing coming. I think this trend is going to be an extended trend. We came out of some reasonably priced fuel for, that was around for quite a while, and the trend's pointing upwards. It's not going to be short-lived. Add into that some probably stricter emission regulations coming down the pike, and it's really time to get things in order so we can remain profitable throughout this.
So where's a good starting point here on a back to work Monday with you shared some numbers last week, and now we actually had a few follow-up calls, people saying that, how in the world is it possible the numbers you were throwing out there sound like it's just not realistic. How's it possible to get those kind of numbers?
Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to understand how to track data accurately. And I kind of want to get into more about what we need to do to track data. It's important to track it by hand. Your typical fuel ticket in miles off the odometer. That's important to have that data. It's important to compare that data to what you're seeing in the dash. And then it's also important to track driver behavior. And this is something that we really couldn't do in the past. And it's something that's available today through a company called LinkDrive. They're out on Facebook. LinkDrive.com is a good place to go to check them out. And they can actually track your behavior as a driver, and it takes into consideration the type of truck you're driving, the weight that you have on, the elevation changes, and the weather, and it kind of scores you so you understand that you are getting the most out of every mile going down the road as a driver, your skill level, where it's at to get the best efficiency. And so we take all these things and kind of put them together and look at it from kind of a global view to understand how well we're doing. And once we start to track things, it becomes very easy to improve. And if you haven't tracked anything and you really haven't paid attention to this because, fuel's been relatively cheap, freight rates have been pretty damn good lately, we just haven't paid that much attention to it. So if you haven't and you start tracking data, your results right out of the box are generally very good as far as bringing your fuel efficiency numbers up without doing any modifications to equipment. This is all behavioral modifications and tracking data to understand where you're at.
Okay, I want to bring, I know he didn't call about specifically this, but is this Red Mule?
Well, good morning, Steve. They finally got me right there.
They got red, but I just had to put two and two together. Now, I know you didn't call specifically about that, but I know you over the years, you've had a few complaints about that old truck and that engine you got. And where's your fuel economy, Red Mule?
Well, that's a good question, Steve, right now, because I think I mentioned to you a while back, I put a new engine in this truck. It's the old one was a 2010, this is 2011, and my fuel mileage between engines has gone up, I'm going to say, right at 0.8 of a mile per gallon. This is supposed to be the same identical engine, and I got frustrated over the years with that old engine. When I first bought this truck, I wasn't getting 5 miles per gallon out of it.
Wow.
I'm going to put in a curse word for the Peterbilt dealership in Salt Lake, but that's another story. And I spent a lot of money on it. We replaced the DEF and all that other good stuff, and finally got over 5 miles per gallon. And I've done a lot of other work on it. Finally got over 6 miles per gallon on it. But even still, I probably spent $17,000, $18,000 trying to get fuel mileage up. Had it checked for timing, did everything I could think of, and we never could get fuel mileage out of that old engine. So some engines are just lemons. I think a person needs to recognize that, and I wish I'd have recognized it a long time ago because I wasted a lot of money trying to repair an engine that apparently was unrepairable.
So those numbers, Joel, those aren't very good numbers, right? Now I'm thinking Red Mule's probably not alone with those kind of numbers. What kind of advice could you give him? I mean, he's spending $18,000 trying to get the numbers up. What gives?
Yeah, these are pretty typical numbers that we hear at first until we get people that are really tracking numbers. And what's important to understand is, are we just looking at fuel economy off the dash? Are we really gathering the data to track the numbers? And then we start to understand what's impacting the fuel efficiency. Now, he did see a steady climb upwards. He spent a lot of money to do that. What we need to understand is, by tracking data, what is impacting the fuel efficiency. And a lot of times it is behavioral, even though you don't really realize it, especially as an owner-operator. We get into certain habits and certain ways of driving and doing certain things, and it just kind of becomes second nature what we're doing, and we don't really think about driving for efficiency. And some of today's new technology can be used to help you break some habits that may not be contributing to the best overall efficiency. Driver behavior can swing fuel efficiency 30% or more all by itself before you do anything to the truck. And so the driver behavior part of it is extremely important. It's something that I kind of giggled about when it was first introduced to me. Yeah, I thought, okay, I've been driving for 30 years. There's nothing's going to tell me how to improve my efficiency that I'm going to, look at on my smartphone. But sure enough, if you give this technology a chance, it will absolutely help you improve efficiency just from the behavioral standpoint. And that's where you get your biggest ROI, because that's all you know, and there's not a whole lot of money involved into getting a system that can really help you track your driving style and improve your driving skill when it comes to driving for efficiency.
Now, I know, Red Mule's an old timer. Like I said, he's been out there many, many years, and I'm sure, as an owner-operator, he's undoubtedly doing everything in his power, because that's his bottom line. That's money out of his pocket.
Sure, absolutely. So,
Go ahead, Red Mule.
Steve, I'd like to make a couple of comments here. There's a couple other factors involved here, too. Now, when I was running down into Atlanta all the time, I'd get a good half-mile a gallon better fuel mileage going east than I did turn around coming back west with that M14. And so you've got the prevailing winds to take into account. But then the other thing you've got to take into account, I was hauling produce, time-sensitive product, so I needed to balance being there on time as opposed to fuel mileage. So there were times when I sacrificed fuel mileage in order to keep the customer happy. So, I understand the need for getting good fuel mileage, but it's not my primary goal. My primary goal is keeping the customer happy.
You are correct. It is not all about fuel efficiency. What it is really about is operational efficiency, and making sure that customer is happy is a big part of the picture. There's no doubt about it. But that being said, once you do start to track and gather data, you can understand how to improve efficiency and add productivity at the same time, and that's something I've been able to do over the years. Now, sometimes you can do it with the truck that you have by doing certain things as far as gear ratios and the way the engine's set up in the parameters. And then sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes people have a truck that's set up with a traditional gear ratio. Maybe you have like a 370 rear end gear and a 13 speed, and you're in a classic truck that has no aerodynamics working for it. You've got a big gap between the truck and the trailer. It becomes very difficult to maximize the mechanical workings of that truck to improve fuel efficiency, but you can always improve the driver's behavioral aspect or how you're driving the truck for efficiency. So there's always gains to be had in the behavioral side of things, even when there may not be gains to be had on the mechanical side of things. So behavior is super important, and then just looking at the truck and understanding what you've got going on. A lot of times I can walk through a guy's truck with certain specs, and we can talk about what parameters they have going on in the engine, and suggest some things that can really help to improve fuel efficiency.
Let me ask you a question on this. Now, you're talking about fuel efficiency. When I first got this truck, you ever had it set up so that it had a turbo lag on there for when you shifted gears? There would be a lag in there, seemed to me like 5 seconds before the turbo kicked in again. I'm sure it wasn't that long. But when I had it in the Cummins shop, I had them eliminate that. Now, was that primarily supposed to increase fuel efficiency, having that turbo lag in there, or was that just an insight? And then one other comment, you talked about how we compute fuel efficiency. I'm one-man operation, so I do my own fuel report. I compute my fuel efficiency at the end of the quarter when I add up all the miles and how many gallons I've burned. So that's what I'm going off of, and to me, that's about as accurate as I can get. I mean, this computer in this truck is pretty accurate. I've checked it several times, and as I can tell, it's pretty accurate. But that's how I compute my fuel efficiency.
Sure, and that's a good way to get the overall view of what's going on. Tracking it in the cab by hand from fuel ticket to fuel ticket, that starts to give you insight on things that you may be doing as a driver that may help you improve fuel efficiency, when you look at it short term and long term. So maybe you're looking at your IFTA reports and whatnot in order to determine how much you've bought and how many miles you've run. But to narrow that down from, say, you ran from Salt Lake City to, I don't know, Orlando, Florida, or something like that, and you bought fuel a couple times in between there, understanding that fuel efficiency from fill up to fill up is also important, so you can tweak your behavioral style and how you're actually driving the truck. So you need to do both. You need to have that big overview of what it's doing long term, and you need to understand what's happening short term to really start to fine tune things from a behavioral standpoint. What kind of truck are we talking about here? What are you driving, and what kind of engine you got going on?
I'm driving a 2010 Peterbilt, and it's got that ISX piece of garbage in it. I came out of the Freightliner with an N14, and I love that N14. It was the best engine I ever
N14 was a pretty good engine, no doubt about it. And the ISX, it has a little bit longer stroke than what the N14 had, so you're going to pick up some piston speed, and because of that longer stroke at the same RPM, that piston's moving faster through the cylinder, and so you're getting some parasitic drag. N14 was great because that was an almost square engine. The bore and the stroke were almost identical. So it had relatively low piston speed at highway speed compared to the ISX. So the fuel efficiency, it was pretty strong on them N14s. It was just a good design overall. And I agree with you. The ISX, when they went to that longer stroke design, it took something away from the product, in my own personal opinion. So what do you got for transmission in that truck?
I run a 13 double over in this. And then I'm running 373s in it. Now, this is going to be my last truck. And when I bought it, I put a 4-speed Brownie in it. And then I was running 433s in it. And I don't know, that may have contributed to the poor fuel mileage. I don't think it did. Now, is the sweet spot, let me ask this question real quick. Is the sweet spot on the ISX supposed to be 14 1/4 still?
No, it's going to be lower than that, and they'll have two versions. They'll have their efficiency version of that engine and then the performance version. Do you know which one you have?
No, I don't, but I definitely want the performance version. I'm full of hills. I'm running now between Salt Lake and Shaky Town most times, so I've got big hills to pull. Now, I did the air separator on here. And I told Steve a couple of months ago, it's not the one that he advertises, but I think it's pretty similar to it. And I don't notice it makes that much difference in the fuel mileage, but it definitely makes a difference in the torque on it. I've got the fast system on here.
Gotcha. Well, what you need to really do is you need to look at the power curve of this engine and understand where it produces peak torque and where it produces peak horsepower, and then you kind of want to gear that truck so we're running in between peak torque and peak horsepower. I'm just going to assume that with a 370, you're probably leaning real heavy towards the performance side, not so much towards the economy side. So how fast do you run?
I run about 68. I'm generally pretty well loaded most of the time, and 68 to me is comfortable. I'm an old man, and any faster than that, they've got the speed limit out here in Utah at 80, and that's way too fast for an old man like me. So I try and run about 68, which is right at 14 and a quarter.
Sure, I hear you. Yeah, 14 and a quarter for an emissions engine is slightly high. When we look at emission engines, we know that the higher the average RPM on those engines, the more emission systems problems you tend to have. The ISX design with the long stroke engine kind of exacerbates the problem because of the higher piston speed. So, and I know this will be tough for you because of the line of work that you're running in, but if you can modify that and slow down a little bit, you will see a pretty dramatic bump in your fuel efficiency. Just the 3 mile an hour drop going to 65 is really going to help the fuel efficiency on that truck. So what model Peterbilt are you running?
I think he said he had the 2010 or whatever it was, and I think he may have lost his. Are you still there, Red Mule? I think he's back now.
Gotcha.
Hey, Steve?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I've got one other actor here. I've got the ugly fix on this, which I don't know if we're supposed to say on public radio or not, but the thing I find interesting about that, I don't have any problem. I haven't had any problems since I bought the truck 6 years ago, since I put that on there with the EGR and all that other garbage. But the thing I find interesting is when I get in a very high elevation, such as Cedar City, which is right at 6,000 feet, or even Albuquerque or Marty, if I let the truck idle at normal speed, my buzzer light comes on. Now at a lower elevation, I don't have any problem with that. Now again, I think that's helped my fuel efficiency some, but the primary reason I put it on there is because I don't want to replace the EGR or the gas cooler one more time. Have you had any experience with that?
I haven't personally, no.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to promote anything here on Steve's show, but hey, Steve, before I forget, what's your email address? I'm trying to send you an email also.
Okay, it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering. Hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshot Secret. Don't put the S on the end of the shots. There's only like one. It's hotshot, SHOT, secret.com.
Okay, I'll send you an email in a little bit.
I will watch for that. And whatever I know you originally called about something else, but yeah, I knew when I saw Red Mule up there that he's one that's kind of complained about fuel efficiency over the years. I want to get a quick time out when I come back. We got a good case for you here. Doc Holliday sent me a message. I'm getting 4.7 miles per gallon. Got an extended hood Pete, and I never shut it off. It's got the Cummins 550 engine, the 13 speed. So, yeah, ponder that for a moment, Joel, and we'll come back after a quick news break as we roll into a Monday. And if you want to jump on board, you have a question for Joel, feel free to dial us up at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, a Monday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so indeed, back on a Monday, 8th day of March. Yep, spring is almost here. I think we officially get underway. Spring arriving, what is it, on the 20th of March, so counting down the days. All right, welcome back, Joel. Great to have you with us here on a Monday. I I didn't ask Red Mule if he treats his fuel, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he's the kind of guy that takes care of treating his fuel. Last week you also mentioned that you think that's one of a key factor is treating the fuel, correct?
Absolutely. Treating fuel, making sure the cetane levels where it needs to be is kind of a no-brainer, especially when you have an emissions truck. Even the non-emission trucks will benefit from it. But you really see the benefit of treating fuel. Every fill up, not just on occasion. You have to be consistent. The everyday treatment, we run it in all of our trucks. We treat our yard tank with it. So it's very important to treat fuel to have that high cetane rating. The truck will run quieter. It'll pull better. You will realize a fuel efficiency and or productivity bump when you treat fuel and you have that cetane level nice and high. So yeah, a real important thing to do.
All right, I want to move to Doc Holliday. I mentioned him before the break there. First he said, I'm getting 4.7 miles per gallon. That sucks. Got an extended hood Pete. I never shut it off. Got the Cummins 550 engine, 13 speed. Then he went on to say, what do you say? We can't get good mileage. We got to have to run the truck at 1,000 RPM loading and 1,000 RPM unloading. I guess that's what he means by we never shut it off.
Sounds like he has a blower or a hydraulic pump going on. Is he running a tanker or a pneumatic tank, something like that?
That I'm not sure.
That's what it's kind of sounding like. But yeah, you get into operations like that where, when you have to run an accessory of some type. Early on in my career, I'd done a lot of bulk tanker work where we were running a blower and, I was blowing off plastic pellets and 1,000 RPM and let it run. And that does take its toll. The great thing about that type of work, though, was it was kind of all built into the rate. They understood that you were having to operate these accessories to load and unload the trailer, either pull a vacuum or pressurize the trailer to blow it off. So that does impact fuel efficiency. But what's really cool with today's trucks, we can break out the PTO time, and you can see the actual efficiency on the road and the PTO fuel usage. And so you can start to gain a better understanding of how the truck's actually doing on the road. He's looking at the overall view here. There are ways to access that information relatively cheaply today through the OBD ports on the newer trucks where we can kind of break all that apart. He'll know exactly how much time he's spending on the PTO and how much fuel he's consuming when he is blowing or pumping a load off. And he'll know exactly what's happening running down the highway, and he'll know exactly how much idle time other than PTO he has. So, it's 4.7. You kind of cringe when you see that, but when you start to understand his duty cycle, you can start to see, okay, I'm kind of getting why he's a little bit lower than where he should be.
Okay, he did say, he said blower bulk tank. So that's you were correct.
Yep. Yeah, I get that. It should be higher than that. When I was running bulk tanks, I was right around, and this was early on before I really got hard into the fuel efficiency part of it, and I had a 3406E Cat. And I was running, kind of the traditional gear ratio in that was at 342. And I was right at 6.8 with blower time. So I see where he's at and I know what's possible, walking through the equipment specs and kind of understanding, certain aspects of what he's doing. That number can definitely be bumped up. 4.7, especially as fuel prices are starting to climb here, that's a little scary.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Now you talked about kind of embracing modern technology. I mean, what kind of things specifically are you talking about? I saw one of your videos. You've got some equipment up on your dash that helps you improve your economy. Is that? Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolutely, and this was just what I was talking about, being able to see the PTO time and the idle time. So there are OBD readers, little dongles you can buy that plug into the OBD port. You can find them all over. They're relatively inexpensive, and that will start to give you the ability to view the information that the engine computer has. And so you can look at fuel efficiency, you can see calculated horsepower, calculated torque. You can see, do deep dives down into your boost pressure and a lot of things that you can't see necessarily on the dash. Some of the owner-operator trucks have, 500 different gauges, so you can see some of those things on an owner-operator spec truck, but you can't see everything that you can view through one of these. And it's simply a Bluetooth connection to your smartphone or to your iPad. And you can really start to look at this information. Again, the driver behavioral part of it, that's one thing that I have up on my dash. It's the little link drive device. And nowadays it'll work with any Android device. So they kind of have the Bluetooth thing worked out too, and they're plugging into the OBD port. And really, that to me is really the place a driver should start. They should, check out their information, owner operators. I get it for the last few years. Maybe they weren't real interested in that because of the fuel price situation and the rates were relatively good. We all know this is changing, and we really have to do something in order to keep us efficient, in order to stay in business. And to me, this is the number one place to start. Let's make sure we're driving that truck right. And this is a very, very effective tool. If you're open-minded, they give you some really nice reports, and it's a very simple interface for the driver. Very similar to the old vacuum gauges cars would have on them, and that needle would move up and down in the dash and tell you either getting good fuel mileage or you're not, based on the vacuum pull that the old cars used to have. This is very similar to that. The readout that they give you, so it's very simple, intuitive feedback for the driver in the dash. And if you just, stay a little bit open-minded to it, it pays significant dividends. Not only in fuel mileage, you're going to see an immediate fuel savings with it, but it's going to improve your safety as well. It's going to give you better asset, truck durability, because you're kind of driving it with a little more finesse, and the truck's just going to last longer. You're going to see better emission systems durability, and we all know how expensive it is to have an emission systems worked on. And at the end of the day, I think, when you get the little report that this thing will push to your phone at the end of the day after you park the truck, and you can see how you've done, and you can see how you've done compared to the days before, there's some satisfaction in that as well. I mean, it's great as a driver, and I'm guilty as anybody, having a truck that's first up the hill or having a truck that's a little bit faster than everybody else's. I get that part as a driver. There's some satisfaction to that, but there's also some satisfaction in knowing that you've done the best that you can possibly do as a driver to operate efficiently, and that that's going to impact your bottom line, and you're going to be able to pay bills and take care of business. So there's that aspect of it too. So that's my number one place where I think I start, and then we start to learn how to track data manually or by hand. And I actually had talked to Kyle about kind of developing an app for professional drivers to help them track fuel efficiency and diesel exhaust fluid usage in a very meaningful manner that would be easy to use, because you really don't understand the impact of treating diesel fuel or running the FR3, the friction modifier, or any of these things if you're not tracking those numbers. So you really understand what's going on, and you need to understand it from a fuel usage point of view and from a productivity point of view. You can see a fuel mileage increase or a productivity increase, or sometimes both. And so it's important to really have a handle on all this stuff.
Very good. All right, so Doc Holliday, he calls in and he gives us little tips about things. He says he very well may be the world's smartest man. I think his latest tip was people who have more birthdays tend to live longer. To which he says, "You sound
there
like,"
you go.
He said, "You sound like a pretty smart guy. You may very well be the world's second smartest man." So he's not going to let you top him, you know. Oh boy! So let me see.
Well, hopefully
here.
we can help him out here. So moving forward, if he's got some questions and we can work on some things, maybe we can get his fuel efficiency up. So when things really start to, fuel prices really start to go north, we can help him stay on top of things.
All right, let me jump over to, I think, is that Ranger Jack checking in this morning? Hello, Ranger Jack.
Yes, it is, Your Highness. I want to thank Joel for contributing to your show. Chris has dubbed Steve the king of overnight radio last Friday. So he's not just the king of overnight radio to Chris, he's the king of overnight radio to a lot of other people, not only truck drivers calling in. So we thank you for contributing to the show. And I really feel goofy asking about how to improve my fuel mileage because we had a 07 4900 EX Western Star. And when we got rid of it, traded it, and we went into a 5700 XE Western Star. Our fuel costs we're spending anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 a week less in fuel. So I think I must have been getting like 3 miles a gallon. It's unbelievable. It had a cat in it. It was a twin turbo.
An Acer cat, gotcha.
Yeah, Acer. No, is the overhead running, getting the overhead run? Does that have a lot to do with getting your fuel? How often you get it done? Does that have a lot to do with the fuel?
Absolutely does. The regular or routine maintenance is extremely important. And again, when we weren't catching the emissions and we were just blowing it out the tailpipe, we could stretch some of these intervals on overhead and, you didn't really worry about the boost pressure sensor or a fuel pressure sensor, none of these things. You didn't even really think about it, because we weren't catching the emissions. And if it was blowing a little extra smoke, who cared? It wasn't a big deal. Now that we're catching emissions and we're catching particulate, that little extra smoke, that will, clog up your DPF over time. So overhead set is extremely important. I do mine every year, regardless of miles. It goes in the shop. It has the overhead done. I replaced the boost pressure sensor and I replaced the fuel pressure sensor. I clean off the cam position sensor and I clean off the crank position sensor. The cam and crank position sensor, that enables it to see top dead center and helps the fuel injection system, maintain proper timing. And when they get that little metallic buildup from being close to rotating, metal parts, you get little metal dust that builds up on those sensors. They sometimes can't see the timing marks that they're looking at real accurate. And it's just a matter of unscrewing them and cleaning them off and screwing them back in when you're doing the overhead set. Making sure that overhead set was done right is another thing that I'm really big on. I like to do cylinder balance test before and after on an overhead set. And of course, I'm a Volvo guy, and maybe the Volvo readouts may be a little bit different from a Cat or a Cummins. But when we do it on the Volvo side, we can see the difference in the fueling from cylinder to cylinder. And on mine, when I do an overhead, I like to see that in the low single-digit range, the variance between cylinders. we've had trucks in the shop where we've seen 20, 30, 40 points different cylinder to cylinder. And some shops will say, well, that doesn't make any difference. That's okay. It may be allowable and it may be acceptable. I like to be optimal. So, I'm going to start looking. If I set that overhead, we know we done it right. The cylinder balance is still coming back a little bit goofy. We're going to start looking a little bit deeper to see what else we've got going on. And we catch stuff all the time that way. So it's important not only to do it, but to verify that it was done correctly. So all those things are very important, and they absolutely will impact fuel efficiency. And if you have the emissions motor, it will absolutely improve the durability of the emission system. It's always better to be proactive on these things than reactive. I've seen so many guys, just wait and maybe the manual says 250 or 300,000 miles on an overhead, and they'll wait right out to that 300,000 mile mark. And then just before they're supposed to do the overhead, well, they've got all these lights coming on for the emission system. I would much rather spend a little bit more money on an aggressive preventative maintenance program and take the truck out of service on my time in my own shop rather than being caught out on the road. And we all know what happens when you get caught out on the road at a strange shop, what happens to pricing and everything else. It just goes through the roof. So aggressive preventative maintenance, spending a little bit more up front really, really helps in the long run. And again, it goes back to the basic simple things, treating the diesel fuel. We cannot stress that enough. Treat diesel fuel, treat it every time you fill the tank, and you're going to avoid a whole lot of problems down the road.
Okay, well, that Pure Flow Air Dog, that'll help increase the fuel mileage too?
Yeah, that's an awesome product, and they've got a couple different configurations on this. They've got what I call a dual stage, and it sets itself apart from all the other competitors because you're working both sides of the fuel pump. Traditionally, when you look at these types of systems, they were located between the fuel tank and the inlet port of the engine's OEM fuel pump. And when you pressurize that input port, you are increasing the volumetric efficiency of the fuel pump. So the fuel pump is going to actually kind of multiply that pressure because you're taking the cavitation away at the inlet port, which is a common cavitation point, and you're removing all the entrained air from the sloshing fuel in the fuel tank. So it's very effective that way. AirDog's taking the extra step of going on the outlet or the pressure side of that fuel pump with what they call their Champ or Champ 2 system. And after the fuel flows through the OEM fuel pump, every curve, restriction, turn in that fuel line is what we call a point of nucleation. And what happens when you make a hard turn or there is a restriction, maybe there's a valve or a plunger or a T or something in that fuel line, there's a low pressure area. And even though there's no air in that fuel, when you have a low pressure area, there's a temperature spike at that low pressure area, and it vaporizes the diesel fuel. And when that fuel vaporizes, it causes a vapor bubble, which is different than an air bubble, but it will still implode as it goes down the fuel system, or if it makes it to the injectors, it won't compress the fuel completely because you have vapor in there. And so removing that vapor on the pressure side really helps to further control emissions and improve fuel efficiency because your timing's a little more accurate in the system. It's essentially a hydraulic system, your fuel system is, and when you take all the vapor and air out of there in the injector, your timing becomes more accurate. It generally shows better torque and horsepower in the low RPM range, and for today's trucks, that's what you want because of the way they're geared. Even for the older trucks that have more traditional gearing, as you start to get out towards the higher end of things, you start to see a benefit there as well. All fuel pumps have what they call an efficiency curve. And because it's mechanically driven, your fuel pump is dictated sort of by the RPM of the engine. And so when it's either running very high or very low, you're coming off of optimal efficiency. And this is where pressurizing that input port kind of brings the ends of the curve up, and it kind of optimizes the efficiency of that fuel pump all the way through the range. So you will notice better drivability. You'll notice less emissions. It kind of makes the truck fun to drive. I really enjoy mine.
No, yeah, I got a DD15. Now they're saying various pressures that they would know by the type of engine I'm buying it for, what pressure it needs to be.
Yeah, they're all preset. Now, in the DD15, right at the moment, they're still working on the first stage of that because the Detroit has a little bit different fuel system in it. They do have they actually have the second stage first for the Detroit, if that makes any sense. So they'll have a champ for that works on the pressure side of it. They're still working some bugs out on the transfer pump on the first stage of it. So yeah, I would, go ahead and get yourself the champ 2. And then as soon as the Air Dog, the stage 1, between the fuel tank and the pump is available, I would definitely go ahead and put that on there. So, yeah, they'll definitely help. Treating, and again, goes back also, treating your fuel is going to be a big help. Things like the FR3, the friction reducer, that is going to be a big help. One thing we have to understand about the Detroit engine is it was designed to be purposely downsped or have lower piston speed at a given RPM. It is a 15-liter displacement or very close to it, but it has a shorter stroke than what the Cummins ISX does, or it's much shorter than what the Caterpillar had, and it has a bigger bore. So you have slower piston speed. The piston isn't traveling as far through that cylinder, so you have less parasitic drag. And this is one of the reasons why we see some really nice fuel efficiency numbers out of the DD15. Same thing with the newer Volvos. They were designed very similar to that with the shorter stroke and a little bit bigger bore, so they have a slower piston speed as well. So those 2 engines in particular, you see some really, really nice fuel efficiency numbers out of them, and it's kind of reflected in what you're describing here, your new truck versus your old Acer Cat.
Yeah, we had owned 8 Volvos. We really enjoyed them. We liked them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just got away from them mainly when they went to the VN style, body style.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I like the old style back in the
sure
2000. With 1980, 1998, they changed to the VN. I guess it was
right.
And
yep.
The TTS, that truck was unbelievable. It was kind of like the Western Star, but
sure.
Is there a way you could have text me that information you gave me on what you need to fix on the have changed whenever you do the overhead? You were saying something about sensors and then.
Sure. Are you active out on social media at all?
No,
no, you're not. Gotcha. Yeah, you do email?
Yeah, I do email.
I could give you an email address.
Okay.
If you wanna shoot me a message, I can give you an email address. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. You want me to give you my email address?
I think he's going to give you his. So
sure.
Either way. Okay.
I can. Yeah. I can. I'll give you mine and shoot me a message. So it's Joel, JOEL at Alpha ALPHA drivers DRIVERS -TC.com.
All right.
Joel,
I have a hard time getting that.
yeah,
If you could,
Joel at Alpha Driver.
Steve got it. He got my number. Can he just text me a message? That I can get it that way.
Sure.
Okay, couple other questions. These V-shaped things they put on the fairings. You're familiar with what I'm talking about. And on the that is that a good? Does that help improve the fuel mileage?
Here's my take on this, and I've run them on several trucks. From the driver standpoint, I really loved them because they really helped to keep the road spray down. We could clearly see that there was some type of aerodynamic benefit going on because the trailers would stay cleaner. And I'd done several runs across country where I had another truck and we both pulled out of the truck.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we got to pause there. I'm a little bit behind. We got to get our news update top of the hour. But we'll come back and we'll pick up there. And we do have open lines. Joel spent a few more minutes with us, I believe, at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. Hey there, it's Steve Sommers, and I'm enjoying a little R&R. So here's a previously aired show just for you. All right, welcome back. Made it through hour number 1 on a Monday underway for a brand new week. And let me get, before we get more on the traveler's weather and whatnot, let me get right back and we'll finish up with Ranger Jack. And Joel Morrow joins us here early on a Monday. So Joel, is your email, Joel at alphadrivers-tc.com. Is that it?
You got it.
Okay. All right. So I've got Ranger Jack's number here. I will email that to you. And then I guess he can accept it.
Alrighty.
He'll get a text message from you, whatever it was you were looking to help him out with there. So I'll take care of that for you, Ranger Jack.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Because the sensors and stuff, I don't know if they've ever done that when they do the overhead. So these V-shaped or whatever they're called things, they do help the fuel economy, or
yeah, the air tabs will help. There's no doubt. It's not going to be there's air tabs and eco fins, and there's a few different products that are out there. They do help. It's not going to be a huge swing. But they're relatively inexpensive, so you're not putting up a whole bunch of money. I love them on my truck because they did help knock down road spray. And at night, when you're kicking out road spray in the rain and people are coming up behind you with them bright headlights and it blinds you, it really helps to keep that spray down and keep your field of view clear. And you get a little bit of a fuel economy bump too. So I would definitely do it.
Okay, and what the distance between your? I know you said get as tight as you can. What's the maximum you'd say to get the distance between the trailer and the tractor?
Optimal, when you're measuring from the back of the cab to the front of the trailer, and we're talking about a van trailer here, optimal is 39 inches. So when you go back to the fairing on the back of the cab to the radius of the trailer, you're going to be in that 14 to 17 inch range. It's pretty tight. A lot of guys, just normally you're looking at a 60 inch gap, back of the cab to the front of the trailer. And so you're looking more of a 30 inch from the fairing to the radius of the trailer. And that really starts to impact fuel efficiency. So the tighter you can bring that thing up and stay legal on your axles, tighten her up.
Yeah, I'm running about 52 inches right now. So bring it up. You can bring it up a foot easy, huh? If
you can, if you got room and you're going to clear the landing gear, when you're swinging on the frame rails aren't going to hit the landing gear, and you have the capacity on the front axle, if you can tighten it up, tighten it up. That's easy money there, tightening up that gap.
Yeah, well, I didn't think about the landing gear. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Check that though. Thank you for your time, and sorry I took up so much of your time.
No, absolutely. That's fine.
Okay.
This is how we learn, asking questions and talking. So good call.
worth a world of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Ranger Jack,
Thanks.
and I'll get that email to him here in a bit. So, all right, very good. Well, that's
All right, thank you.
and we talked aerodynamics. That's a big key right there. What he was asking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can improve aerodynamics, cost efficiently, you do it. And, that's just a little piece of the puzzle. But when you start putting them little pieces together, pretty soon you really start to notice a nice improvement to your bottom line. So it's, aerodynamics are relatively easy, especially for an owner operator. And especially if you're married to the same trailer, then you really have some opportunities to do some things. Myself in a fleet situation where we're dropping and hooking all the time, I don't always have that advantage of aerodynamics on every trailer. We're starting to incorporate that more and more as our average speeds come up higher and higher. The faster you go, the more impact aerodynamics have. So the guys that are really, really concerned about servicing their customer and meeting deadlines, these are the guys that really need to be looking at aero. Oftentimes you can add aerodynamic stuff, cheaper than you can do gear ratio swap outs and engine work. It tends to get really expensive really quick. And by comparison, some of the aerodynamic add-ons are relatively cheap or inexpensive. I wouldn't want to say cheap, but less costly than engine upgrades and rear axle ratio swap outs.
All right. Well, Joel, it's always great chatting with you. I guess we're going to do are you going to join us again for an hour next Monday morning? Is that the plan that you're at this point, or?
Sure, we can do an hour, 2 hours, whatever you want to do. I'm free to do whatever.
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure what we were. I knew that Kyle had told me he's been down in Florida, so he did send me a message that you worked things out to be on each Monday morning, I guess. So,
gotcha. Sounds good to me.
So when you maybe next week, are you going to be trying to have a topic of a new piece of modern technology, or what are we going to be trying to work with?
Yeah, I'm going to put some things together. Hopefully, Kyle's schedule relaxes a little bit, so we get a little more time to chat back and forth and to really set some things up here and get everybody on the same page. So hopefully we can be a little bit better prepared and make things go a little smoother.
Oh, I think it went great this morning. Absolutely. That's good questions. And I mean, Doc Holliday, maybe he can get his 4.7. Then that's horrible fuel economy. I thought in this day and age, everything was supposed to be a lot better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I can help these guys do some things, I absolutely want to do it. And, I enjoy it and looking forward to doing some more shows.
And again, you're via social media. I guess the easiest way to get a hold of you is you go to the Facebook page, and it's Joel Morrow, Morrow. That's the name there. And if they have any questions, is that
correct?
The best way to get a hold of you?
Yeah, you can get a hold of me there at Facebook. Also, if you're a Volvo or a Mack guy, we do Volvo Truck Masters and Mack Anthem Truck Masters. You can get into both those groups. There's also a group called the 9+ mile per gallon group that I'm a moderator in, and you can go there. Lots of knowledgeable people in all these groups. The Volvo and the Mack group, we have a lot of master techs that are involved in those groups, and they really, really help these guys out that may be struggling with some emissions issues. We've got a great group of guys there, and it is a very good resource for, the guys that are running the Volvo or the Mack. You can get a lot of help there. So, you check those groups out. You can come to my personal Facebook page. You can ask questions. I'll try and get back to you and answer questions as detailed as I can.
And for the Alpha Drivers thing, what is that? You started that, right? What is that? Is that like your company or?
Yeah, Alpha Drivers. I do some consulting work at the OEM level. I work with some of the senior engineering staff providing feedback. I do some testing on some pre-production items that they want feedback on, and we actually put some trucks into service with the pre-production parts, and we get it out and run it, and we track data for them and give them feedback as to how things are performing. I'm looking at maybe getting into working with owner operators. I'm not exactly sure how I want to structure that yet, but a lot of guys are struggling with some emissions issues and fuel efficiency issues, and I'm kind of open to the idea of maybe working with some of these guys one-on-one if we can figure out how to structure it and make it work right.
I had one more question from the somebody texted. When you're at optimal efficiency, are you using less DEF?
You can, absolutely. It does affect your level of NOx, although on the new engines, as you increase combustion temperature, NOx levels go up and particulate matter goes down. And typically, when the emission systems first came out, we were running about 2% DEF to fuel. Nowadays, we're running 4.25 to 5.25% DEF to fuel because we have increased combustion temperature, so we are producing more NOx. We're running less EGR, and we're catching that NOx downstream in the SCR system, so it does require a little bit more depth. Some people kind of equate using less DEF with the engine's running better. That may or may not be true depending on the engine you get and how it was set up and configured as far as combustion temperature goes. I know on my latest test truck that I have, it has the D13 turbo compounded engine in it. And we had that thing dialed in tight. It was spot on. Everything as far as the overhead and all the sensors and whatnot. And I was running about 4.25% DEF to fuel. And with some of my older Volvos, it was closer to 3%, but my fuel efficiency is much better when I'm running that 4.25% DEF.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks for all the questions from the listeners out there. And yeah, Joel Morrow, going to be, a regular contributor to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We appreciate you joining us here on a Monday morning. What's on your slate this week? I know you said you had a busy weekend. You got to be getting back out on the road, or?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another busy week to start. I probably hit the road around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Going to do some local deliveries up around Cleveland, and then probably run out to Napoleon, Ohio. I'm based up here in northern Ohio. Last week I was down towards the Cincinnati area. I'd done 4 rounds down to Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and came back up. And then over the weekend, I ran a load over to Friendship, New York, and then dropped down through northern PA and over to Harrisburg, and then back home. So I had a pretty big week last week for a local guy, and it looks like this week's going to shape up to be similar.
I guess if you're busy, you're making money, though, right? That's the name of the game in trucking.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'm not the kind that likes to sit around very long. I sit at home for any length of time, and I get stir crazy. So get me back in the truck, and I'm happy.
That's great. All right, well, we'll look forward to chatting again with you next week there. Have a great week, Joel, and be safe out there on the road.
Absolutely. You have a good week, too, and we'll talk again.
All righty, there you go. Getting things underway on a back-to-work Monday. Joel Morrow. Live on camera. Chris is making up a cup of coffee. You think it's chilly? It's 51 outside the secret bunker here. That's not too bad. There you go.
Well, once you're used to that warm weather, your body gets acclimatized to it. So the good thing is when it's 85, it doesn't bother you. But when you get into the 55, it feels like 30.
So you're kind of used to overnight lows like 70?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, I go out in the morning. I usually go to the gym in the morning, and as soon as you open the door, it's muggy and hot. But it's strange. You kind of get used to it, and you like it after a while.
I know what it's like. That's what it's like on the cruise ship. When you open the door and step out in the morning, it's just nothing but, you can feel the moisture. It's steamy hot. All right, where did we leave off there? It's 844-844-3388. We got plenty of folks waiting to talk to Chris. Say hello. Have you invested in your Dogecoin yet by chance?
My Doge? I don't even know what that is.
All right. You don't care.
Well,
It's the cryptocurrency thing. It's like the Bitcoin and
No, I do have Bitcoin account just for buying things overseas. Because whenever you buy something from another country, you have to have Bitcoin.
you do.
Yeah, I PayPal sometimes, but for the most part, Bitcoin's where it's at. So, it's kind of cool because I put money in a year ago to buy something, and then it just keeps going up. So I've been buying things for free the way I look at it.
Yeah. Okay, because Bitcoin's like $55,000 a coin right now.
Yeah, I bought it when it was less than half that. So I put like $300 in there because I wanted to get something from India.
Yeah.
And then, I bought it, and then it's up to 600. It's like, hey, this is kind of nice, like free money. I just keep buying things, and it's, doesn't
So
cost.
you just buy little like itty bitty pieces of Bitcoin then is what they call it.
Yeah, just parts of it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Dogecoin was the coin that was created as a joke. Someone was making fun of Bitcoin. It was created as a meme, as they call it, and it was like 0.2 of a penny and less than a penny for 3 or 4 years. And here in like the past 2 weeks or maybe 3 or 4 weeks, it's kind of skyrocketed. It was up to nearly 70 cents a coin. So people that bought in, if you put a couple $100 in when it's 0.2 of a cent,
right, like penny
it's
stocks.
all of a sudden it's worth. People have got so everybody's been watching the Dogecoin in recent days, but
you could spend it like regular money then.
I don't know Dogecoin. I mean, I don't know that anybody really takes Dogecoin yet, but you can trade it. You can trade Dogecoin for other cryptocurrencies, and we've been talking about this all week, and it's all like total Greek to me, but.
This is a really strange world we live in. You know that?
Yeah. We did have one driver that bought into it was like 22 cents, and I don't know how much he bought a bunch of it, but he cashed in half of his Dogecoin earlier this week when it was at 63 cents, and he traded. He got $240,000 out of it.
Oh wow! How about that?
That's the idea. So, okay, there's people getting rich, I guess, but then again, you can lose everything if you're not careful. Who's next up on the list here? I think we've got Gary from East Tennessee. Is that correct? Hello, Gary.
Yeah, hello, Steve. I really appreciate your show. I got a couple of friends in Marietta, Ohio, and they're the one that told me about you. And when you went off the air and come back on, I'm just glad you're back on. I really do enjoy your weather reports every night.
Thank you.
But anyways, I purchased a 2003 Lincoln Lynx, and I didn't test drive it. The guy brought it over because I can't drive two cars at the same time. And they brought it over so they could test drive it the next morning, and they dropped it off, took the plate off, and left. I had it for a couple of days, and I said, well, I'm going to put my plate on it, just to drive it up to Walmart. It's only a couple miles away. Drove it up there, and you're going along, and clunk. You go a little bit further, clunk, and you hear this jerk, and I don't know if it's the transmission or what it is. I really don't know. I think it is the transmission, but I was wondering if you had any type of product that you could put in your transmission that might possibly eliminate that clunking noise.
We do, and it's a product called Shift Restore. It used to be called Transmission Stiction Eliminator, and that was my name that I came up with, and then we hired a marketing team, and they said, you don't know what you're doing. That's a really bad name. So, which is okay, but it's still on Amazon as TSE or Transmission Stiction Eliminator. It's on our website at hotshotsecret.com, and you can get it's called Shift Restore, and it's got a really good success rate. I'm just looking at it right now. It's got a 5-star rating, but it's $15.99. You put that in the transmission. You don't have to drain any fluid out because the sump in the transmission is so large that 16-ounce bottle won't really affect it much. But normally what happens is inside transmissions, you get a little bit of oxidation or a lot of oxidation. It starts to hang things up. So that clunking noise is the shifter's not moving right. The Shift Restore goes in and fixes that. Now, what's really neat about this product, and just a little background for anybody that knows anything about transmissions, transmission fluid has to be made to a really difficult specification. The two hardest oils to make are transmission fluid and shock absorber fluid. Because if you think about like a shock absorber or transmission, the oil has to stay the same at 104 degrees and 0 degrees. So it really can't change any. Otherwise, things don't move right. So there's not a lot they can do with them. So what we were able to do is put together a Group 5 ester, which is a really specific man-made kind of oil. And in this case, it's extremely polar, which means it wants to go right down to the metal surface and clean everything that's in there. So it's, in essence, it's making that transmission fluid somewhat of a semi-synthetic, and it's cleaning everything that's in there. Now, anybody that doesn't know, all of our products have a 100% money back, no hassle guarantee. And the reason is when we started the company, we knew that people that were using our products had a problem to begin with. Like in your case, you have a transmission that's not working. If this doesn't fix it, then we really do want you to have your money back because you've got a bigger problem on your hands and we don't want to make it worse. So feel free to, to try it. Go on a website and order it. If it doesn't work, just call back or, send an email, whatever. Just say, hey, I bought this. It didn't work. Can you refund my money and we'll get it right back to you. But I don't know the exact percentage, but most of the time it works. I've actually had one person that had a transmission. It was a Lincoln. Matter of fact, it was a Lincoln. It was a big Lincoln, one of the older ones, and it froze up completely. He was going in reverse, and it just went clunk, and the car wouldn't move. He had it towed, and in this case, it was going to be around, I think he said $3,000 or $4,000 to have a new transmission put in it, and the car had 350,000 miles on it. And he called me and he said, I don't really want to put that much money into it because I don't know that the car is worth it. What do you have? So I, sent him a bottle of the Shift Restore. He called me back and said, the mechanic made fun of me. He said, this will never work. There's no way you could fix it. He goes, I drove it off and it's been fine ever since. I mean, he drove for another year after that. And then I think he sold it or gave it to somebody at that point. But it's a pretty good chance it'll work. If it does, just let us know. If not, let us know also. But one way or another, it's worth a chance. I mean, it's definitely worth a shot.
Oh, yeah, because I don't want to pay thousands of dollars to get a transmission fixed, but the mechanic said it's the transmission, and I didn't get any estimates on it, but all I know is that if I can pay $16 and see if that fixes it, if it does, I'll tell everybody I know about it.
Absolutely. Hey, if you go to the website, hotshotsecret.com, when you're checking out, you can type in the code overnight drive and you'll get 10% off.
That's right. And I think there's free shipping on that also.
All righty, Gary. Well, thank you so much for checking in. And I hope that works out for you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stevie. I love your show.
Thank you for listening. And I'm glad somebody, it's been word of mouth. People just kind of passing the word around one after another. And
what's really strange, or not strange, but what's exciting is the fact that, all the advertising that we do, we do TV, radio, print, 65% of new customers come to us from word of mouth. So it's still the number one driving force, and it's people tell other people about it because it works. And that's the number one most common comment that we hear is, I was just so surprised that it worked. Most of the things I've tried in my life, they didn't really do anything, or I couldn't tell the difference, but man, this stuff really works. My car's running better, my truck's running better. Whatever the problem was, they just get really excited at the fact that it's doing the job that we tell you that it will do.
Yep. And I've been hearing a lot of that as well. Mm-hmm. I think it might have been, I don't know if it was Army. I don't want to say the wrong person, but it called in here a week or two ago talking about he was diagnosed with failed fuel injectors. Mm-hmm. And he was, I don't know if it was one or two, whatever, but he was facing several $1,000s in repairs. And he said, you know what, I'm going to try that. He tried the Stiction Eliminator, and he said, I'll be darned if that was it. They're working again.
Yeah, and that's really the heart and soul of what the company is founded on, is the idea that there's problems out there that can be fixed inexpensively. And we wanted to help the consumer fix these problems before they started turning wrenches and paying mechanics. It's like, if this is something we can fix, then we should try. And, that's every product that we have, that's the direction we go, problem-specific solutions. Matter of fact, early on when the company was growing and, we started getting some retail shelf space and we were selling a lot of product, we kind of came to a crux in the road where, the retailers were asking us to make all kinds of different products. And, that's exciting when people are offering to buy product from you, in the millions of dollars. And, I did a lot of soul searching and I thought, you know what, this isn't really who we are. So I went back and said, I really appreciate the opportunity, but that's not who we are. We're about solving problems. So we don't want to just make products to make them. We want to find a problem, fix it, and then move forward. And it really is what drives us. I know you've been up to our company before, Steve, and most of the people get excited about the solutions that we come up with, even more so than the sales volume or the number of bottles. That pays the bills and keeps the lights on, of course, but it really is the innovation that gets everybody stoked.
And you guys are literally actually developing and creating products. You're not just taking something that's a recipe you can buy from somebody. You're making your own.
Yeah, that's really what's unique about our company is we have a whole research and development department, and we actually have a lab that works 2 shifts now because we had so much testing going on. And, we're constantly bringing in products from all over the world, testing them to find out what works, what doesn't, what can we use it for, what synergies does it have with other products. To the point now where we started a separate company called LSI Chemical. And what they do is they're taking our chemistries to other oil companies and additive companies, and they're using them in their formulas all over the world. We've got distributors, I think, in 14 different countries now, just focusing on key components or core components that we've developed that are unique to us. And they're saying, one of the areas that we've been able to really help with is startup friction. So and not to get too long and boring with everybody, but the idea is, each product has wins and losses. Sometimes if something's going really fast, you can reduce friction there, but you don't do it when it's going slow. Sometimes if there's a lot of friction or a lot of pressure, you might reduce friction there, but not when there's light pressure. So we test them all and we try to figure out where is this key. Well, one of them had a really a home run on the slower, lighter type of friction where we're able to reduce it considerably, like 50%. So we're thinking, okay, where does this help most? And it was in startup. So some of the major additive companies said, hey, this is an area that we don't have a product for. We want to use this as a component in blending engine oils to help startup friction because we can reduce that. Now that specific product, when you got going fast and more pressure, it didn't really show much, effect. But on that startup friction, it really helped tremendously. So just, to your point, it's we do develop products, we test them, we retest them, and, keep finding new ways to solve problems and make lubricants better.
Oh, who's next up here? Larry, what's happening this morning?
Good morning, and glad to see you at the bunker there, Chris.
It's great to be here. I really do like doing the show better when I'm face-to-face with Steve. I can't tell you how hard it is to just sit on the phone and talk to to talk. First of all, I'm really hard of hearing. So being able to see people makes a huge difference. This whole mask thing is, I can't, you would not believe how crippling it is. I feel, like I have to take my wife everywhere with me. I'm going to get a cup of coffee and they say something with a mask and I look at her like, what did they just say, So it's much easier if I'm face-to-face.
Well, when you get older, Chris, you also find out that the younger people talk real fast. And when they're talking real fast with a mask on, that just complicates the problem. I say slow it down to 45 so I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
and then they don't understand what that 45 means, all right?
I could not agree more. And the one thing that's happened with all this remote working things, everybody is Zoom now. Zoom or Microsoft Teams. And I found a place on Zoom where you could put closed captioning on. And I cannot tell you how helpful that is because, sometimes people are speaking with broken English, which makes it even harder if you're hard of hearing. You find yourself tipping your head towards the computer monitor trying to hear, what did they just say? And, you're thinking about it. Well, now I just click that closed caption on and it's like 90% accurate. It just makes it so much more productive for somebody that's hard of hearing. It's been a saver for me.
In the solid waste industry, we have 2 large trade associations. One is NWSA, which are NWRA, National Waste and Recycling Association, and the other one is SWANA, Solid Waste of South North America, and our Zoom meetings for the National Safety Committee and ANSI subcommittees just aren't the same. the networking that we do when you're having a break or, your face-to-face interaction with somebody is just not the same. And although we're somewhat being effective, we can't wait to get back to having our meetings 2 times a year in different locations across the country to talk about safety in a commercial motor vehicle. Chris, I had a question for you. I have a 2014 Harley Tri-Glide, and I had a noise. I wasn't sure what it is, so I trailered it to my Harley dealership because a friend of mine told me that 2014 to 2016 had a problem with hydraulic lifters. So I didn't want to, heat the engine up before I went over to have them listen. Long story short, it wasn't that problem. It was a motor mount that was broke. But my point being is, do you think there is a opportunity for the oil additive in helping a collapsed hydraulic lifter?
I do. The same thing, well, I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but we're having the same problem with the engines that shut half the cylinders off and then turn them on. I don't remember what those are called, but I've got it in my notes here because we've been investigating that. And I think that when we go in there and clean them up and keep them cleaned and I call it super lubricating. That's not a real professional term, but when you super lubricate those lifters, I think it makes them, it fixes that problem. So that's really good intel. And normally what we do in a case like that is we turn it over to R&D. We'll research it, maybe talk to some Harley dealers, and then we'll maybe go to a Facebook users group and find literally 100 people that are having that problem, send out free samples and say, try this and report back to us. So when you're doing scientific testing, there's 2 ways to go about this, and this will make total sense once I explain it. One is having an exact set of circumstances like temperature controlled, speed, all those types of things where there's very few variables. The other way is to do it in massive amounts of numbers. So sometimes, like on a fuel economy test, it's really difficult to get all the conditions perfect to do 2 or 3 tests in a row to test different products. So we'll do it amongst 1,000 different people and then take the averages. You'll see the same thing with drugs. They'll say, we put a placebo in effect and, 50% of the participants had this and compared to a placebo. So what we'll do in this type of situation is send it out to literally 1,000 Harley owners and say, hey, did this help? And then calculate and see if it made a difference or not. So that's very likely that would help. The FR3 would be the one that I would start with, and if that didn't do it, I would move over to the stiction eliminator. Okay, there you go. Larry lost his cell. So the FR3 would be your recommendation, and then stiction eliminator? Correct. If the FR3 didn't do it, so the difference between them, they both have FR3 in them, or they have the nanos and the 2 different esters. Stiction eliminator has more detergents in it, and it's made to be more of a cleanup product. But the esters in the FR3 are very, very much cleaners. They'll clean up. So my guess is if we can clean that and then put a coating of nano lubricant on it, it'll actually fix the problem, so you never have the problem with the lifter collapsing. So we have to find that out. I'll have to write that down and make sure we follow up on that tomorrow. Okay. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. And I believe Jim is on the line. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. How y'all doing this evening?
Doing well.
Or it's early morning.
Yes.
I called the show, I don't know, about probably 2 months ago or a little longer when Chris was on. And I talked to him about a couple of issues I was having with this Cummins engine I had. And I'd been using, he remembers, I told him that I'd been using everyday treatment, about 2.5 ounces in each tank of every fill up. So I was having a problem with the check engine light on, and the DES system, I had cleared the DES system up and everything. I ain't had no more problems out of the DES system by using the everyday diesel treatment, religiously. So I took it into a Cummins dealership in Tampa, Florida, and had the overhead run on the Cummins. Okay, they come back with a computer readout. They said, well, you got number 6 injector fouled out. You got the actuator on the turbo that's showing problems, and probably the turbo. So they quoted me a price around $9,000 to fix it.
Wow.
So anyway, Chris told me to use the Diesel Extreme, a couple of heavy doses of Diesel Extreme. Okay, I done that, and right after I used the second hot dose of it, the check engine light went off. The truck, I mean, it didn't seem like it was running bad when the check engine light was on, when they said that, you know, I was having these troubles. And, you know, I was just about ready to spend about $9,000 to put a new turbo and actuator and let them put the injector on. And, hey, no problems. And it's been over a month. And, man, this stuff really, really works. And I just can't believe the response that this truck has got now. I've got 626,000 miles on the truck, and it runs better today than it did brand new. I just want to say thank you, Chris. You saved me a fortune. I mean, this stuff is better than the douche coins.
Well, those are the stories we love to hear. That's really why we go to work every day.
Yeah. But I've got one other question for you, Chris. Now, I've been using the Shell synthetic blend oil, 1540, with, you know, it's half synthetic, half conventional. I've been using that oil ever since the truck was new. So I decided, and well, when I called in last time, I hadn't, when I talked to you the last time about 2 months ago, and I hadn't ever used FR3. So I started using the FR3 after I talked to you, you know, and the Diesel Extreme, I put it through twice, then it cleared everything up. So, and I started, I think I'm on my second oil change. I go about 25,000 between oil changes. Okay. So the last two oil changes, I've used the FR3. I put about 1.5 quarts in on 11-gallon oil. And I can tell a big difference in that too. So anyway, this last time I changed the oil, I didn't go with the synthetic blend. I went with the with the full synthetic, the 5W15. So the 5W15 full synthetic versus the synthetic blend, which one would you recommend to use?
Is the weight the same? You said 5W15. Was the other one a 5W15, or was it a 5W40 or 1540?
Well, the synthetic blend that was it was a 1540. Yeah, okay, then the full synthetic is 5W40.
Okay, 5W40.
And that's what I put in this last time, and 5W40 full synthetic.
Yeah, I would.
And
I would say that the 5W40 full synthetic has got to be a better product than the semi-synthetic, because they're going to be using a Group 3 base oil in that full synthetic, and the semi-synthetic is going to be a combination of Group 2 and 3. So you should get longer life and better fuel economy using that, and just better startup too.
Yeah, I'm in Nebraska right now, and it's speed limit 75, and I'm cruising along 75 miles an hour, getting 7.9 miles a gallon by the computer here, and this stuff, everything you got it's a lifesaver. Fleets or whatever. I cannot believe this. That I was getting ready to shell out $9,000 on all this, and it really works. And I'm going to be a religiously user of it from now on.
Wow, I'm glad to hear that.
And I've noticed since Steve, y'all started the show with Steve, okay, I didn't have no problem like I feel at Love's and TA and places like that, okay, and now I usually buy a gallon of your everyday use. I get a couple of gallons off of Amazon, okay, but I run out of it if I get out here on the road. I've been noticing on the shelves at Love's, especially, this stuff is flying off the shelves. They need to stock more of it in Love's, the everyday diesel treatment. And the shelves are bare now. And since you went on the show with Steve, I've been noticing a lot of it. These truck stops, their shelves are getting bare of your product, So it must be working,
I think so. So I'll make sure I get a hold of Love's and let them know they need to keep stuff in stock, because we can't sell it if it's not on the shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
there's plenty of the H products, but I noticed there are abundance of the Hals, but I noticed especially the everyday use, man, it's getting harder to find at Lowe's. The shelf's just bare of it, and stuff. But I just wanted to call and let you know, give you an update on your advice really worked by doubling up on the Diesel Extreme and it saved me a lot of money on maintenance. So I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you're having good luck. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you. We'd be glad to do it.
Okay. We'll talk to you later.
And thank you for listening in, Jim. That's a great story. I mean, there you go. That's another example. $9,000. Are you kidding me? So he put in I guess for a big truck, you're going to use how much? If memory serves, he had an engine that didn't have the oil side injectors. Is that the case? So you told him to use a double dose or whatever of the Diesel Extreme to clean out.
Right. The Diesel Extreme treats 1 to 300 gallons. So, that's on the Cummins engine, they don't have the oil-fired injectors. The Stiction Eliminator or the FR3 are going to be good for turbos and any kind of crud that's built up in your engine, which, there are a lot of hot spots in the engine. I mean, anybody can imagine there's certain areas in there that get to be 400, 500, 600 degrees. Now, oil starts to burn up at about 180 to 200 degrees. So anything, above that, you're going to get stiction or burnt oil residue there. So we'll clean that up and it just makes everything run better. But in his case, it was the fuel system that was having difficulty, and that Diesel Extreme is made to clean it up in one treat. Our recommendation is to use Diesel Extreme once a year or twice a year, and then to use the everyday diesel treatment the rest of the time. It's got more things in it that help. So I guess when we were doing the Diesel Extreme, it was made to be like a really severe cleanup. I know early on we used to use the example like going to the dentist twice a year versus brushing your teeth every day. The everyday diesel treatment was made to be a lot more reasonably priced. So we're chemically altering the fuel so it burns cleaner. The DPF system is healthier. You use less DEF fluid, all those types of things. Less particulate matters going through your exhaust pipe. So if you just imagine, one is made to really clean up the inside surfaces of the fuel system, the fuel tank, the lines, the injectors, the pump. The other one is made to chemically alter the fuel so it just burns cleaner and burns better. Hopefully that makes sense.
So whatever it takes to save somebody $9,000, though. Yeah, he almost sounded like, I can't believe it.
I know. I love that story.
Let me see here. Back with Chris Gabrelchik, and we've got lines available at 844-3388. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Ask Chris how his treatment works with carburetors and with cars, hot rods that sit. Does it treat the fuel as well? And tell him thanks for putting you back on the air.
With carburetors, I'm assuming we're talking about a gas engine. So we would have to use a product called Gasoline Extreme, which is a very special additive that we created for the gas engines. And it will clean up all the varnish and gums and things that will build up in the carburetor. Because as you know, gas goes south a lot faster than diesel fuel. Diesel fuel does go south. People don't realize that, but gasoline does it a lot faster. So the Gasoline Extreme would clean all that up. It'll also clean the tank up and make it run better. So you could use it every treatment, but if you start off, especially if I have, like when I've had a piece of gas equipment that's been sitting for a little bit, I'll go ahead and put double the treatment of Gasoline Extreme in there, and it makes it run right away.
Okay. All right, there you go. And you did say that if it sits, the car's going to sit for a while. Is that going to have any kind of a stabilizer in it, or do you need something else?
Nope, it does. The Gasoline Extreme has enough stabilizer to make it about a year. And the new line that we launched this year for RVs, we have a gasoline additive for there. And that product is made to stabilize the gas for 2 years. So basically we took some of our regular chemistries and we thought, okay, if we have an RV, what are some of the unique things to an RV? And that would be one of them, is RVs sit longer. So especially there's a lot of V10s out there and like the Class Cs and some of the coaches that have a gasoline engine. So we developed a line just for those. Same way with the transmission and the Stiction Eliminator for those engines. They're just tweaked a little bit to meet those requirements. And then soon we're going to be coming out with a marine line. We're working on that right now. Hopefully we'll have that out this quarter.
Okay, very good. A couple of other listening friends checking in via the social media page. Let's see who you got. Phil checking in from Manatee Skyway Bridge, rest area, south side. Good morning. Good to have you with us there, Phil. Let's see. Had a couple of questions, I think, down here somewhere in the mix. Where is it here? Let's see. What would you use on a John Deere 1023E diesel? It's a very small tractor on an F-150 gas twin turbo 3.5 motor.
Wait, say that again?
All right, a John Deere 1023E diesel. Very small tractor. And, okay, so maybe that's two different things. You get a 1023E diesel, then a very small tractor on an F-150 gas twin turbo. I'm guessing that's two separate things.
Okay, so for both of those in the engine oil, I would put Stiction Eliminator. The reason for the diesel is we want to clean up everything that's inside there. And it should, if you were able to go in there with a camera and look, you would see some black carbon deposits. You'd also see a lot of yellow where the oil's been burned. So we're going to clean all that up with one treatment. Now on the gas engine, because we have turbos, the same thing. So a turbo bearing gets to be somewhere between 800 to 1200 degrees, because it's bringing exhaust gases out of the exhaust and it's pumping it back into the engine. So it's hot. I mean, it's really hot. And then the turbo bearing itself is, being lubricated with the engine oil. So it's going to burn up some of that engine oil over time. So the Stiction Eliminator would be the treatment for both of them. And then on the fuel side, I would use the Diesel Extreme in the tractor to clean out the fuel system so it's like new. And on the gasoline side, on the Ford, I would put the Gasoline Extreme.
Very good. Okay. Got that one sorted out. And then one other question. John's headed to Fort Wayne for his 6 a.m. delivery. Is Stiction Eliminator only used on Huey injectors?
No, it's most effective on Huey injectors because those have an oil side to the injector. So if you can imagine two tiny pistons, one 10 times bigger than the other, and it's basically acting as a hydraulic ram. So the bigger piston is pushing the smaller one, which is pushing the fuel out in there. And that the oil side gets all coked up inside there, and that's what we originally developed the Stiction Eliminator for. But later on, we found that same problem exists in all diesel engines just because there's so many, we call them hot spots. I know there's got to be a better term out there, but the more efficient the engine gets, the closer the surfaces get together, the more friction that is developed there. So we have more burning oil inside the engine. So the Stiction Eliminator could be used literally in any engine. It's going to clean it out. But where you see it the most effective is on a Huey injector. So really the way I would say it is if you have a Huey injector and you don't use Stiction Eliminator, you're going to have a problem. It's the only product that I know of that's going to fix that problem. So you really should use it at least once or twice a year just to keep from having the buildup. Now, everybody else could get by once a year just to keep your engine running at tip-top shape.
Okay. He said he's in he's in an 04 Ram 2500 Common Rail Cummins.
Yeah, so what we would do in there is not only will we clean it up, but your turbo is going to be running much, much better. I mean, to the point where a common thing that I hear is that you can literally hear the turbo spool up now. So I've had people call me and say, I put this in here and I pulled into a fueling station or I pulled into Love's to fill up my pickup truck and I can hear something spinning under the hood. I've never heard that before, and they're like, I don't understand. It's like the turbo's still spinning after you shut the car off, where if you could imagine a bunch of gummy stuff on there, when you shut the engine off, it just stops. But once you free it up and you super lubricate it, that thing just keeps spinning and it sounds different. You get, faster boot, spools up faster, you get more boost. So people do notice a big difference in their power.
Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, let's get back to the callers here. Who's next up? There's our old pal, Pappy. Hello, Pappy.
Hello, Steve. Good evening to you. Good evening, Chris.
Good morning.
Hey, is this your first time at the secret hidden bunker when it's all finished and set up and
yes, it is. It's
my online there or what?
It is my first time here, and I got to tell you, I'm impressed. Kyle and Josh and Steve did a great job. I did not give them enough gratitude until I actually seen how good of a job they did.
I tell you what, I think everybody was so impressed, that first night when we're actually able to see Steve. and how the studio looks there is just amazing. You guys done a fantastic job, and can't thank you enough again. But hey, I think I might have a handle for Chris.
Oh, yeah?
Tell me what you think. Yeah, tell me what you think. You remember the movie Pulp Fiction?
Absolutely.
I do.
Right. So, the famous scene where they shoot that guy in the face when he's sitting in the back seat of the car, right? And they splattered him all over that back seat.
Yeah.
Well, they called in a certain person that helped take care of that situation.
The fixer.
And the fixer. What do you think, man?
I like the fixer. That's good. See, this is where we get our best ideas. On our Facebook Live, when we started doing that, somebody called up and said, you need a good tagline. And he said, how about lubing it right day and night? Well, after he said, I couldn't stop thinking about it after that. So we started signing off, lubing it right day and night. But I don't think they do that anymore.
There you go.
But the fixer, I like it.
Hey, listen, I from what you were talking earlier about fixing, I thought, man, that fit the T there. But hey, I got a 2003 Chevy Impala. Just turned 100,000 miles on it. Going to be getting rid of it. Well, I was thinking about either hanging on to it or getting rid of it. I'm going to be buying another Chevy Impala off a buddy of mine. He's got a 2015 with 30,000 miles on it. Do you think that's too early to throw any stiction eliminator in the 2015? Obviously, for the 2003, it's going to help it a bunch. But what about the 2015 with 30K on?
I would probably just jump right into the FR3 with a 2015 with 30,000 miles. I don't know. Gas engines don't build up the stiction nearly as quickly as the diesel unless they're extremely high efficient engine. Something with turbos on it. It doesn't have a turbo, does it?
No.
No, that I would go right to the FR3. Like 8 ounces of FR3, and you should see a noticeable difference before and after. In terms of fuel economy, power is going to be kind of hard to notice, but like all the tests that we did, we were able almost always to get a 3 to 5% increase in fuel economy. And we did, extremely precise testing. I mean, we in over dozens and dozens of cars. So it was pretty consistent. So I would say that you will definitely make the engine last a lot longer. It'll help with your startup, and you'll get better fuel economy.
All right. Roger that. Thanks. Hey, what about the pep? Listen, I had a belt bust on that 2003 a couple years ago. And ever since then, man, the power steering, you know how you get that little noise and I don't know, but it just won't go. You got anything that's sticking that?
I do.
That might help that out?
Yeah. You'll love this. Put just like a cap full or a shot glass full of FR3 in the power steering. Usually there's enough room in there to put it in without doing too much. But if you have to pull just a little bit out, like a tablespoon or two, and put some FR3 in there, right? It's the craziest thing. It like fixes it within 60 to 120 seconds. I mean, it is really cool. I had an old Chrysler Sebring, and one of our friends had one also, and they had the power steering pump go out, and it was the same year. And I thought, it kept squealing. Like it would, when you turn a steering wheel all the way and you can hear it squealing. Well, this thing did that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Like just going down the road, it did it. So I'm like, all right, let me put some of this in there. I just had I had the prop up on the hood, and I put literally 2 tablespoons of FR3 in the power steering. By the time I put the cap on and I went to take the prop, the squealing stopped. And I'm like, holy smokes.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. It works really well in power steering. And we've
also, I thought maybe it was low on fluid, but it's full, it's not the fluid. So.
Just put a little bit of FR3 and call back and let everybody know how it worked. Cause we've recommended it for people that put large tires on trucks. Cause that's a thing that people do, on pickup trucks. Well, the problem is, the power steering pump wasn't made to handle that much torque, cause you got those bigger tires on there. And so it's harder to steer. So we said, start putting a little bit of FR3 in there. Man, we had so many people call back and say, I've got 22-inch tires on, and it steers just as well as it did before. It's like it totally fixed the system. I was looking at putting a bigger pump on it. I was looking at all these different things, and this just fixed it. So I think you'll be really pleased.
Well, I'll definitely try it. Man, this might seem really like a crazy question. Listen, I'm not a big mechanic here or anything, but I've been losing water, and I'm not sure if it's the water pump or the radiator or what. But man, I went to dump some water in that radiator, and shame on me. I should have flushed that thing out more. But man, it's a mess. Anything to stick in a radiator helping things out, or is that just kind of far-fetched?
I don't have anything. We have not dived into that, but there are products on the shelf like radiator flushes that I've used before with good success. They go in, they clean up the calcium and the salts. So when, like on radiators or antifreeze, the regular antifreeze, what happens is after X amount of time in there, they turn into salt, like a salt. That white stuff you see, that's actually like a salt. So you have to flush that out. So I don't even know the names, but if you just go to the automotive or to like AutoZone, you'll see radiator flush. Put that in there. You have to flush water through it a little bit, and then it cleans it all out.
All right.
But that might be something.
Shame on me. I know better. It's been a couple years since I flushed it out, so it's my bad there. But it was a mess, honestly.
Well, I've done that too. It's just one of those things that you don't think about it until until you actually see it.
All right. Well, all right, man. I appreciate it, Steve, Chris, Mr. Fixer, the Fixer. I'm going to try that and stick it in there, and I will let everybody know how it works, especially on that power steering fluid.
That's right. All right. Well, Pappy, good to hear from you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good night. Have a good weekend. We'll chat next week. Hey, I got a couple minutes before we get to our bottom of the hour news break. Heat wave, if you can hang in there, we'll get to, is it Matt following that? I want to get to Sylvester because he's paying the international long distance.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Well, Sylvester, what's going on?
The big bickies, as we used to say. Yeah. So look, I'm trying to find my DD214 because I'm going to order some of your products. Now I've got the gasoline extreme. Now in my outboard, is this the one that I should put in the outboard?
It's gasoline, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got a 2-stroke and a 4-stroke.
So yeah, on the 4-stroke, I would put the gasoline extreme. On the 2-stroke, I would. Mm-hmm. It's not. This is kind of off shelf, but I would put some FR3 in there and just put a little bit to see how it goes. But have you tried that?
Okay, so I shouldn't get the LX4.
You could use LX4. That's a lubricity additive. Correct. That's a really, really strong.
Is that what
yeah.
Okay, so I probably don't need the 16-ounce one then. I'm doing this right now. I mean, as we speak.
Oh, okay.
And I was going over and looking at it, and then I didn't realize that. Of course, I need my DD214 to be able to claim my the military discount. Now. So, get the FR3?
You could go with the LX4. That's going to give you a lot of lubricity. I didn't think about that, but yeah, the LX4 would do a great job in the 2-stroke engine. And I think there's even
okay, good.
So there should even tell you on there how much to put in there. But
okay, because that was my next question.
Yeah, it should say how much to put in there, and if not, send me an email at Chris@Lubrication Specialties, and I'll double check it just to make sure. Like the 2-stroke is one of those areas that we've really been working like the last year to try to quantify claims, but we have used LX4 in there, and we've used the FR3, and we've seen like a lot of seat of the pants type effects, like, wow, that's running a lot better. So now we have to get some dynos run and do some other things of that nature to be able to say specifically what you can expect from it.
Now, what should I put into my like the crankcase of each of the FR3 or what?
If there's not a lot of hours on there, then I would go with FR3. If there's when it gets higher mileage or higher hours in your case, and I usually switch over to the stiction eliminator to clean it first and then follow up with FR3 on the next oil change. So just depends on how often it's used.
Yeah, because one of them, my big one is brand new, but I've got a little 3.3 as well that I use on my dinghy, and it's well loved. I'll put it that way. So do a clean out with the stiction eliminator, and then the FR3.
Correct. Next oil change. Yeah. So the stiction eliminator is going to clean and lubricate while it's in there on the dinghy. And what's unique about what we've done, and I know you probably already know this, but for everybody else that's listening, what we've done with the stiction eliminator, which is just different from everybody else in the industry, is there's no solvents in it. We're not like tearing anything up or stripping anything down the surface of the metal inside. What we're doing with the stiction eliminator is we're using Group 5 esters and detergents to clean and lubricate. Then there's a nano lubricant to coat everything inside so that it runs better with less friction. So you really do want to leave it in there for the whole oil change. And the FR3 is a good follow-up treatment because it costs right around half as much, and it really does the job at that point that you need it to do.
Okay, one last question. Are you guys going to come out with a spray?
We do have 2 sprays. We have yep, they should be on our website. There's a like a break-free type 1, and again, it's in a synthetic. It's a little bit more money than what's on the market, but it's not like a WD-40. It's actually about 300 times better.
Well,
yeah. So that's as far as rust prevention. So the way it works when they test products like this, they do a salt spray test, and I think you put something on the metal, then you spray it with salt spray for X amount of hours to see when it starts to rust. So it actually has a 300, I think it was 300 times what the WD-40 was able to do. And then we have a spray and stay type of grease that goes on there and stays for an extremely long time. And again, all those products have our esters and the nano lubricants in it.
So the grease, what's the consistency of the grease? Because I'm looking at, I didn't really know you had this. So the spray and stay, are you familiar with the WD-40 spray and stay?
No, I'm not. I know the WD-40 is what we were testing against, but not the spray and stay.
Yeah. I don't even know if we sell it at my work, and it's really good in a variety of applications. Now, I was just wondering with this spray and stay grease, what's the consistency of it? How does it go on? Is it more of the liquid, or then it stays, or is it how is it?
I don't know how to describe it. It is it is liquid. It goes on, and then it thickens. That's a tough question. The description's hard. I mean, I've used it lots of times. And if you're putting an order in, we can send you a can at no charge. You can give us some feedback on how it compares with the WD-40 spray and stay. But it's
well, you can send it to me, Chris. But I am in Australia, right?
Well, if you're putting other things on the order, it won't be that hard to throw an extra can in there. So just put a note on there that I said to do it, and I'll follow up tomorrow with the folks in sales and make sure that they got it done.
Okay, Okay, so I'll do that, and I'll put that on. When I do the order, is there a note that I can put on there? I'm not to that phase yet because I still get up on my DD214.
In the memo field, where it says, I think there's a place on there, just say, Chris said to send a can of spray and stay. They'll know what to
I'll do that.
Yeah, everybody else is going to do the same thing now. But they'll know. They'll know there's only one order going to Australia.
Okay, yeah, right.
Now, the only thing I got to watch is I'm not sure.
Expect to get an email tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll ask me about it. Hey, did you tell some guy? But the only problem that we might have with that is I know sometimes some things can't go via air. So aerosols might be one of those.
Right, yeah.
I'm just not sure. I know some things we can't ship. FedEx won't let us do that, but we'll know tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, look at see if there's anything else I had written down. Nope, that's pretty much it. But look, I just wanted to say thanks for making sure the show stays on. And by looking at the have you guys changed your rates for shipping? Because this is significantly less than the last time I looked.
I don't know.
Last time I was going, last time I was going to order something, it was going to be like $67 shipping, and it was just a couple of items.
We work really closely with FedEx. They are constantly tweaking our rates and trying to help us out. So they very well may have. We talk to them on a weekly basis. Hey, this is what's going on. So they're always trying to help us out in those areas. And international is one of our next frontiers that we're working on. So they may have gone in and negotiated some better rates.
One last question for you, Steve. Is that overnight drive?
That is the code. Yes, simply overnight drive. That's it. And then no .com or none of that. Okay. That's the code to get 10% off. And one more thing for you, Sylvester. I got an email from Spaceman, and he wanted to say to you, what the hell? He puts FR3 on his dinghy and he loves it. I can't believe he said that with a straight face. And Chris told him to keep on doing it.
Got to keep it lubricated, man. That's all I can tell you. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good morning. Thank you, Spaceman. All right. We're a little bit behind for our news break, as we call it. About 8 minutes worth, but we'll get.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey there, it's Steve Sommers. I'm off tonight, but here's some interviews you might have missed, and thanks for listening. Okay, jump back in it here on a Friday morning, and we've got lines available. It's 844-844-3388. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Heat Wave, what's going on this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot there, senor. Yeah, you ought to know, excuse me, you ought to know that, if you got someone else calls in from a long distance like Dean, hey, no problem. Just go ahead and throw him on. I'll wait. I got all the time in the world. Chris, Jacques Semas.
Jacques Semas. That's your term from Czechoslovakia or whatever.
Say that again.
That's Jacques Semas. J-A-K, second word S-E, last word M-A-S. Basically means, how are you?
Oh, what? I always thought it was like Dobre Ocho or Dobre, something like that. It's been 40.
I think that's that what you were saying is, I'm fine, how are you? Basically is what you were trying to say there in Czech. So
I'll work on it. I'll work on it for next time.
I hear you. Hey, I was going to ask you, I had mentioned the last time we talked, I had a snowblower that I got from my in-laws, and I was wondering, how I should approach it as far as putting the FR3 in there. And I think you had told me to put the FR3 in after I put gas in the tank, and I accidentally put it in before, and then added the gas to it. Now, was there what you were saying, or is there a reason for what I thought you said?
No,
to put the FR3 in after the gas.
Usually, I put the gas in first and then the FR3, just a little bit. So anybody else that's listening, because it's such a good cleaner, the FR3, it seems to go in there and just clean up the varnish. It's not made for gas, but it works really well in the gasoline. At least I've used it lots of times and it's helped. Did it work?
Well, it fired up just fine.
Yeah.
So I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know if the FR3 was supposed to be like on top settling down, or if it could be disturbed, with the gasoline getting put in. But yeah, it fired right up. I went ahead and put some in the engine crankcase because it was low, and I figured, well, I better throw some in there as well because, with it not being run for 3+ years, you just never knew if the rings are going to be just a little tight. But no, after the initial pull, on the second pull, it fired up and ran like a champ.
So
I'm really pleased with that.
I'm glad to hear that. I did the exact same thing. My snowblower, I bought it new probably 3 to 4 years ago when we had a heavy snow. And normally I use a tractor to clear the driveway and everything. And I thought, you know what? It's really cold out here, and I'm just going to get a snow blower and see if it does any better. So I used it that 1 year, one time, and then it sat in the barn for 3 years until this year. And sure enough, it's like, oh man, I didn't think about treating it or anything. And I'm pulling on it, wouldn't start. I put a little bit of FR3 in, and boom, there it goes. So it really does a good job. Again, it's those esters. They just clean like crazy.
Yep. So I was really, really impressed. So I can't say enough about that. Now, you know, we've got the Memorial Day coming around. Have you and Steve talked about how y'all are going to work that out? Is you going to pay Steve double to work Memorial Day, or did y'all figure out to get like a guest host in for that one, you know, to fill in for that day?
We have.
Or y'all going to do a?
We have not thought about that yet, or we haven't solved that problem yet, but we have talked about it at LSI headquarters. And I said, you know, one of the things that I want to work on, well, a couple things. First of all, this is the best trucking radio show out there. I mean, anywhere. So I said, we have to get better distribution, and we have to find somebody to start doing weekends and fill in for Steve. So if he wants to go on vacation or something, we can do that instead of just having best of, which, you know, was fine. We could do best of Steve and, you know, get by. But that's hot on our list to get that accomplished.
Okay. Well, I know I'd asked that before, and it was met with a second or two of silence, and it was like, we never thought about that. Well, I'm sure as much as Steve loves getting behind that mic and listening to us jabberjaw, you know, he's probably thinking, you know, I could use a break. So,
yeah, he deserves one.
So
also.
Good. I'm glad. Oh yes, the hardest working man in radio.
And we take baby steps. It's baby steps, one step at a time.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, how's the progression to terrestrial radio and eventually to satellite radio? Is that coming along, or is that something that's kind of on the back burner? What's going on with those?
No. It's hot on the front burner. We are putting the infrastructure in place to do that. So we wanted to get the show up and running, get all the bugs worked out, and then the next step was to start approaching other radio stations. So we have a new person starting on Monday who's going to start working on more distribution. One of the things that we'll have to do is tighten up some of the time, and we call them clocks in the radio business, but as you have noticed, everybody's noticed, you know, we can go past the hour by 8 minutes or 2 minutes, you know, which is really nice, you know, doing what we're doing, because it's not nearly as, I don't want to say stressful, because Steve handles it very well, but
we have to get it to the point where you've got that horn that runs over you at the, you know, at 29 and 34 seconds.
Yeah.
You got to know that it's a hard break, because you're going to. Yeah.
So, because when we go on terrestrial radio or XM, they're going to have their commercial times. That's how they pay their way. So we'll get half of the commercials and they'll get the other half. So they'll say, you know, we want to advertise our people, and it has to happen at 1:30 exactly. So we'll have to, you know, work around those parameters once that comes. But hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll be there.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to it. So, yeah, I don't know if you was listening or heard the replay from last night, but I tell you what, my partner in crime, I swear, Fly Rod, is being real big on this supposed cicada cookbook. And don't let him try to gouge you for money trying to start up. We're going to bug Big Ed for that, since he's the big winner at the casino this past weekend. And Moose, my goodness gracious, he was on the loose last night. I sure hope he's feeling better today. I mean, I agree with what he said. I mean, he just had the passion and the fire to go with it. And there's two names I want to put out there so people understand what he was talking about: Neville Chamberlain and Adolf Hitler. This appeasement nonsense Chamberlain was promoting just fell on deaf ears. Hitler was giving him lip service, and he was saying, and then behind the scenes, Hitler was doing what he was going to do to begin with. Absolute power grab. So, you know, Moose, I hope you're okay out there. Hope you didn't blow a gasket, but yeah, I agree with you.
What did I miss? Steve, what did I miss there? I feel like I'm coming in on the backside of a conversation.
Oh, it was, well, last night on the program, there was discussion in regards to what is the critical race theory being taught in the schools and how it's all marching towards socialism. And I think it was Sylvester that actually had called in, and he said, you know, the same thing's going on there in Australia. And I think the last comment was, enjoy your freedom while you have it. To which Big Moose called, and he went on an absolute rant about, you know, I've got the same blood running through my veins as they had on the battlefield. You know, he was naming them off one after another, you know, so, you know, they're not going to take my freedom.
I don't know that you can. Well, I just don't know anybody's going to disagree with that. I really feel like that's right. We are marching towards socialism, and something has to change if we're not going to go in that direction. So hopefully next year the election will, you know, change the House, and that'll help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. But yeah, I heard Chevy guy. He was banging on me for being union, saying that he was my personal alarm clock, because I was asking him if Eagle had been on. And Steve, I really don't know. Has Eagle been on at all this week? Have you heard anything from him?
I don't think he's been on with us this week. No.
Now, I've got a friend of mine who's, well, Dave Martin, Riding the Wave with Dave. He was asking me if I had heard from Eagle, and I said, you know, I don't remember hearing. You know, of course, the only time we do hear from Eagle is when he's sawing logs.
Yeah.
But when he's up, he is fired up, and he's got a lot of good points to stress. And, you know, I don't know if it's possible. Maybe you can have an air horn whenever Eagle's starting, you know, he's sawing logs.
When I pick up his calls?
Just go ahead and give us like a 5-second heads up, and you go ahead and blow that air horn. And maybe that'll get him up to the point where he realizes he was on hold. So, anyways, Eagle, if you're out there, Dave wants you to give him a holler. And so other than that, that's about it. I should have been on the road already, but they didn't call me at 6 o'clock this evening. And it looks like we may not be heading out at midnight tonight either. So I figured I'd stay up, say hey to y'all, and, you know, Mother's Day's coming up. Guys, make sure you take care of your wives and your ladies out there. Happy Mother's Day. And for those who are not fortunate enough to have children, you may have been a mother figure to someone out there. So give yourself a pat on the back, and y'all enjoy y'all's day on Sunday. Other than that, senor, we're going to be out of here, and come Monday morning, we'll have stories to tell and jokes to push around, and we'll just have a grand old time. How about that?
Sounds like a plan to me. All right. Well, heat wave, enjoy your weekend. Yeah, a little time off to some extent, and in some cases, time off that he doesn't really want. It's supposed to be rolling. All right, Matt's been hanging in there. I appreciate your patience. Matt, what's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, Chris?
Doing great. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I wanted to talk about a few things, but full disclosure here before we get started, for those of you guys that don't know, my name is Matt Rice, and I actually do a couple things for Hot Shots. I do contract work where I do video and photography work, and I'm directly involved in the motorsports industry. And I'm also a Hot Shots sponsored driver. So before we jump into some of that stuff, I just want to give everybody the 411.
Okay.
Well, thanks for calling in, Matt.
Now, there's a couple. Absolutely. There's a couple things I've been sitting here listening, and specifically one question in general. The guy had asked about, a gasoline carbureted engine. Now, I personally run a gasoline carbureted engine. Well, I used to last year anyway. I raced last year's season with what was a literal junkyard 5.3 full of engine grime, full of crap and crud. We threw it together, sprayed some nitrous through it, and went racing all year. And a couple of the things that I used were specifically, I used Stiction Eliminator and the Adrenaline Series race oil. Now, the oil is one part of it, but the Stiction Eliminator, what really amazed and surprised me was that this year I took the valve covers off, and the inside of the valve covers were almost spotless. Now, this is stuff that had literal, tons of miles, high abuse, everything else, and is now spotless because of, what I'm assuming is the Stiction Eliminator. I mean, I'm sure the oil has some part in that, and with the FR3 and everything else. But it really, you guys keep talking, I keep hearing diesel, diesel, diesel. I mean, there's a lot of gas benefit out here with some of the products you guys have.
Absolutely. And we did the same thing as a test 2 years ago, and you just jogged my memory because we had an old car and we pulled the valve covers off, and it was just full of just all kinds of residue and, sludge and things like that. So we put the valve cover back on, changed the oil, put Stiction Eliminator in it, and then it was one of the employees, they drove the car, and then we took the valve cover off, and it's like you said, it was like, looked brand new inside. I forget what happened to the project, but right. I'll go back and look it up on Monday.
And that's what I don't understand. I mean, I've got some knowledge, I spend a lot of time with Kyle. We're on the road a lot. He's constantly, in my ear, giving me the information, the science behind it. But I don't understand how you take a motor like that that's just full of crap and crud, and like, where does it all go?
So if you want to think about this,
it just like disappears.
So if you think about the way this works, is most of what's in there is going to be, and when I say most, I mean like 99, maybe 98% of it is going to be some sort of hydrocarbon, because you're not like taking the oil cap off and dumping a bunch of dirt in there. So it's really burnt up oil of some sort or another. So what we're doing is we're melting it away, and what the Stiction Eliminator does is it dissolves it. So it's not like you're breaking off flaking paint. It's more like you're dissolving it and making it back into oil, or some sort of oil product. So the filter could take away anything that's solid, and then the rest of it just becomes part of the engine oil. And then on your next oil change, you're getting rid of it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, because it is like, talking about where do these chunks of, it looks like physical chunks of stuff, and it's, like you said, is dissolved into nothing. It's probably getting caught up in the filter and then, coming out the oil change. But that was one of the things I wanted to touch on. And another part of it too is just motorsports in general. I've been myself racing last year, haven't done too much this year as we're upgrading the car a little bit. But, been around with Kyle to all these diesel events, seeing the motorsports industry, flourish. Like the other products that you guys offer, I feel like don't get enough attention. I use the adrenaline trans fluid, and I do some really, really stupid stuff. Do you know how a trans brake works in the racing transmission?
I do not. I'm like a plant maintenance guy. So full disclosure, I've only been to one race, and I just worked the booth. So I've never even been to one of these races. I'm give me a.
You haven't even had to fun yet.
No, put me in a coal mine or a glass plant or something like that, and that's where I'm at home. Kyle, this was even before Kyle was Kevin and Brett talked me into NHRDA. NHRDA? Yeah, back, I think, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And it literally took them 3 meetings. They brought me in and said, this is what we want to do. I'm like, yeah, we don't want to get into racing. That's not what we do. We're about, truck drivers and this type of thing. Then 2 weeks later, we just want you to look at this again. And finally, the third time, let's just try it. If we could prove ourselves on the racetrack, that proves that this isn't snake oil, that we have a credible product. I'm like, all right, we'll do it for 1 year. And it just ballooned after that. The parts I wasn't looking at were the relationships that we would build up with the racers. It became like the heart and soul of our R&D department. All of a sudden we had, real-time access to people that were running dynos all the time. It wasn't just, we spend a day, pay for a dyno. Right. Now all of a sudden it's, hey, we got this racer, they're going to do a dyno on their engine. Can we, get details from it. So it really developed, the whole racing line developed from that. So it was a really smart move, which really goes to the point that it's better to have smart people working for you than to be smart. Believe me, the people at LSI are much smarter than I am.
I've always heard that. Look, I'm a big business guy. I've always heard that you should always hire people that are smarter than you. So I believe that. But to go back to the talking about how it works and how it's not stake oil. I mean, I've physically seen it. The reason I asked about a trans brake is because in a racing transmission, the way that a trans brake works is it engages first and reverse at the same time. So you press a button and it engages first gear and reverse gear at the same time. This allows you to be dead stopped on the line. You let off the button and the reaction time is generally much quicker than you would be able to do with, having one foot on the brake and one foot on the gas. That's the short story. What happens is when you have that trans brake engaged, obviously you're creating extra friction, you're creating extra heat. So a big thing is you don't want to spend a lot of time on the trans brake. Now, I used to do something really stupid where I would spray the nitrous while I was still on the trans brake, which you should not do. All we're doing is just creating extra load through the engine, making extra power, pushing it through the converter and upping that heat. I mean, I did that repeatedly and never once have had a problem. The transmission doesn't even have to come out this year. The fluid is still good. Your trans fluid, I'm not going to lie, it kind of smells weird. Like, not like in a burnt way. It just got a weird smell. And I don't think it smells too good anyway, fresh out the bottle. But it still smells the same level of not good that it did before when it was fresh out the bottle. So, in the motorsports industry, I think we're making leaps and bounds here because this product is allowing me to do really stupid stuff with my car, and my car survived.
I've heard stories like that via Kyle and Kevin. Kevin Adams, our vice president of research and development, for those that don't know. But I mean, they've told me about some of the racers. I
was just with them at Rudy's.
Yep. Go ahead. I've heard that they've gone like the whole season and pulled the engine apart and looked brand new inside. Like they just couldn't believe it. Normally they're ready to just totally rebuild everything because they're just shot, by the end of a race season. So I think what you're saying is accurate. I've heard that story, through them a lot.
Yeah. I mean, what my question is, what do you think that, an average racer would benefit from using your gasoline line of products? Because I've seen it myself, but I want to hear what you've got to say. An average guy races his hot rod on the weekend, stiction eliminator, FR3, even up to the adrenaline line from some of the more serious guys. I mean, what are some of the benefits that these racers could get from using the product?
Well, first off, you're going to get a lot more power because we're reducing the amount of friction inside there. But also the wear. So I know from the laboratory tests, with the stiction eliminator, we've been able to get about a 62% reduction in wear. And on the FR3, we're using half as much FR3 in the treatment, and it's about 50% less wear. So, when you're doing something with a hot rod, you're basically shortening the life of the engine because you're driving it so hard. So if we can, eliminate some of that, it's definitely going to help. And I believe that we do that. I mean, just reduced wear, more power. The oil itself holds up longer if you're using the racing oils. They're just made to do that because they're full PAO synthetic oils. And you touched on something earlier that I just want to mention. These products, not necessarily diesel extreme, but like the stiction eliminator, the FR3, are for gas also. We're still a fairly small company. So a lot of it has to do with how much marketing bandwidth you have. So we have to, honestly, it takes almost all we've got just to keep all the marketing going forward, for the truck stops, for the AutoZones, the O'Reillys, for our dealers, for the web. So it's, we do have gas. We do want to break into the gasoline market, but it's a whole different marketing spiel, if you will. The messaging, everything has to be turned.
Right, a way to approach it.
Yeah, we've known this for years. We just haven't had the bandwidth to do it. I mean, there's so many questions that come up. Should it be stiction eliminator, or should we come up with a different name for it for gas? Because people are going to associate that with diesel. And it's an ongoing, not debate, but discussion. And as you know, Matt, I mean, things just come at us at 90 miles an hour, week over week over week.
They do.
I mean, hey, there's an opportunity to have an overnight show. Can we have that up and running in 30 days? It's like, everybody's working. So it's definitely something we should do. But all those products, and as earlier one of the callers mentioned, spray lubes. I mean, we have spray lubes, we have gear oils, engine oils. I mean, everything, and we're trying to complete the product line in terms of gasoline passenger car oils. So we want to have the whole line done, hopefully by the end of this year. But there's a lot available on the website. There's a lot available through Hot Shot Secret dealers. If you look on our website, you can put in your zip code and find a dealer near you. They have more products available to them than retailers do. Just again, so if those of you that don't know, retail places are only going to put on the shelf the things that move quickly and move in high volume. Some of those things will never be a retail item. So they're just not made to be that way, but we still want to do it because we're driven by, coming up with the solutions and solving the problems. And really it's the customers that we're trying to serve, not the retail market. It's, okay, here's something we can affect change on, so let's do it. So what you're saying is right. We just haven't put together the right messaging and the rest of the story to go along with it.
Absolutely. Well, look, I really appreciate the time, guys. Just one more thing before I leave. You just mentioned the spray and stay. For the guy that called earlier and asked, it comes out of the can as a thick liquid, and within a couple seconds, it will solidify to almost like a white lithium grease looking blob there, and then that's when it's stuck. So it comes out as a liquid and then solidifies into a nice grease there. Also wanted to shout out the Party on the Mountain No Prep is happening, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, the small tire class. Hercules from Memphis Street Outlaws is going to be there. That's going to be Memorial Day weekend at English Mountain Raceway in Tennessee. I just wanted to drop that out there for listeners. If you got anybody in Tennessee looking for something to do Memorial Day weekend.
Good deal. I know that I think this weekend, Kyle is off, and he tells me that he's got, I think, 6 consecutive weekends in a row that they'll be out there. I think the next one is actually Indianapolis, the diesel drags in Indy. That's in our show notes. We'll give you more on that. Thank you so much for the call there. And we get our news update here.
Thanks, Matt.
It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. So the ultimate call-out challenge and what they call the ODSS, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series event in Indianapolis, Indiana. Mm-hmm. Big event. UCC brings together the best competitors in North America. They battle it out, competing in a drag race, sled pull, and dyno competition. After the 3 days and the 3 events, the scores are all calculated to find out who's the 2021 UCC champion. Find the S10 racing during the ODSS portion of the drag race with many other sponsored drivers and the best diesel drag racers from all around the country. So that's the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 he's talking about there. They'll be running in Indianapolis.
Correct, and that's the one that broke the world record. So I did go. That's the only race I've ever gone to, and that was probably 3 years ago. And I was amazed at how many people showed up. And it's 3 days, like you just said. When they do the dyno, I'm thinking to myself, who wants to go and watch somebody do a dyno? Like, how exciting can that be? But holy smokes, it's really cool. It's hard to believe that they could take a 300 horsepower Cummins engine and they could get 3,000 plus horsepower out of it. So that's what everybody's there to see. It's like, who was able to take the diesel engine and modify it enough to get the most horsepower? That's one of the events. And it's really interesting to see all the things they do and how hard these guys work. The first day you'll see them, blow an engine, and they're out there at 6 o'clock at night in the field, like in a parking lot type area, and they're taking the engine out, putting a new engine in, and there's 40 people around watching them. I mean, they just go 24 hours a day. It's really interesting and cool.
Actually trying to rebuild an engine, or
they'll take it out and put a new one in.
Is that right?
But they'll do it like in front of everybody. So there's booths. They'll have booths from all the different people that supply diesel equipment, diesel products. So it's almost like a trade show. And then in the arena, they're running races. They're doing speed. They're doing power. And then at the end of the time, at the end of 3 days, they add up the points, like you said, and whoever has the most points wins. And that's usually been Fire Punk.
Okay. Well, speaking of Fire Punk, this weekend, catch the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Mother's Day morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Motor Trend TV, and that's the truck, you guys. You get a close-up look at the S10 that you'll be able to see in person if you go to Indianapolis. They'll be talking about, just like Matt was talking about a few minutes ago, the adrenaline racing oil, which is infused with the FR3, keeping the truck running at the top of the game. World's fastest diesel, breaking the world record. And this year, they first ever diesel in the 8th mile to get under the 4-second mark.
Yeah. And again, I'm not a racer, but what's really cool about that is that truck went faster than a dragster. So than a diesel dragster. And if you look at the diesel dragster, it's made to go faster, but to take a pickup truck and do that, it's crazy, the things they can do.
So the diesel guys and the dragsters are probably kind of almost like a little bit embarrassed about the S10, aren't they?
I would say so. They're starting to race against gas engines now, and the diesels are beating the gas engines. So it's really turning the industry on its ear, because nobody ever expected that. Everybody thinks of a diesel engine as being lots of power and slow, and here these guys are going up against gas engines and winning. So it's exciting. That's
pretty incredible. Hey, before we get back to the calls, I got a quick one from the email bag, which is from David, who says, Steve, I just wanted to give Chris a testimonial. The last time Chris was on with you, I heard him say how they had done a sort of impromptu test on a small engine that was running rough from the carb, having varnish in it from the cheap gas nowadays. Well, I've got a Honda push mower that has an automatic choke that I've been having issues with. After you started to mow for a few minutes, it acted like the choke was on. It would start running rough. I'd have to stop and keep revving it up until it cleared out, and then it would run fine. So I took just a capful of the FR3, put it in the gas, and the last couple times I've mowed, it has not had the issues. Seems to run a little smoother to boot. I've also got a snowblower that has a very rough idle. I'm going to try that same trick, and I'll report back the next time Chris is on with you. I've been a Hot Shots user for a few years now. I would recommend it to everyone. Thank you, Chris, for the great products, and, of course, bringing back the king of overnight radio. Okay. My head is swelling.
I like it.
Okay, who's next up here? Would that be the Grump? I believe it is. What do you say, Grump?
What's happening, fellas?
Hey there.
How you doing there?
Good.
Hey, Chris, I wouldn't worry too much about filling in for Steve, getting somebody to do that. All you got to do is set a cooler full of that damn Skull Buster beer beside his chair. He'll never get up. He'll sit there until just as long as it's there, he'll sit there. Hey, buddy, I got to tell you, man, that you got to save my bacon here back in January, man. I blew the tip off of an injector. And I've been, these Detroits, they run nasty as can be anyway. I mean, they're puffing and smoking and carrying on anyway. But, and I've always had built up engines, they're kind of hot engines. But I've ran your Diesel Extreme, and I cannot say enough about your anti-gels. I think they're the best on the dang market, and that's just, and I'm not somebody easy to please, buddy, by a long shot, but, I have always felt comfortable, didn't care where I went. If I got that stuff in the side box, I'm good to go, so I can dope them tanks up, but yeah, I blew the tip off an injector, but I've always run that Diesel Extreme, and it kept the soot down, man. That injector, when the tip come off, I pulled the injector out, but we, got the scope and stuck it down in the cylinder there, kind of looking around, and it was clean as a whistle down there anyways. What surprised me was it seemed like it had some moisture or something like that. I had a head gasket blown, and replaced the head, and we put the old injectors back in, and it popped one of the injectors. I think there was a little moisture still in the system, something. But anyway, it made it to number 5 injector and just blew the tip right off of it. I got pictures of it. You wouldn't believe it, but it went through the exhaust valve, and the only way I knew it, it made it all the way through was it messed up a fin on a turbo, which is, believe me, buddy, that's a far cry better than cracking a piston. for the tip of that injector. But it was, it was amazing, man. It just, everything in there was just clean as a whistle. But, I can't say enough about your products, brother. I mean, they work, and it's just fantastic that you got old Steve sitting there in a chair talking about them. He's been with us a long time, or we've been with him. I don't know, man. It's, I think it's, I don't remember, trucking out here so much that and talking to Steve over the years. I think, God, it's been years. I mean, probably 20 years or so, isn't it, Steve, since we've been shooting the breeze?
Well, essentially, I would
imagine.
I took over full time as host back in 2004. But of course, I was working 3 days a week for several years before that. I was, kind of splitting the duties. And since 1996, I've been at least picking up the phone, answering the phones.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been calling you, sending you emails and stuff, since computers and everything come up. But it was. I remember sitting around with one of the old phones at the truck stops, and on the weekend. But it's been years, man. It's been quite the ride, and I like I said, I can't say enough. But I got to ask you, Chris. You said the company's relatively still small and everything. Have you thought about taking it public or anything?
No, we've had a lot of people want to invest, give us money, buy in, and the reason I've not gone that direction is, first of all, I'm not that familiar with it in terms of my comfort level, but the second thing is we're like a big family at LSI, and it makes me really nervous if somebody were looking over my shoulder saying, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. So some of the projects we work on don't have like a huge financial gain. So my fear would be, if I'm beholden to shareholders, it becomes about profits. So like, let's just say you gave us $100,000 and all of a sudden we're doing a project that's not going to give you the return you want. You have the right to say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. Here's some other projects that will pay off more. So I've always been nervous about the direction that other people would take the company. And I really do want to keep it where it's at, which is a family atmosphere. We all look out for each other. We all try to help each other out, but we're extremely passionate about solving problems and staying focused on problem-specific solutions. And I really don't want to lose that. And I'm afraid I would if I became a public company.
I think you're right. I think it's, you're in a good place right now, and it's just, you got some people that really, really, appreciate the products that you have out on the market. And, that's what I look for every time I'm in a truck stop. If I, need something that, it's going to have, Hot Shot Secret on it, or it's not going in my truck. It's just the way it is. We play around with a lot of different things. There's all kinds of products out here, but there's very few that are effective and work the way yours does. That's just a fact. And, I certainly appreciate it. Like I said, you saved me an engine. That just, I've had some products in this truck that, especially in Detroit, man, it'll carbon up the engine. And, if that tip on that injector hadn't, if this engine hadn't been so clean, it would have stuck somewhere, in a valve or, an exhaust valve or something. But, it made it all the way through the turbo. And that was, that was just going out the exhaust. I was just, I thought, the lesser of all of it, it still cost me $700 for a turbo, but that was a far cry better than, having a,
engine rebuild.
Put a piston and a liner in.
Right.
But, I appreciate it, man. I really do. And, I was always wondering about that. I didn't know if if it was public or what. I deal in stocks, and I thought, well, hell, I'll definitely invest in it if it is. It's save me that kind of money. But we're man, it's it's a crapshoot anymore with these engines, and it's good to see somebody's got some products out that's actually doing some good for a lot of even these newer engines. And it's I don't know what companies, why companies don't look at the diesel extreme and stuff like that and just, understand that, hey, that stuff, that it works. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
But, I've written a lot of things over the years, and stuff. And, for different venues. I've written for magazines and things like that, and I like trying these products and stuff. And when you first started up, it was just the Hot Shot Secret alone, the diesel or the stiction remover. Now that was like I said, that was something that running Detroits I've had before. I've had injectors fouling and hell, when I was running to Alaska, I couldn't tell you how much I stuffed in these side boxes, just in case I had injectors in there, everything. You break down on the side of the road, it might be a day or so before anybody gets to you. If you're up there on that Alcan Highway somewhere, up in the Yukon or something like that. So, I carried extra turbos and everything like that, man. And I'm not kidding you, buddy. I religiously use that stiction remover. It, you want to keep things moving and keep stuff clean. And if owner operators are out there listening, you better, jump on it. I mean, that's just, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not somebody that's easy to please, and I don't promote people's products or anything, but I'll damn sure promote yours. It's amazing products, man. I sure appreciate it.
Well,
but that's about it for me tonight, Steve.
Good to hear from you, Grump. Thanks so much.
Hey, buddy. You too. We'll see y'all later.
He mentioned our winter anti-gel, diesel winter anti-gel we call DWAG. And back in 2014, we had people wanting us to introduce anti-gel. Like, what can we do? And that is a large market. I mean, it's probably the anti-gel market is more than all the other additives put together because there's so much of it used. And I said, no, not. I mean, there's so many anti-gels out there. So I kept telling Kevin, I said, until we have something that is leaps and bounds better than everything else out there, then I really don't want to be just another come along product. Like, hey, we have that also. So he went to town. I mean, I am not exaggerating. He spent 2 to 3 years. We tried so many different formulas. It's kind of funny. We had diesel fuel freezing. We have a freezer in the laboratory that we freeze, diesel fuel to see what's working, what's not. Well, we had so many going that he started putting it in the cafeteria freezer. So you go in there to get some out of the freezer, there's diesel fuel in there. It's like, Kevin, we got to stop this. But we finally came up with something that was leaps and bounds better. So most of the products we were testing, like the top rate products, were bringing the fuel down to about minus 35, minus 40 degrees before it would gel up. We were down to minus 60, and we still weren't gelled up. So that's when he brought to me, he goes, I could guarantee you this is a lot better than anything else you'll find on the shelf. So that's, when we came out with it. But it took a long time. We held off. Same way with the gasoline extreme. There was a lot of pressure to come out with a gasoline additive. And I just kept saying, no, not until we have something that is truly unique and better than everything else out there. Because, again, we don't want just another, product like everybody else's. It's got to be unique. It's got to solve a problem, or it's got to be 2 to 3 times better than everything else out there. And that's what we did.
Best you can buy.
Exactly. Yep.
Hey, Larry. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I think I lost the connection before when we were talking, but wanted to throw out something. I don't know if you've opened up my email yet, but I sent out my Inspirational Friday.
It's before me here, yes.
It's kind of cutesy today.
Okay.
And anyway, show it to Chris, and if Chris kind of likes the format, send me his email address, and I'll include him on the distribution. Chris's Inspirational Friday is something that I kind of tagged after my daughter created something at her work called Motivational Monday. And so I thought it was a good idea, but I didn't want to copy it. So I created my own Inspirational Friday. Every Friday, I try to publish something that is mind-provoking and kind of makes you think about stuff, and always positive, never, ever, ever negative. So if you look at the one that is out for today, if you like the concept of it, have Steve send me your email address. I'll include you on the distribution.
That sounds great.
Another thing. Yeah, to me, Chris, it's bathroom reading, if you will. Our industry creates something called Safety Monday, and every place I've ever worked, Rumpke, Waste Connections, Waste Pro, and here at Ecotech, in the bathroom in front of the urinals. Think about it when you go to a truck stop. You have these little posters that they put out, these ads all the time. Well, I change that 3 times a week. On Monday, I put Safety Monday. Wednesday, I put something that's kind of typical to the market or to the area. And on Friday, I put in Inspirational Friday. And it gets everybody in the building. Typically, I get emails from them. Or my distribution right now is about 350 people outside of my company. So it's just something I enjoy doing and keeping positive.
Sounds like something we can use today. Go ahead and send it to me. My email address is chris@lubricationspecialties.com. It's not a hard code to break.
Wait a minute. I'm old. I got to write slow. Chris at
lubricationspecialties.com. That's the name of our company. Hotshot Secret is actually our brand name. Originally, Hotshot Secret was Stiction Eliminator. That was our first product. It was called Hotshot Secret. And then as we started growing, marketing person said, hey, this is really a better name for a brand than it is, just for a product. So he changed it to Hotshot Secret. That's where we came up with the Powered by Science, and we started naming the products after that.
That's very cool. And another thing I want to share with you, if you look over to your left, you're going to see a challenge coin over there that does not have my name on it, but it has some information that I kind of coined my own challenge coin. And if you don't know the history of challenge coins, I gave Steve also a letter that kind of gives you a little background of the challenge coin. But at the end of the day, I give this coin out when somebody exceeds expectation or when somebody needs kind of a lift. Case in point, I happen to be at a Kroger store. I live in the Louisville market, but I come to Cincinnati at least once a month. And I was in Harrison, Ohio, and I saw this guy walking through the parking lot, and all of a sudden he stopped. And he was sobbing. I could see he was crying. And then I noticed that he grabbed his chest. So being a former firefighter and EMT, I went up to see if he needed any assistance. And he held his hand up to caution me, and he said, I have PTSD. It's really, really bad. Blah, blah, blah. So I spent some time talking to him, and when I found out, his issue with PTSD and everything else, and I have a military background as well, I gave him a challenge coin, and we prayed together for a minute. And you would have thought that I gave this guy the sunshine. I gave him a new lease. My point being is that Hotshot Secrets can create a challenge coin that says who they are, what they're about, and share it in a similar fashion when it's appropriate. And this little coin, which at the end of the day, and I told Steve, when I order 100 of them, it costs me $3.35. You give a $3.35 coin to somebody and make a difference in their life for one reason or another. And it can be a big deal. And Steve, if you have that letter still, show it to Chris. And if he's interested in the coins, I can give you the distributor that I've been using for 20 years. And the beauty of them is that they do not charge you for the draft mock-ups. Now, you have to pay for the mold, but I've seen people that's had 4, 5, 6 draft mock-ups before they actually finalize the coin that they want. So just a little tidbit of information.
I like it. Sounds like a great idea.
I'll go over there and I'll pull that coin. He went over to look at I got that whole collection there, Larry. You've seen them there, and most of them are from when my son was in Afghanistan and whatnot. I got a bunch of Trump coins, of course, but and so yeah, I'll pull that one up and show it to him.
Sounds great. I'm in the office now, kind of looking at the show on my bigger monitor instead of my little phone, and having a good time with it. And by the way, Chris, I sent Steve some information of a motor vehicle repair facility here in southern Indiana. And as I was listening to the show, there is a guy named Joe Sugar in northern Ohio up in the Cuyahoga region who has 2 large diesel shops. I'm going to send Steve his information for Joe Sugar, that you guys can reach out to him, because he has a lot of fleet services that he does. And these are 2 major diesel repair facilities up in the Cuyahoga area.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And you can always, if you want to send the info, you can send it straight to Chris at that email, chris@hotshotsecret.com. I'm sorry, chris@lubricationspecialties.com.
And it's written down here in front of me because I'm old and I forget it. So on with the show, gentlemen. I'm enjoying it as always.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Larry. Have a great weekend. And I'm looking here. It's just a little, an email that he sends out. He calls it Inspirational Friday. And this week, he said, "What do you want on your tombstone?" Oh, then he's got a little picture of Tombstone Pizza there. He says, "I was asked this question in 2001 while I was at church. So I started thinking, extra cheese, pepperoni, everything." He said, he's being lighthearted there. "The real question is," then he's got a photograph of an actual tombstone in a cemetery. "When that day comes, how do you want to be remembered?" To which his quote was, "One who cares." One who cares. Larry Stone. So that's just little things to make you think is what he does on Fridays. He sends me these. You've been sending these to me for a couple months now since I've been on my new gig. All right. So, we're so far behind on our break. I mean, I don't know. How did we get here?
It's always fun.
It's 844-844-3388. I'm enjoying a little R&R, so here's a previously aired show just for you. All righty, back at it here as we roll on into the early hours of a Friday. Getting ready for the weekend, Mother's Day weekend coming on. Took a couple of attempts there, but we got it logged in. I know Carolina Ghost Rider, I bet you tried to dial in about 4 times there, didn't you? Good morning, Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I got in, and then it kicked out, and then it did it several times, and then so I went back on the app, and then I heard it say, "You have successfully." I said, "Well, he finally got it."
Exactly. Yep, that's it.
Everybody keeps talking about a fill-in. I tell you who I think would do a good job is old Grump.
There you go.
Pretty smart fella.
I don't know. We might have a lawsuit on the first weekend with that.
It'd be fun, though. The shifter store, Chris. All right. I've got a '08 F-150. Bought it used, and it got to where it would have like I guess you call it a hesitation. You'd be driving down the road, and it would you'd feel it stumble just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I put the shifter store in there and was paying attention to it. I thought, you know what? It's not doing it anymore. And ever since I bought the truck, at 55 miles an hour, it's had a vibration. I mean, no matter you get to 55, you'd feel the truck shake. And so I'm driving one day, and I look, and I'm running dead on 55, and I'm not feeling any vibration. And I thought, okay, now either this was a coincidence, or this shifter store has done something to get rid of the shake. Any ideas?
The only place you put it was in the transmission, correct?
Correct. I've gone through the set of tires that was on it originally. When I first got the vehicle, it had a set of tires on it and had a vibration at 55. They switched the tires, it still had the vibration. The deal on it was a good enough deal on the truck. I said, well, I don't care. I just want, like the song says, I can't drive 55. So because if I went above it, it was fine. If I was below it, it was fine. I put a new set of tires on it since, and still the same thing, but it just seemed really odd.
Yeah.
Very happy, but just seemed really odd.
Well, I've not heard that, but I'm just thinking this through, which this is good insight. Thanks for letting us know about this. But I wonder if something in the transmission was like a little bit out of balance at 55. like one of the little parts was hung up, and then the shift restore cleaned it or lubricated it enough so that it was able to move, so that it wasn't causing an imbalance. So maybe that was like centrifugal force inside the transmission that was causing the vibration.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting to me because, like I said, I wasn't looking for it, but I just happened to notice it. And the thing of it is, that was a new factory rebuilt transmission from Ford. It was put in there before I ever got it, and obviously didn't think it would have anything to do with that.
Yeah,
I just felt like it was probably something in the drivetrain, after the transmission.
Right. No, my first thought would have been the tires, but since the shift restore made it go away, I just wonder if something was hung up in there, and you got it loose by putting the shift restore in. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll keep my eye out for that.
I thought it was an interesting result, and I just wanted to share it with you.
Well, thank you. That's good.
Well, all right. As always, enjoy the show, and everybody else has said it. I will too. Thanks for getting Steve back out here, and y'all have a great night.
Hey, thank you for checking in this morning, Carolina Ghost Rider. There you go. All right, I got an email from Shaky talking about that high-paying job. He said, I was listening to one of my talk show hosts, Dana Lash, that I listen to a lot on WIBC. The CEO from that energy company was on there doing an interview with her about a month ago. And that's what he was saying. His top earners are making $13,000 to $15,000 per week hauling sand and other things for the fracking industry. That's incredible. And I know there was a time when Doc Holliday remember when he was up in Pennsylvania for years hauling the sand, him and Sugar Bear. And that's before the first collapse in the fracking sector, and all these businesses started going under. Their pay plummeted. They actually got out of that line of work. But I didn't realize the fracking sector was going gangbusters right now. Or is it just the fact they can't find any drivers in that field right now? All right, who's next up here? Let me get up. I know he was holding on here, and I think we talked to Gary earlier in Tennessee. He was also a lot of transmission issues tonight.
That seems to be the trend.
Morning, Gary. Welcome back.
Well, good morning. The last caller before this guy answered a lot of my questions. I was wondering, I went on the website and looked at the shift restore, and he was talking about it's best used when you put new fluid in. And I've heard the same thing about not changing the fluid. I think there's 130,000 miles on this Lincoln. And I was just thinking about adding it. And I think there's about 9 quarts of oil in it. And it says for 16, I think the 16 ounces is good up to 9 quarts or 10 quarts or something like that. So just add it to it without changing it would probably be all right.
Correct. That's what I would do. And that's
okay.
Yeah, put the 16 ounces in there and then see what the effects are. Hopefully somebody can call and tell us why you can't change transmission fluid, because I've heard that story before, but I don't remember it. So it'd be good to know.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, that you mess up. There's a lot of metal shavings inside the transmission, and when you try to drain it or do something, it does something that stirs it all up and can cause more problems. That's what I've heard. I mean, I just turned 66 years young, and the other thing, I did use some of the oil in my Toyota, and the oil additive, and I was just wondering, is there something else that I could add to get better mileage? Because I'm only getting about 18 miles to the gallon on my Toyota, and I get a little better on the expressway, but I guess maybe that's as good as it's going to get.
Toyota pickup truck?
It's a Toyota Highlander.
Yeah. Did you try the gasoline extreme?
No, I haven't.
So I would try the gasoline extreme. You put the FR3 in, so I'd say the two of them together, you should pick up probably another 3% to 5%. I've seen results as high as 10%, which that'd be like a full mile per gallon with the gasoline extreme.
Wow.
Yeah, you could try it.
Right, when I order that, I'll order the gasoline stream as well. So I appreciate your show and appreciate Steve.
Yeah, let us know how it works.
I will. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you much. There you go. Have a great morning. Hey, see Rick. Rick, friend, he called in for the first time the other night. Yeah, Rick, I just emailed your number to Kyle probably between 11 and midnight this past evening. So, yeah, you'll get your code probably later today. Kyle will take care of that. But my bad, I neglected to email your number to him, Wednesday morning and Thursday morning. So, yeah, but it's done. All right, let's see what's... don't hit the wrong button there. Don't drop his call. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there to the king of all overnight media and the fixer.
There we go.
Hey, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
You like that?
The king of all overnight media. Boy, is that swelling the head or what? But anyways, the fiction eliminator. When you're saying putting this in, and I got a Suburban that has 160,000 miles on it. So you're saying to put it in, it'll start cleaning up. Now, should I do anything with filters? Should I, because doing like a 3,000 mile oil change normally, with that working on cleaning in there, should I spin a filter off and put a fresh one on like every 1,000 miles, or should I just let it run? And because these filters aren't very big on, it's got the 5.3 in it, or I guess that's the old 305, V8 gas engine.
Right.
So
no,
I didn't know if you should change the filter more often, and for what's getting put into the filter.
You do not need to. So if you put the stiction eliminator in there and just leave it in there for the 3,000 miles, it'll clean it up. And what's happening is it's going to dissolve any of the solids that are in there and make it clean as brand new. So you would not need to change the filter. You're not going to capture any dirt. So the filter should be picking up things that are, we call it silica or silicon, but it's, basically sand type of particles or metal shavings. But we wouldn't be creating any more of those. We would just basically be dissolving any of the solids, the hydrocarbons that are left behind. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep. No, that does. So, but yeah, the other thing I've always heard is that a filter works its best when it's actually the dirtiest and you're about ready to change it, because it's, it's got so much more to get through it. It actually holds more out. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. And again, thanks for being there. And I don't know if Steve told you or not. I put in my ticket there to try to be the overnight fill-in guy there, or maybe a weekend or vacation guy, but we got a lot of crickets on the air after that, so I guess that's not going to work.
All right.
And if I put in my vote for anybody, there'd be an old producer that Steve used to work with and spend many truck shows with him, and he's got the initials CP, and I'll go that far with it, but I think he knows who I mean, and if he's interested, then that would be who I'd be guessing for. So,
all right.
Anyways, very, very good. And we'll talk to you later there, and we'll look forward to hearing from you next month. And I'll give a report on the truck convoy because, hey, that's happening Sunday.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of the truck convoy Sunday, dude, you're going to be in it, aren't you? Are you going to get to participate in it, like actually drive in it, or no?
Yep. I actually have to work on getting my old truck out and fired up and get it up there. I got a few extra Hot Shot Secret stickers to put on it, so we'll get those put on the toolboxes.
Excellent.
But I will be in it, and I wish I had a banner or something, but I hope Kyle got some stuff out there. I heard he was supposed to get some product and stuff out to Make-A-Wish, so hopefully all that got there. And so, but we'll be looking forward to that, and I guess we'll report back to you Monday on how all that went.
All right, we'll look forward to it. That's what I was going to say. We'll keep our fingers crossed that we don't have a rainy day there in the east on Sunday. Yeah, it sounds kind of like the rain may hold off till like later in the day. You might get lucky and get your convoy in before the rain dumps on you. I got an email from Pappy. You talked to Pappy earlier, and he said, oddly enough, he said, I was just curious, did the fixer get that coin? If it got lost in the shuffle, let me know. I'll get you another one.
It did not get lost in the shuffle. I did get it, and thank you very much.
That's a pretty cool one, too.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. Yeah, it's very cool.
All right, what do we got here? I got about 2 minutes before top of the hour break, and then we're going to roll into our final hour on a Friday morning. So Ranger Jack, hang in there. And I think it's the Mercury Man, I believe it is. And several lines available at 844-844-3388. Since you've been so out of touch with what's going on around the world, you probably are not aware that an incredibly large piece of space junk is about to collide with our planet this weekend. Let's see. China, last Thursday, a week ago yesterday, China launched what they call a long Mach 5B rocket. This is a large rocket. They took their first piece of China's new space station into orbit. The launch was successful, but the aftermath has created some cause for concern. The core stage of the rocket that did all the heavy lifting to get the station into space, they've kind of lost control. This will be one of the largest pieces of space junk to ever make an uncontrolled reentry. A mass of around 21 metric tons. I guess that's pretty decent size.
Well, I need to get out my I Survived the Skylab t-shirt.
And the worst part is it's not clear where it's going to fall back to the Earth. All right. Right now, Space Command says it will likely re-enter the atmosphere around May the 8th. That's Saturday. The exact entry point can't be pinpointed until literally a matter of hours before re-entry. Most of the rocket should burn up as it plunges through the atmosphere, but it is possible some of those pieces may reach the surface. How much of it actually makes it to the ground is up in the air, but the greater odds always in this big blue ball is that it'll fall into the ocean somewhere, right? That's an overwhelming majority of the planet is.
Would they be financially liable if it hits an office building or something?
Good question. Who's going to sue China?
I don't know.
All righty, can you believe it? Hey, Chris, we're down to our final hour here on a Friday morning. First Friday in the month of May, which would be the 7th day of May, by the way. Do anything big for Cinco de Mayo?
We tried to go to a Mexican restaurant, but it was an hour wait.
I bet they were, a big margarita day, right?
Oh, yeah. So we ended up going to a Japanese steakhouse.
Japanese steakhouse for Cinco de Mayo. All right. Well, whatever. That works. All right. Let me get back up here to our callers, and Ranger Jack's hanging in there. Good morning, Ranger Jack.
Good morning, King Steve and King Chris. It's good to talk to both of you. You got the greatest overnight radio show and the greatest product sponsoring it, and we appreciate all you're doing there, Chris.
Well, thank you, and I agree with you. It is the greatest overnight radio show.
I'll tell you what, you don't know how grateful my wife and I are. You done what you did for them. And your product, was it the FR3 for the oil? Is that's like the, can that be put in like the hyper lubricant that I've been using to just put it in on top, or do you have to allow room for it?
You have to allow room for it. You don't want to just put it on top.
No. Now, what do you do if you got it? You got to get it out of there and drain somewhere.
Well, normally we try to put it in on oil change. So next oil change, just bring it in and yeah.
Put it in when I'm getting the next oil change in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I know as a competitor, you always said just put it in on top, and I've done it. What would be the problem if you did?
Well, you'd overfill the oil a little bit. I don't know. I mean, theoretically, probably nothing would happen, but it could happen that you would blow a head gasket or something. There's too much oil pressure. I sincerely doubt that would happen, but just as soon as I tell somebody to do that, that's what would happen. Then we get sued. I never could figure out how. I never did figure out how they were able to put that in on top and not take any oil out. I should look into that someday.
Does it is it do the same thing though? It just uses oil as a hose to go into the metal.
No, not quite. So what transport? Yes, a little different science behind what we're doing versus what you're talking about. Motor coat. What they're using is what we call chlorinated paraffin, and that's like a surface treatment. What we're doing is we're attacking from a couple different areas. One is we've got what's called a nanocarbon in there. So nanocarbon, nano meaning the size, is less than a micron. It's only 3 to 9 nanometers in size. So it would be about the size of human DNA, if you can imagine that. And what we're doing is putting like a layer of little tiny BBs along all the surfaces inside the engine, so it makes everything roll a lot better. And then there's two very specific molecules or oil molecules called esters that we have made just for us, and they kind of make the whole thing work better. So they attract it to the metal and keep it uniformly spread out throughout the engine, and then they make the oil work better because it makes the additives work better, like the zinc and things like that, as far as we know. Believe it or not, some of the stuff we're still trying to figure out why it works so well. And it's not just us. I mean, even large oil companies and big additive companies have said the same thing. It's like sometimes when I'll ask them, well, how does this additive work? They'll say, we're not quite sure how it works. We know what it does, but we're trying to figure out all the actions inside. So we do things like, check for safety. We do safe tests and go through all kinds of laboratory testing to observe what's happening. But as far as, being able to precisely pin down exactly what's happening in there is a little bit more difficult.
Okay. Is it now? What is it? How many? Is it 2 ounces a quart? Or?
That sounds about right. I don't have the website open fast enough. We'll jump back on that in a minute.
No. Okay. The shift restore, is that for both standard and automatic, or is that just for automatic transmission?
It's made for automatic transmissions. You can't put it in a regular shift or manual transmission, but the FR3 would probably work better in a manual transmission. So if the
FR3 in the manual.
Yeah, we've used it in manual transmission. We also put it in gearboxes. We're not advertising it for that, but it does work well in those applications.
It does. Okay. All right. And then the gas, what is the gas?
Gasoline Extreme?
Gas Extreme. Gasoline Extreme. Now I have a 98 Harley Heritage Springer. It's only got 13,000 miles on it, so it hasn't got used road that much. But I know I got old gas in it, and I fired it up here. I had stable in it, but when I fired it up, now it's popping and backfiring to the carburetor. If I put the Gasoline Extreme in it, will that, and run a while, will that eliminate that? Will it get rid of that popping and backfiring?
Yes, it will. It will. That's what it's made to do.
It will?
Yep. Put some Gasoline Extreme in there.
All right.
If that doesn't do it, put a couple ounce FR3.
Okay, and in our pickup truck and other vehicles, it'll help improve the fuel mileage, you're saying, right?
Correct. It'll improve the fuel economy somewhere between 3 and 10%. Lowest we've ever seen is 3. We've seen a lot of 5 to 10s. So you should see a big difference. One thing we haven't had time to test yet is how long the effects last for. So you might not need to use it, but every 3 tankfuls.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I should ask you that then. Okay. So what part of Florida are you living in down there? What did you bought a home in?
I'm down
in
Venice, south of Sarasota.
South of Sarasota. You're on the west coast then.
Yep, on the Gulf side. We've been going down there for a long time.
Are you going to be? Where are you going down like the last week every month or something like that? Is that what you're planning? I know you said you're going to go down 1 week a month, huh?
I'm hoping to go down 1 week a month, but it's not necessarily the last week. Like I'm going to go down the first week of June or mid-July. Just
okay. Are you going to be in the plant up there this week?
I am.
Okay, because we like wife and I would like to get up there and buy the products. Now we get the same overnight drive discount and the CDL discount.
You
if
bet.
We come in there and buy it.
Absolutely.
And do the same thing. Okay, we're going to try to get up there. Depending, we're at the mercy of our dock workers there in Columbus. If they get us out in time on Sunday, we'll try to get up there Monday morning and get some of the product and hopefully get to meet you.
Oh, you
personally. Bet. And we really appreciate all you've done. I'll tell you, it's just unbelievable that you're like resurrected the overnight drive.
Well, it was my pleasure. Trust me, it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. If you come up on Monday, tell Candy that you want to talk to Chris, and I'll let her know so she could come get me.
Okay, yeah, Ranger and Lucky Penny. We're looking forward to meeting you.
Same here. I can't wait.
Okay, guys, have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right, Ranger Jack, good to hear from you. And tell Lucky Penny we said hello. They went with us on our last cruise. They had a blast.
Excellent.
So, yeah, good people. Good people. You'll like Lucky Penny. It's 15 past the hour. Okay, Rick was asking a question. I've got a 2015 Honda CRV, $45,000 on it. Yeah, what product would you recommend?
I would just use the FR3 on your next oil change, and that'll lower the wear. It'll reduce the wear by about 50%, which means that your engine will last twice as long. You'll also get better fuel economy and more power. And I would also put some gasoline extreme in there. Again, we've tried gasoline extreme even in new vehicles, and we've been able to increase the fuel economy. So that's really worth trying.
Okay, there you go, Rick. Give that a shot. Scooter checking in. I just bought a 2021 pickup truck with a direct gas injected turbocharged engine. As many know, due to the PVC system and no fuel passing over the intake valves to wash the oil residue off of them, they're prone to build up on the backside of the valves. My question for Chris is, would the stiction eliminator get pulled through the PCV system in enough quantity to keep that buildup from occurring, being that the truck only has a couple 100 miles on it?
I don't know. Well, we've thought about this and talked about it a lot, like a way to get to the deposits that are caused by that, and we don't know.
So further testing will be necessary.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you for sure.
So 2021, this is kind of is this a brand new kind of system they're doing here?
It's about 4 to 5 years, maybe longer than that. But we've been talking about this for at least 3 years because it's hard to describe, but the gasoline is not washing over the valves, so they're getting these deposits behind them because it's just not getting washed off. So when the combustion goes up in there and leaves carbon, it's really in the part of the engine where the air is coming in. It's not where there's oil or there's fuel. So I don't know how much of the gas or the fumes from like the gasoline extreme would make its way in there and clean it. But we tried. This was really hot and heavy just a couple of years ago, and we were trying a couple different additives to see if we could get something to survive the combustion chamber to go up in there and melt it away, but we didn't have any success. So
to date, nothing.
To date, nothing.
Okay. And one more from the email bag from Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Friday. Big shout out. Thank you to Chris Gabrelchik. I found it very interesting when I was listening to the news radio in Detroit. The governor says there's a continued ongoing shortage of truck drivers in Michigan and everywhere else around the country, the U.S. and Canada. And then there's the ongoing shutdowns and the slowdowns in the automotive industry while they're all waiting on the electronic chip manufacturing to catch up. So with the transformation in this country, we're all going to electric power. Is Hot Shot Secret gearing up for the future? How are you going to take care of the new friction?
You know, kind of scares me because I could put us out of business if everything went electric. But I honestly don't see semi-trucks going that road just because of the amount of torque and energy and how much they can move. So I feel like we're in a good spot, you know, putting most of our chips on the semi-driver and on the diesel market. But we are doing testing on electric vehicles. One of the problems with electric motors is they overheat. And they have a problem with friction. So one of the properties of one of our products, the FR3, the nanocarbon, is that they disperse heat at a very high rate. So we're doing thermal conductivity tests with that product, and we are in testing with several car manufacturers to see if we could lower the temperature and the thermal conductivity of their oil inside the electric motors.
Yeah.
Now, there's not a lot of oil in there. The problem is they're a fill-for-life system. So, you know, it's not like you're changing oil every 3,000 or every 15,000. I mean, it's a fill for life. But, you know, being a small boutique type company, it could be really good for us because even, you know, like if they just needed 1% for all the electric cars, that would give us a lot of business, you know.
Sure. I mean, what do you think the odds are? I mean, are we really going to go all electric? I
don't see it. I mean, I honestly don't see it. I think that maybe cars. I think cars are going to go that direction. I don't see semi-trucks doing it.
We already have an issue. You know, at one point I had one of those little boxes installed behind my home where you kind of volunteer in the summertime. If it's a 90-degree day and we start running short on juice, you're kind of volunteering for a lower electric rate that will cut your power off for 10 or 15-minute intervals throughout that hot period. For having trouble generating enough juice now, and we start having all these, how many millions of vehicles are they talking about plugging in? We don't have the capabilities as far as I'm concerned.
No, you know, it's all about control. I'm sorry, it just is. I mean, it's, you know, if you have an electric vehicle, they could just shut you down whenever they want.
Well, yeah. So, shut down the power grid, you ain't going nowhere.
And, you know, one of my dreams in the future is to come up with additives that could like double the fuel economy. I mean, we're doing well, like getting 5 or 10%. That's a huge gain in our industry. But, you know, the combustion engine's only 30% efficient. So 70% of that energy is being wasted. If we can come up with a way to get 60%, that's double the fuel economy. I mean, if every semi-truck was getting 20 miles per gallon, wow,
yeah,
just think about that. You know, if every car was getting 50 or 60 miles per gallon, you know, that would make a major dent in what's happening. So that's one of the things I want to get done before I die.
Well, you'd be the champion of, he ended global warming.
Yeah, no, they would bury that story, trust me.
Hey, is this the Mercury Man, I believe?
Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to y'all. Thank you, Chris, for bringing him back and everything. The king of late night trucking radio. That's the new term, right? Hey, look, I had a Honda Accord that's got 354,000 miles on it, and I had gotten some of that stuff. I was one of the first-time callers, and they sent me some of that stuff. Y'all sent me some of that Stiction Eliminator and some of the Gasoline Extreme, and the old car has always had a little cam phaser issue, you know, and I've been putting it off, and And so I just threw some of that stuff in there, and it helped it a whole lot. It quietened it down, because it used to have a little old rattle when you crank it right up, you just like that. And it would, it pretty much stopped that. You know, it'll do it every once in a while now, but not near as bad as it used to. And for 354,000 miles, you know, I'm running on borrowed time now anyway. But I just wanted to throw that out there and let you know. But as far as transmissions go, my dad used to work for AMCO. He worked for AMCO for 45 years, and I learned how to rebuild transmissions through him. I'd spend my summer vacations, and I worked for AMCO when I was 13, 14 years old. I'd go with him, tear them down, clean them up, and he'd build them. We'd build 4 or 5 a day. And he always told me that if you had one that had a high mileage on it, just never touch the fluid. Don't change it. And the reason is because those internal seals go through so many hot and cold cycles that the fluid over a period of time will get thicker than it actually is when you first put it in there. And it kind of compensates for those seals being shrunk up. And you put new fluid in it, and it's susceptible to either blowing out a seal or leaking. And that was the reason most people do not, you know, they always hear, you know, don't change the fluid if you got 150,000. But the fluids nowadays are so much better than what they used to be. They don't thicken up like that like they used to. So most of the time, you don't never really have to change the fluid unless you've got a problem, you know, because the fluid is so much better. But that's all that was. It was just those seals go through so many hot and cold cycles that they shrink up and get hard, and the fluid will compensate for it because the fluid gets old and cooked along with it, and it thickens up. But when you put that new fluid back in there, those seals are still hard and shrunk up. Well, then the fluid pressure goes right on by, and you're susceptible to when you're losing fluid pressure, you're susceptible to burning clutches, and that's all that was. But
wow, well,
but you make a fantastic product.
Well, thank you, but that's good to know. That's good to know. One of the things that the FR3 or the shift restore will do is it will rejuvenate the seals. So esters, that's just that's one of the things that they do naturally, is that they just kind of make the seals more pliable. They swell up the seals a little bit, like a little bit less than 3%, but that is, like, if you put too much in, it'll make them, you know, too big and rubbery. But at the treatment ratios that we have, that's good to know that might help solve that problem too. So if somebody does change their transmission fluid, you know, putting the FR3 or the shift restore in will help rejuvenate all the seals inside there. That's great. That's great intel.
That's exactly right. And I tell you something else too. An old used car salesman told me a long time ago. He said you can pour a little pint of brake fluid in it too, and it'll do the same thing. But you know, they didn't care as long as they made the seal. See, if you didn't get that stuff out, it would limber those seals up so much that they would be like dish rags. It would just you know, flop around. That's like putting banana. You know, they used to put banana peels in the rear end, you know, to keep them quiet down. You know, just as long as they could sell them off a lot.
Yep.
So you know,
that was the old secret, right? I mean, like, wasn't there something with like sawdust or something? You put it in or whatever, and it's gonna, you know, then you sell it, and then it's, you know, as is, no warranty. Sorry.
That's right. That's it. Yeah, you can stick banana peels in there too to do the same thing. It'll quieten it down. Just you wouldn't hear nothing until you get about 55 miles down the road. All right. Well, look, you make a fantastic product. I'm gonna have to pull out the top. They hollering at me.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Mercury Man. Great to have you with us. Appreciate your call here this weekend. Hey, Big Moose, did you take a blood pressure pill last night?
Yeah, I got I freebased the lisinopril this morning, so I'm in pretty good shape now. Hey, now I'm gonna tell you something, bud. You've been called the king of the late night, the king of the media. Been compared to Lazarus, been resurrected from the dead. You know, my plan was to buy that new Stetson hat for Christmas, and you're up to about a size 42 now, so we're going to have to take another measurement before December rolls around.
Okay. Oh,
man. I'm just picking at you. I got a question for the big boss man there.
The fixer.
All right. I inherited this old bus from no buddy of mine, his widow give it to me, has been made into a truck, and it was an old school bus or something. I don't know what it was, but it's a cobbled up mess. But it's got a 545 Allison automatic transmission in it, and there's two fluid options on this thing. It says in cold climates to run a 15W40, and then a warm climate to run this Syntec 295 or whatever, some Allison brand of oil in a hot climate. But it's got temperature gauge on it. It stays about mid-range. It's staying in the green, but it's right there where the green meets the yellow on the gauge. And I'm pretty sure it's got 1540 in it. And I've been running it around there, doing a little hauling with it and stuff. And seems to me it's getting a little warmer. I was just wondering if you had any idea on what maybe I should pour in that thing.
I would be willing to bet that some FR3 would bring the temperature down so it stays in the green, doesn't even touch the yellow. We've almost always seen about a 15-degree drop in temperature. So that I'll bet you that would do the job. Either the FR3 or the shift restore.
Okay. So, yeah. I've been running the shift restore and power steering pumps. I've been doing that. That shift restore has already saved me replacing one pump, so I've been running it and everything now.
So you didn't put any shift restore in the transmission, or you did on the bus?
I did not. I didn't do it yet because I wanted to check with you before I go dump it. I don't want to dump something in there that's going to screw it up or make it slip or something.
Yeah, use a shift restore. That'll do it. I'm almost positive you'll see a drop to right where you want it to be.
Okay. I'll do that. Another thing too, I've got a bunch of I've got 3 old General Electric exhaust fans in my shop. I got a Quonset hut shop. It's got exhaust fans in the floor. It's about 36-inch fans, and they've got the old brass bearings in the motors, and they got the little oil cup on top. And tells you right on them, use 30-weight non-detergent oil in them, and stuff. And they got a howl to them. So that last time I greased them up, because I've been running the fans quite a bit here lately, I mixed a little bit of that FR3 with that 30-weight oil, and I've been filling them cups on those electric motors with them. And it does a good job quieting right down, but it runs out so fast. Instead of doing it about once a week, I'm doing it about every other day. So is there anything thicker that we can mix that stuff with that'll make it hang out there a little longer instead of running away?
Yes. How much do you need?
Well, those little cups only hold maybe like a teaspoon apiece or something, and I usually quarter that 30-weight oil to run them fans about a month. Because I tell them guys, when they start chattering, to go over and check the oil in them. And but I'd like to get something, with a little more viscosity in it. That when because as they run, they generate heat, and the hotter it gets, that oil gets thin and just runs out of the bushings.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. So, yes, we do have a thicker version of the FR3 that we make for commercial applications, and I can get you a quart of that. I'll look around and see what else we have. If you send me an email tomorrow with your address, I'll send it out to you.
Okay.
So with the brass bearings, you just want to make sure you don't ever use anything that has zinc in it or detergents, because those will attack the yellow metals. That's why they're calling for non-detergent oil.
Right.
So that's, yeah.
And one more question. I know you're having a container issue with the gun oils. Is there any way I can get like a 16 or 32 ounce bottle of that stuff that I can take up there to the club that we can just fill our old bottles back up with?
Sure, you bet. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we could put it in other bottles. We just, as far as having it in an applicator bottle, that's the hard part. We can't get those. But yeah, let me.
Right. Well, we've got plenty of applicator bottles. We're just all running low, and it's getting about that time of year where we're going to start killing some clay pigeons here pretty regular. We'd like to keep some of that stuff on hand up there, and if I could get a big bottle that we could just, fill the little bottles back up with, we'd go that route.
Hey, I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Maybe put that in your email. Just remind him about that. Give you quart of gun oil, and what was the other question? Yeah.
Yeah, the non-detergent.
The fan oil.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you need, and I even know where it's on. There's some on the shelf in the R&D lab because it'll be it'll be a handwritten label. It won't be something that we put on the shelf, but I'll fix you up. Just remind me tomorrow, and I'll get to it on Monday.
All right, my man, I'll do it. And y'all have a good weekend when you get to it. Keep the sunny side up, right to the spotted and left to the solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
That is the Big Moose. Hey, have a great weekend, Big Moose. Thank you very much. Be safe out there. All right. Hey there, it's Steve Sommers. I'm off tonight, but here's some interviews you might have missed. You like that?
I do. I love the music.
Kind of comical. Last weekend. We're over at my mom's house, and we had some of our neighbor friends over. Neighbor Beth, she's an avid listener. Early on in the show, they had the podcast playing, and they were sitting there trying to write down the lyrics. They'd run a few words, and then they'd pause it. Don't wake me up before you go, and then they'd pause it, and because they're wanting to sing the song. I said, okay. It's pretty wild how Kyle came up with that. He was explaining to me that there's like there's artists that have no royalty sort of music or whatever, and you can purchase that and use it and not have to pay royalties on it. So who's the dude that did that song? Because he's got a lot of exposure to that song thanks to this show.
Yep.
Oh boy,
royalty-free music.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Question. I've got $180,000 on my 04 Cummins. Transmission fluid's turning a kind of a murky brown color. Should I do a fluid change and filter or just run it till it quits? I'm kind of torn on what to do.
I don't know what the right answer to that is, but if it were me, I would change the fluid, put in the transmission stiction eliminator or the shift restore, and hope it works, because if it's turned a murky brown, it's probably not long for this world, but the Cummins engine will last 500, 600,000 miles. So,
okay.
I mean, you still have another, you're only halfway through the life of the engine. So if we could get the transmission all straightened out, or I tell you another idea is call Fire Punk in Plain City. Just look up Fire Punk online and ask them. That's their specialty. They know everything about those transmissions. They'll be able to tell you.
Fire Punk Diesel.
Yep.
Okay, one more. Let me see here. All right, I've got a Nissan Titan XD that I run the Green Diamond 10W30 and everyday diesel treatment. I can find the EDT everywhere. The Green Diamond I cannot find locally. Is that the kind of thing you got to get through?
Either a dealer. Look online. Like, just put your zip code in on our website, and it'll show you a dealer near you. So that the dealer network are usually diesel shops, people that turn wrenches for a living. They have full displays of our product. So they might have all 40 products in stock. I mean, usually they'll carry at least 10 to 15. Some of those products there's no way they'd ever live on a retail shelf. But the dealer, and if the dealer near you doesn't have it, just tell him you want it, and he could put on his next order and keep it in stock for you.
Okay, and he's in Lebanon, Ohio, so
Ohio. We have more dealers in Ohio, I think, than any place, so we should have somebody there.
Okay. Spaceman says, look at the Dogecoin in the past hour. Yeah, that's the thing we were talking about earlier. Okay, back to 60. It was down to like 53 cents a coin a few hours ago. It's back to 61 now. It's just, you look at the charts and you're up and down. It's crazy.
You're making me want to day trade with it. You're getting the gambler out of me.
Yeah, you buy it at 50, then sell it at 60, and then wait for it to go back to 50 and buy it again.
Yep.
Is
That's the idea.
That's what a day trader does, right? They just buy, sell, buy, sell.
The only problem is whenever I buy, it just drops and never goes back up.
All right, so I bet that's where a lot of people are kind of making a killing right now. Is just buy them when it drops a dime, and then sell it again, and then use that money and buy more when it when it drops again.
Exactly. And that's what day traders do. And, I know a few of those guys. It is not my thing at all, but just hearing how they do it, they focus in on like a half a dozen stocks that they know in and out. Like they know what the value is and they know what they're going to do. They look for patterns so they know where to sell, where to buy, and they just keep focusing on it. And they'll trade 4 or 5 times in a day and make a lot of money doing that.
I'll be darned. Okay. You got to have money to play with first, though, right? And if you happen to buy low and it goes lower and lower and lower, then you're SOL.
Well, I don't know. There's one guy I know, just a little side story. His theory is when it goes down, he doubles up and buys again. Then when it goes down again, he doubles up and buys again. He keeps doing that until it goes up and then he cashes out. Now you have to have a lot of guts to do that, because he was telling me that he does the same thing when he goes to Las Vegas. He said, I play blackjack, and he said, every time I lose, I double down again. And I just keep doing that, doubling my bet until I win. Then I'm back
where you were.
Yeah. I'm thinking, oh man, you have to have a lot of, patience and guts to do that, because you start dropping a couple thousand, you get to 10,000 where you keep losing, then, you're waiting, you're going to win sooner or later, right?
Right.
So then you win it all back. But you just have to have the fortitude to keep putting that money down.
And you got to have the money to put down.
All that too.
You got to have a lot of liquidity. All right, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Is it Beaufort? Is that the name?
Buford.
I'm sorry.
Buford. Hi, how you doing, Steve?
Doing good. What's happening?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to call, tell Chris, I know he's heard it 1,000 times, for thanks for bringing you back on. And I got a little testimonial for him. The Shift Restore, I got it at a little store where I live, Rural King. I was like, I was a truck, and my truck was shifting hard, my pickup truck. And I only put a half a bottle in, drove it for a day, and I didn't really feel anything. Next day, I was like, well, I have to feeling better. By the end of that day, man, the thing was shifted smooth as silk. I even had my wife drive it. Can you feel it shifted? So whatever was wrong with it, that took care of it. And I'm a firm believer now. So I definitely will be using that again. And I got a little memory buster for you. 1997 truck show. You were helping your dad set up for the show.
Yeah.
Me and my girlfriend walked around and seen you. We walked around the building. Well, there's Steve Sommers standing outside smoking a Marlboro Light. And we sat there and talked to you for a few minutes, and you were telling us how you'd like to broaden your horizons. And BAP might be in the picture, and your dad didn't want you to. Do you remember that? We just talked for a few minutes.
Boy, I don't remember. I don't remember the specific conversation, but I remember exactly what you were talking about. Yeah, because at the time I had a contract in hand. I almost ended up in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, I remember you telling us about it. BAP might be in the picture, and it was just nice to sit and talk to you for a minute. But I listened every night. I was distraught when they took you off the air. I told my wife, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. What am I going to listen to now? So kudos to Chris. I'd like to meet him and shake his hand someday.
Hey,
you gentlemen have a great night. I love what you're doing, man.
You too. Steve, the next truck show,
all right,
they're going to get a chance to meet us both. So we'll, now that things are opening back up, we will be there.
Yeah.
So that'll be exciting.
I guess, I think Josh had asked me if I had a list of truck shows, and there are a handful of smaller shows. There's a couple of them that, I don't know. Did you ever do the Walcott thing? Did you ever do that Walcott Jamboree, the Iowa 80 truck stop?
No, I have not. We did have a guy go up and set up a booth one time, way back when, but I always wanted to, but I didn't know how big it was.
I don't know the attendance numbers. Of course, Dallas, not this year, and somebody, I think Dusty Chrome told me he thinks that one might be done for good.
Dallas was never really well attended. We went to Dallas 2 or 3 times, and I think the last time we went would have been like maybe in 18 or 17, and I don't think we had one single person stop by the booth. So, compared to Louisville, where I mean, we'll have like 5 people there, and we're busy the whole show. I mean, we're just constant steady flow of people coming in. And I think somebody told me one time that there was 250,000 people that went to that show. I believe it, because that's a really, really big show, the Louisville one.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any shows bigger than that.
That's always been considered the granddaddy of them all. I think normally they say that, I don't know how do you account for how many were there? I guess by the number of badges they hand out.
Right.
It's normally about 80,000.
Is that what it is? 80,000?
Yeah.
Seems, I mean, compared to Dallas, again, I worked the Dallas show a couple times, and I mean, 1 to 2 people is all I would talk to the whole 3 days. So it just didn't seem like it was a good spend.
Well, yeah, you're not selling a lot of product. Did you actually take product down there to try and sell?
We did take product the first time. The second time we just had coupons, because at the time, and you probably remember this, but if you were out of state, you didn't have to pay sales tax. So, this is before the Wayfair thing that happened last year or the year before, whenever it was. So in Dallas, because we sold product, they came back to us after the first year and said, now you have to charge everybody that buys from you in Texas sales tax. So all of our internet sales from Texas, we had to go back and try to figure out who to pay tax to. And the hard part there was, in Ohio, like if you pay sales tax, you just send it to the state. You're in Franklin County or whatever. It's just one. Well, in California and Texas, you have to, like, the vendor is responsible to pay, the city of Cincinnati 5 cents, the state of Ohio 8 cents, the township. It went. There was like 5 different ways they separated it, and it was a accounting nightmare. So after 1 year, I said, "Forget this. We're not doing that anymore."
Right.
But now, everybody has to pay sales tax everywhere. They don't let you do that anymore.
There's one other that I think it was Scott that brought up the other night, though. I think 4 States Trucks does the what's it called? Guilty by Association truck show, I think it is. That's going to be on this year. I think that's the one that's more like a kind of a festival atmosphere where they do truck burnouts and truck pools and things of that nature kind of stuff. So,
well, isn't there one in Atlanta?
That's really for this. That's for all the suit and ties kind of thing. That's not for the truck drivers. That's for the bosses, like people like you, to go down and rub elbows with the CEOs of Freightliner and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So, and that's a biannual every other year. That's why the OEMs started doing the every other year at Louisville.
Okay.
The OEM said, okay, we're going to go to Atlanta with all the big wigs one year, then Louisville the next, and
gotcha.
Back and forth. I'm sure in 2022, everybody will be in Louisville because 3 years will have passed since they've had a show. It's outrageous.
It'll be huge.
Huge. It'll be huge. Let's see. Horse feathers 3 times in one night. What the hell?
Yeah, well, you keep talking about good stuff. I mean, the more better stuff you talk about, the more things we have to call about.
Uh-huh.
But the Antique Historical Truck Society, they have their convention and show, and I believe that's in the first week of June, Harrisonburg, Virginia. So I don't know how far Harrisonburg, Virginia is from Ohio, but it's got to be closer to you guys than it is to me. But I think it's down north of Roanoke somewhere, down in that area.
Have you been there before?
But they have. I haven't. Well, I went to the one that was in York. It rotates around. They move it around the country every year. That's in a different location. But there was probably, I don't know, at least 1,000 trucks probably of the old time truck people there. And as I say, that's the Antique Truck Historical Society. So Steve's mentioned that show before, and the group and the membership before.
Yeah.
And I'm a member of them in that. But I believe it might be June 1st, but but this year's convention and show is Harrisonburg, Virginia.
Got it. I wrote it down.
There's probably more people smarter than me that know more about it, but I don't know if I'm going to try to truck down that far or maybe just drive the 4-wheeler down this year. But I don't think I'm gonna try to take the old truck that far out away from the house there. I don't have enough support like the big moose or something, you know, in case something happens to get things taken care of, to get her back home if I have to.
Yeah, right. I got you.
But anyway, but now we'll be looking forward to it. And as I said before, we'll report back to you on Sunday there, as long as the AccuWeather gods don't give us too much of a deluge. So anyways, thanks again, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
I'll see if I can pull some strings for you there. All right. So yeah, the truck is stored. That was Brad, the freeloader, was always a big fan of the old time trucks. They do have some really cool trucks they bring out to the old time truck show. I don't know how many people attend those kind of events though.
Well, it might be a good event to go to and get exposure for overnight drive. I'll check it out.
Okay.
I'll check it out tomorrow, see what happens.
All right. Let me see here. Just we're about to wind things down here on a Friday morning. I meant to ask you, how's things going? You had started construction on your, what is it, tank farm? Is that the word you're using? Your bulk farm or whatever?
Yeah, we're building a whole new blending facility and a addition onto the warehouse, and we are on hold for a little bit just because we're trying to get the engineering part worked out, the fire codes, the state codes. So we're still in the engineering phase. I would have hoped to have broken ground by now, but we are putting all new offices in the blue room, which, you know, you've seen that before. But that's all walls and bathrooms and everything are being put in there now. So hopefully, you know, we get the start of the engineering finished up, you know, this month or next month, but it's a long, slow process.
So the fact of the matter is, though, you're continuing to grow.
Oh, absolutely.
Business is growing. Yeah.
We, believe it or not, we are the number one engine treatment in America right now. I didn't know that either, but, you know, that marketing was pulling up NPD data where they measure bottles leaving the shelf. And we're, as far as the category of engine treatments go, we're the number one engine treatment. I think we're the number 2 oil additive and number 3 or 4 fuel additive for diesel. So,
wow.
Yeah, we've grown quite a bit and taken a lot of market share thanks to your listeners. Everybody out there telling everyone about it. Keep doing that.
Thanks to everyone. And like you said, for the number of listeners I have, they all have friends of their own. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of, you get the exponential.
Absolutely. That's how we've grown the whole company.
All righty. With that, hey, thank you so much for everyone that chimed in this morning. Anything we've missed, touching on, anything on the horizon for you here?
I'm not sure. I've been, busy trying to get everything at work caught up and keep everything moving forward. With the shortage of some things, that's always a challenge. So we're just trying to make sure that we have all the products in stock for everybody to keep buying. Mm-hmm. So that's a full court press right there. Hopefully soon we'll see some RV generator oil, RV antifreeze. We're going to have some ATF plus 4 transmission fluids. And then, of course, the marine line, they've been testing and working on that full time. There's one note that Kyle did tell me, is that there was a Project Farm video that came out not too long ago. And they're on Project Farm, if you go to YouTube and look at Project Farm and look for winter anti-gel, they tested our product against others. And he said there's over 1 million views on there. And he said the guy, he doesn't take any money from anybody, but he tests things kind of a hands-on way of doing it. And he said that ours was the best out of everything, that we crushed it. So, if anybody's interested in the anti-gel, at least for next winter, look at the Project Farm video and see what you think.
That's what the Grump brought up earlier. He said, the anti-gel, ain't none out there better.
That's everything we make. There ain't none out there better. That's the whole idea.
All right. Don't forget, if you catch us on the podcast, if you weren't with us live here this morning, for those that catch us later in the day, if you want to place your order, just use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You get 10% off your order. If you are a first responder, active or veteran, active duty or veteran, military, first responders, or if you hold a CDL, you get an additional 10% off via hotshotsecret.com. Check it out. And I guess as far as Chris, you're concerned, I'll see you. I'll talk to you, let's say 1 month from now, first weekend of June. What is that? First Friday of June will be June the 4th. as long as you're not in Florida that weekend. Or I guess we could talk to you from Florida.
That's right.
Doesn't matter where you're at.
Yeah.
All right.
If I'm in Florida, I'll give you a call from there.
Thanks for all you've done for me and our listening audience, and I'm glad you got to finally see the secret bunker.
I love it, man. You guys did a great job. You deserve a big pat on the back.
All right. Well, have a good weekend. Hey, it's Miller time, Skullbuster time. Everybody be safe out there, and thanks for listening in. We'll see you back Monday morning, Sunday night at the midnight hour. Monday morning, don't forget Joel Morrow will join us out of the box there. We'll see what he's got on his mind coming up Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna